Tchaikovsky abrindo o coração para esse público brasileirinho que vos acompanha. A minha primeira pergunta é: na última PMPL Brasil, a Influence Rage veio de um desempenho crescente na fase regular mediana até uma boa subida na fase das ligas, ou seja, no League Days, e terminando campeã na fase final. Como atual campeã do Brasil, o que esperar da Inf nessa Américas?
Salve, Murilão. Cara, então, essa PMPL Brasil foi uma crescente pra gente, né? A gente começou ali capengando, começou a entrar ali nas partidas, começamos a acertar nosso jogo. Eu acabei voltando pra equipe, a gente deu um up de novo pra equipe e a gente conseguiu se consagrar campeão. Cara, você pode esperar da Inf nessa Américas uma equipe muito forte, consistente, chegando, mano, todos os endgame aí, dando muita bala. E, mano, se Deus quiser, se tudo ocorrer como Ele quer, a gente vai ser campeão.
Então já puxa a nossa próxima pergunta. Sendo bicampeã da Américas e tendo pela frente não só os times Latãs e EA, mas também as bicampeãs Lupus e Alpha 7, o que fazer para frear esses adversários brazucas?
Bom, para frear eles é só ganhando as trocações, impondo respeito em cima e rolando aquelas farpinhas ali no individual, né? Pegar ali no psicológico. Mas é isso, pra frear eles é só dando bala e mostrando que a gente é superior, que a gente é melhor, que a gente veio pra ser campeão.
I can't go back now. Watch it all go black. Yeah, seen too much, can't forget about all that. It's really all bad. You don't wanna see the things that I seen, man. You should know that. And it's all facts. On top, we winning. That's how I'm living. Ain't no option, I gotta go get 'em.
It's day 3 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Regional Championship 2023 for fall. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, and we've had quite a change-up in our leaderboard when it came to yesterday's games. One team rising up through the ranks, really imposing their rage and fury on the lobby. It's a little bit of a hint who it's going to be. But of course, all of you out there were watching yesterday, so you know exactly what team I'm talking about. And you two out here, my analysts, know exactly what I'm talking about. Seven, Cameron.
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah. Cloud9.
I mean, Bayo Mayo, we let him cook for a couple years now.
Wait, what year is it? Sorry, Influence Rage.
There you go. There you go. I miss Bayo.
I'm multi, like I live in 4D reality where I can go through time like Donnie Darko. So like sometimes I forget what year I'm in like right now.
Yeah, one time I had a
Donnie
dream that I
Darko.
connected to different sevens in different universes.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, whatever you dream is up to you, man. You guys at home, maybe you can let us know your dreams and hopefully a little bit more normal than what Seven's spouting here. You can hit us up on social media and use the hashtag PMPL Americas. Not to mention you can check out all like the Discord, the YouTube, the Twitter, the Instagram, or you can even check out our Instagrams or Twitter. Yeah, you. Yeah, you. I know you haven't followed yet because Seven's hogging them all.
I think I might actually be at 6. I might need to follow somebody.
Well, you know, you said years ago you'd follow me back, so I'm probably just going to unfollow him. Let's take the schedule so you guys can see what's coming up today. And just like every single day, it's going to be 6 matches in the exact same order with 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and 1
Sanhok.
There you go.
Okay.
Yes. I'm always looking for, I don't know why you guys hate it so much, because some teams, and I feel like we got that yesterday too, some teams use that for like a confidence booster or just a refresh of their day, and I'm hoping.
7. These are top level professional players. We're not giving them a reset. If they need, listen, Sanhok, it's in the pool. Being good at it is a skill that you need to have, but you shouldn't use it as a reset.
I mean, sometimes you're tilted, right? Sometimes you need that mental reset.
Yeah, you do. I mean, some people take showers, some people just take a little bit longer, but Sanhok does it for some people.
Okay. Let's hear overalls here, get an idea of where the teams stand. We talked about Influence Rage being the dominating team yesterday, picking up 90 points on the day. They're currently sitting off the top of the table at 130 points. And this is late. We talked about leads, Cameron.
Yeah.
We haven't had a lead like this yet.
This is ridiculous. It's not only do they have 32 points of a lead, not overall, of a lead after 12 rounds, they got 90 points yesterday. They were sitting around like, what, 6th, 7th place at the end of day 1. They had a couple of good rounds in there, but they just tore ahead with everything yesterday. They were virtually unstoppable. Even on the rounds that they didn't win, they were still gathering up a whole bunch of points most of the time.
Yeah, and I think that's not going to slow down, especially with the way that we saw some of the players being able to play yesterday. Not only Federal, we also saw Law being able to step up and get some great ilms when they needed him to clutch up. Intense game. I felt like they might have run into some issues yesterday. We'll get a chance to talk about them a little bit later, but I'm actually going to go down the list a little bit more. And for Alpha 7, I feel like now that we're past the halfway point, a lot of people are going to be expecting them to finish the day at least within the top 4. If not, it's going to be scary for that team, considering that everybody was expecting this team, especially if you're from some of the other regions. You see Alpha 7, you're like, okay, we expect them to be a PMGC.
Yeah.
But right now, with the way that some of the other Brazilian teams are playing, Alpha 7 is starting to look a little bit scary. And for Extreme Slayers, it's going to come down to, can they finally find that good marriage between those placement points and those
Stop
alien
getting
points?
0 placements and 6 limbs.
Pretty much, because, I mean, coming down from day 1, I think they were averaging about a 6th place finish, and then yesterday it went up to 8th place, which usually ends up being just 1 placement point. Their elims did go up, but they actually didn't go up by a lot between day 1 and day 2. It only went up by just 4 elims.
Well, if you look at the numbers that are on your screen right now, ignoring Influence Rage, who are by far and away superior to everyone else in terms of performance, but 2nd through 7th and 8th, the placement points are very, very close. Maybe take BULUC CHABTAN out of that, but for it to be like a 2-3 point difference between all those different teams, Extreme Slayers right in the middle of that, it is coming down to eliminations between them and everyone else above them.
Yeah, and that's always what happens with Brazil, right? They're always just so aggressive that they're going to be trying to go for those elims. We saw day 1 with Intense game. I'm hoping that we start seeing McGrellin and Diego again here today, because we didn't really get that many flashes of them yesterday.
Well, I'm actually kind of surprised you guys both have avoided talking about a certain team here. If we're talking about a good marriage of placements, eliminations, look at INCO, man. 0 chicken dinners, 30 placement points. If we talk about consistency, this is probably one of the most, I mean, obviously outside of Influence Rage, we're going to leave them on an island somewhere else. But the most consistent team in the lobby by far.
Yeah, we were hyping them up yesterday. Yesterday it wasn't quite as good, but they also just got overshadowed by Influence Rage. INCO Gaming, they're falling away from their second place spot that they started yesterday in. But to your point about their consistency, that they're always going to be a big threat in the mix, it's almost like they're the final boss for whoever is going to win the round has to go through INCO at the end game. They've been getting so many podiums. Even on day one, they were in almost every single round that they're playing. They're not winning, but they're getting up there in the high placement points regularly. And so again, like I said yesterday, I think at some point, hopefully that will clock over to get 1 or 2 chicken dinners. If it doesn't, that might raise questions, but at the very least, putting themselves in a podium position as consistently as they are is a really good sign.
For the team that's above INCO, actually for Rise and Intense, the thing that it comes down with INCO is we know that they can obviously get those eliminations. If INCO gets blessed by the circle at any point and they already have a great location where they're just set at, that is going to be something scary to look at, because we have seen some of the other teams like Intense Game and also Alpha 7 try to push onto INCO whenever they're actually set and whenever they're willing to defend a location, and they pretty much just not been able to overcome INCO. I'm hoping that at some point today they will finally get that chicken dinner, get it out of their way, because if not, tomorrow it might actually start messing a little bit with their mind. Not too much to maybe fall out of top 4, but right now I want to see a chicken dinner out of them.
Yeah, and obviously a couple of teams, just to quickly point out, Extreme Slayers, our only NA representative here on the front page, sitting there in 5th place, and BULUC CHABTAN, the only real Latin American team I guess we can talk about, as they're currently sitting in 8th. I mean, obviously the PMGC candidate for Team QUESO, they're not nowhere to be seen on the front page, but as we'll take a look at the second, we'll see all the other representatives, because Brazil's all completely on that first page, and Latin America, North America finish off page 2.
PASSIONFRUIT Esports, that's what I'm going to be looking at today. The team has so much potential because they are also able to frag out like some of the Brazilian teams, but they just need to be able to narrow down at least some placement points. We saw them get a chicken dinner yesterday, but they're, besides that chicken dinner, the pattern that we've been able to see is they're just not able to get any placement points besides that.
Yeah, they're very feast famine in that, and that's not unique to this competition. I feel like that's something that we've recognized in PASSIONFRUIT consistently over the North American group stage, North American finals, is that very often they don't get podiums outside of the actual wins.
I mean, they got 5 placement points at 12 matches, or 10 matches, I guess you can say. They're equal to YKG if you take away those placement points. I mean, they would actually be exactly equal with YKG, who's currently sitting in 14th place.
Yeah, same Elam's actually. Wow, actually, yeah. Oh, wow, okay. Huh.
Something obviously. And 7, you said after match 4 yesterday, you were pretty much, okay, they're done.
Yeah.
Are you still sticking to your guns there?
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, at this point, this team, just change your mentality. You're already underperforming, right? Start doing different things that you might want to practice before we even get to PMGC. Obviously, don't go full on crazy and just start doing super crazy things, right? I want to see them being able to third party a little bit more. That's something that kind of worked out really well for them in the past. I want to see them try to do that here in Americas. I think we saw it at one point during day 1, but we haven't really seen it since then. And also, I want to see them play a little bit more center.
They're just gonna say also kindness.
I mean, that too. I was gonna get there at some point.
I agree with the center thing though.
Yeah, they need to play more center. They need to be able to actually defend a location. I feel like this is a team that's actually, whenever they're all together, they're able to defend a lot of places. And as you just mentioned, kindness, he needs to show up for his team because he has been non-existent this tournament.
And I don't know why, Cameron. I mean, I don't think we can ever really understand why he's been underperforming here so far, other than the general skill of the lobby is much higher than it was in North America. You have a lot of people who won't let kindness be able to pull off streaks like this, that will be able to fight in close quarter combat or long range for Mafioso, and be able to punish them. And I feel like that's kind of the pain here for Hyper.
Yeah, it's, you almost have to wonder if the second they got challenged, the second maybe one of them lost a 1v1 or even just lost a long range shot duel, that suddenly their mental got broken. And just to go on to what Seven is saying about at this point, because it's so far down the leaderboard, maybe they should just be practicing for PMGC or whatever it is. It's really just about figuring out how do we salvage the moment, whether that's the game itself, like say we lose 1 or 2 people early on, we're not going to be able to win, but let's get some points, but also salvaging the tournament, because here they're not going to be able to fight for first place. They might not even be able to fight for top 4. but at the very least, they should figure out what sort of mental they need to get into, how to get into that mental position to be able to try and climb up as much as they can. Maybe, hopefully by the end of this tournament, their goal right now should be top 8 somewhere on that first page.
I'm glad you mentioned salvage, by the way, because we saw that in NA, them being able to do that over and over again. At the end of the game, it was mostly just 3 because Koi ended up dying so early on, right? And then on this one, I feel like I want to see how they react when Kindness keeps on dying earlier on, because that's what's been happening here. Yeah, we are seeing it, but we're not seeing any adaptiveness to it. We're not seeing any modification to their playstyle. I think it's time that we actually start seeing that, especially if Kindness does not wake up.
The problem is Koi dying would open up opportunities for players like Kindness and GK first to
that's what I'm saying.
Like he would sacrifice
Or
himself.
FS.
Kindness going down does nothing because he's one of their big win conditions. So
I'm usually for FS to get in, but don't switch out Kindness. Give it some time. He's simmering right now.
Last thing I'll say about NHyper, I think for me, I would love to see them, if they have no hopes of getting like top 3 in the event, focus on just getting to the late game consistently. Because that's where the NHyper shined in NA for sure. And the lobbies obviously going to get more difficult. We've seen a big change up where a lot of teams are playing Edge here. They need to be able to get in the late game consistently if they want to be able to go into PMGC and have any sort of success. And obviously make NA proud, but
it has to be today, too. Because if they wait until tomorrow, I feel like tomorrow, especially those teams towards the second page, I mean, we've seen it over and over again, they're going to be a little bit too erratic. They're going to be willing to take risks that they might not end up seeing at PMGC League stage. And they might not actually be able to work out on those or get that extra practice that they need.
Okay, let's move on here and start to talk about the regions in general. One thing we love to do here in Americas is obviously pit the regions against each other, especially when it comes to regional clashes. And we're going to take a look at, obviously we know Brazil have an extra team here, but let's be honest, you take the top performing team from Brazil, you take them out of this equation, and Brazil's still dominating every other region here.
Yeah, you remove the lowest placed team for Brazil is still higher than everyone but Extreme Slayers outside of that region. And they're really close to Extreme Slayers. So this is... Do we want to use the word embarrassing yet?
For who?
For North America and Latin America? Like this much of a difference, it's extreme. We knew that Brazil was a better region, but seeing these numbers stacked up against each other, it's not just that Brazil is really, really good. I don't know, maybe you can blame the knock-on effect. Oh, Brazil are stealing all the points. There's nothing left for NA and LATAM to pick up, but I'm not buying that one.
I don't want to say embarrassing. I think between all 3 regions, there's a clear difference in infrastructure when it comes to PUBG Mobile esports. These teams in Brazil, they have gaming houses, man. Like, they're all there playing together. They have the ability to be there in person and really kind of narrow things down, figure out exactly what they want to do. And you look at, like, North America, and I guarantee you, none of these guys are playing together.
Listen.
You got the Titan series. That's about it.
Listen, infrastructure can help you advance 5 to 10% more. I think Brazil just... I think Brazil just cares more about competition. This is something.
I'm hard disagreeing.
We've had this conversation before, I know, but this is not something that is unique to PUBG Mobile exclusively. There is something about the cultures when you put them back to back on any esport.
Okay,
Brazil routinely
so
out on top.
The thing with NA is that we have seen great players in the past, and they don't have that support, so they have to end up going to different regions, and they end up dominating in different regions. And it's not just Coops. We have actually seen Xenox win their PMPL too. We do. I feel like if we do get more infrastructure here in NA, I mean, when we're in NA, the players will definitely get a lot better. And they will be able to focus more on the game.
There's no point on creating any of that structure that you're talking about without having good players first.
There is good players, though. But
are we looking at different numbers?
It's give and take. I will tell you what. Okay, there was a player in EU on one of like the strongest teams like last year. I'd say early last year, and his name is Mihu. And he was literally in the car on the way home from work that his mom picked him up playing in a PMPL match. Okay. You tell me this player, if you put him at home, doesn't have to worry about, a job, he has the infrastructure, the support from an organization, that he's not grinding 5, 6 plus more hours a day in PUBG Mobile with his team, if all 4 of them are like that, 5-10% I think is a low ball a little bit. But I do agree, Cameron, that there does take some, you have to have some level of skill, like raw skill, and caliber of player to be able to make that effective, that infrastructure, the support you get to make it have success.
Yeah, I mean, I just Fair point. I just think that this is a trend that you see across multiple competitions, not just PUBG Mobile, for
I mean, you're
the
right.
infrastructure argument to be like cut and dry.
If you look at like global esports, not just PUBG Mobile, there's definitely a problem in NA when it comes to being able to compete on in pretty much any esport ever. But you know, obviously,
we chase
quick
the
little
bag, not the
history
trophy.
thing with PUBG Mobile NA. Whenever we did have a gaming house, going all the way back to SSG, we ended up actually going to the finals of the main global event. And that was because they had that infrastructure. They didn't have to worry about making it to work. They didn't have to worry about paying their bills. They had a gaming house. They only had to focus on the game, and the players excelled at it.
I just feel that if you aren't going to chase greatness no matter the cost, being in a gaming house versus being in your parents' or partners' or friends' bedroom, sharing a roommate is gonna make that much of a difference.
I mean,
You have to make it doesn't matter. It doesn't. You have to make sacrifices to succeed in any sort of competitive lobby, especially at a global scale. So you know, maybe things like support can help you focus a little bit better, but you're making sacrifices anyway, no matter what it takes. And there's a point that in North America that you see that sacrifices just aren't made as often as in other regions.
Honestly, I feel like we could spend probably hours to
Probably.
we gotta move on. We only have about 4 minutes until we're headed to our first match. So let's focus on our top teams right now. Intense Game and Influence Rage, and a little head-to-head comparing the best days or the best teams from each day, which obviously Intense Game was the best team on day 1, and Influence Rage the best team on day 2, and a little comparison here of their stats. And obviously, out of those 34 eliminations, McGrellan got 24. And Diego got 12. So they had 36 alone just from those two players. And obviously when those two players don't perform well and they fall off in day 2, there's gonna be a massive tanking in their team.
And I feel like we saw that yesterday, especially because from the stats of day 2 for Intense Game, especially for the main players, McGrellan, instead of 24, he was only able to put up 7 eliminations. And Diego, to be fair for Diego, he was a little bit consistent with his eliminations from day 1 to day 2 by being able to get 11. So it's good to see that Diego was able to still perform. And this was always the big question mark, right, for Intense Game, and something that we kind of alluded to after day 1 too. What happens if one of their duos or if their duo doesn't end up performing? And I think we got a perfect example of what happens when we see that. Now with Influence Rage, we really, in a way, don't have to worry about that because when we saw the player stats yesterday, everybody had over 1 element. It wasn't just Law, it wasn't just Federal. Everybody from the team was being able to step up, and the way that they were able to do it too was just so impressive. I think, especially yesterday, they were averaging a 3rd place finish every single match and being able to back it up with something ridiculous. I think it was like 7 or maybe 9 elims per match. So if they can maybe do even half of that, I don't see anybody being able to catch up today. Influence Rage.
Yeah, just the way that Influence are approaching these games, especially yesterday, is just really, really, really smart, really active, and they are basically trying to be everywhere, especially when you get later on in the rounds. They're getting involved in so many opportunities and activities, and that only is successful if you're able to win the fights. Because we saw what happened. I think we called out actually IG on it on day 1 of maybe perhaps trying to take too many fights at the same time, and they lost because of it. Influence Rage, they're knowing exactly how to balance out their engagement activity with safety, and they're able to get a bunch of eliminations, wipe out a bunch of teams while keeping all 4 players alive.
Well, not to mention the synergy, right? The 3-car rock-up that we saw quite a bit yesterday. I mean, having the entire team know an exact game plan, what to do. They become unstoppable.
Did you read my mind?
I hope not, because I know what you think about 7, and I don't want to be in there. But Cameron, you do have something you want to illustrate for us.
Yeah, Influence Rage. I want to keep celebrating them and showing how good they are. I wanted to break down their movement in the mid to the late game from one of those previous games of the Erangel match that they won just south of Georgia Pole Mountain. And we were talking about this compound in the center being open and available. I only realized yesterday, because we were so distracted by all of this, I only realized yesterday that Influence Rage had that position to begin with. It was only when the circle shifted up into the area that they actually left that spot and tried to take control, use the high ground, and just deal all this damage down this direction. Again, this is what I'm talking about, how they're looking at ways to get those points. It's something that Zute said yesterday. If people aren't there for you to fight, the points aren't there for you to grab. So if Influence Rage wanted to just turtle in that in this compound here, they wouldn't have had nearly as many points, but they're putting themselves in the scoring opportunities to be able to come out with double-digit elim rounds here. And again, they're not losing anyone on this. The amount of damage that they're doing here on against MEZEXIS and now against Loops, keeping them pinned down. Now, the smart thing is they recognize this circle is going to shift back into that compound. They know that it's free because they were the ones that had it previously. They're going to go back down there before anyone else else can claim in front of it. And so their recognition of positioning, timing more than anything else, and just what they need to do to get the points was really, really strong. And that's before we even see the rest of the game play out. What I do want to recognize at the last point is that we have seen, I realized this yesterday, we have been seeing so many hardships in the mid game here. And so when we talked about the meta of this lobby being very edge focused, I think a lot of that has to do with the hardships, forcing these teams who rather would have tried to play center to play into the edge. And I think the way that Influence Rage is by leaving their compound to chase teams down is the way to counteract that to guarantee themselves points.
I think that's what Seven and I were laughing at, because we saw them leave the compound, go for limbs, come back, leave the compound, go for limbs, come back every single time. And they looked unstoppable. Very, very much indeed. Well, before we do head into our game, I'm going to remind you guys once again about our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. It's Monster Energy. You can pick one up and unleash the beast for yourself. And Influence Rage, maybe they shouldn't. They should leave them alone today, because I think they dominated the lobby too hard yesterday. But we'll find out if any other team can catch up to them. As we're going to head over to our casters here for our first match of the day with Hot Tay and Zujukes.
Yo, what's up, everybody? It's Hot Jukes here with the legendary Zute. We're about to get started in one of the most important days of this tournament, day number 3, because we don't know what's going to happen day 4. Some teams are going to know that they have no chance, and anything can happen in that kind of lobby. But day 3, heck, everything is on the line here for squads here today, Zoo. We've already had halfway this tournament's done, right? So now that we're going into the second half, what are your thoughts?
Going into the second half, oh man, I think with the way things shaped out yesterday, it might just be a Brazilian show from here on out. Like, we have one NA team like hanging in there by like a thread. Alpha 7's right below them. Extreme Slayers, you know, couple points above. But besides that, if Alpha 7 goes up, it is just Brazil and friends. Like, this is the PUBG Mobile Americas Brazil and Friends League. That's what it's gonna start looking like if the other regions don't start picking it up.
Well, let's see if that's going to happen. You know, we're wanting to see that Alpha 7 comeback. I got a chance to talk to some of the members inside of Alpha 7 right before today started. I know that they ended up getting a new coach right before PMPL Brazil. And I heard they weren't doing as much practicing as they normally do. So I wonder if that's affected their gameplay coming in here into the Americas Championship. They definitely seem a little bit off kilter, but besides
I got a question though. I got a question.
Go ahead.
If they're not practicing as much, what are they doing something outside of practice for their competition readiness, or is it just like
I think they're chilling.
They're just chilling now? Well, then again, chilling is rest time, you know, and like in any competitive sports, you do need your rest. So maybe that's what they were going for.
Yeah, maybe, you know, they didn't want to deal with overtraining this time. It's different strategies come out, you know, and we'll see how they deal with this lobby now that we're in the second half of the tournament. I think the competition's only going to get harder from here on out, that's for sure. But let's see if they can level up. I mean, we definitely saw some signs of life from them yesterday, right? So Alpha 7 is going to be coming in hard here today. That's what I expect. Now, for the NA hopes, right? Any teams you feel that are going to be able to pop off today?
Pop off?
Yeah.
In this lobby?
Yeah.
I have not seen a single sign of popping off besides getting Zone Blessed. Extreme Slayers won their 2 matches. Zone Blessed, they executed well. I'll always keep saying that. Give credit where it's due. PASSIONFRUIT's won a huge Sanhok game. Zone Blessed executed the end game. But that's it. We have not seen, outside of that, any NA teams make plays, make things happen, right? And if they haven't done that in the first 2 days, when, you know, things are starting to heat up like this and all the Brazilian teams are fired up, there's not a chance, in my opinion, that any NA team will be able to pop off now.
Ooh, well, we're about to find out as we take a look at this first circle all the way up in the north. As a matter of fact, I got a chance to get a little bit of behind the scenes on PASSIONFRUIT, right? Just a couple hours ago. And the word is that The morale is not at all-time high. As a matter of fact, and I quote, right, the word was, there's definitely better energies out there, that's for sure. So they're definitely not feeling
Who
the
was
best.
that from, Juancho?
May have been from a little Juanchito, may or not, you know, allegedly. So that the energy's obviously feeling a little bit rough after yesterday. They definitely lost some situations they didn't want to. As a matter of fact, that last Erangel, right, where they got naded to smithereens by Cardozo from Loops. Remember that game?
Oh, that could have been theirs. Yeah.
Yeah.
They were in Pachinki. They were coming out. They got the sewer pipes 4 up, right? And then, yeah, Cardozo, right.
So I got a little bit of behind the scenes. I got a little bit behind the scenes on what happened during that situation for all those that remember yesterday, right? So apparently, you know, they're looking at that situation. Each team's looking in a certain direction. And, you know, I was told that, you know, Nate called out that Cardozo was gone, that he ended in the match, right?
Oh,
So,
like it's all clear. No one's.
it's all clear. Like that side's clear. That one player that was there in that corner, he died, right?
Oh.
So he got that call and he's like, okay, I don't have to look in that direction anymore. So he started looking that way and he asked again. He's like, are you sure that player's gone? He's like, yes, for sure. I saw him go. All right.
Dang.
So he starts looking over there and then he gets naded. Right? He's like, dude, there's no way Influence Rage has an arm to get it onto us. He said, there's no way, you know? And then Cardozo took out all 3 members of the team just like that, you know? So,
hey, just to know real quick, hidden kill feed, right? It still has a huge dynamic. If on the first knock, the kill feed was not hidden, they would have seen. It was an Influence Rage, but they don't know until they're finished, and oof, that is a big loss, yeah.
Yeah, tough, you know, but it's crazy how, you know, little calls like that, little mistakes could cost your team big time, you know? So that one definitely hurt because it could have been a game that they could have won potentially, you know? But to each their own, you know, every different player has different situations. They see different things, you know, and sometimes you have some anomalies come up. I'll keep coming back to the time, even when I played, where I had a player literally cross my sight line while I was scoped in with a 2X. And it was so thick. No, it wasn't a 2X. It was a holographic. It was a holographic. Yeah. The holographic was so thick on the sides of the scope that when I tracked and panned while I was hard scoped in, the player ran through that sight line of behind the scope. So I couldn't see him run across. And one of my teammates got blown to smithereens, and he was like, dude, weren't you supposed to be looking that direction? How did you not see him? And I was like, I don't know. I was like, I have no idea. The dude must have teleported. I have no idea how he got there, you know? And then looked back at the VOD, and we saw, as I panned, him jump out of a building and run across in that perfect moment, you know?
Yeah.
But hey, that's why you record, folks. Yeah.
Things like that do happen. The miscomms, though, it's extra bad because now, like, in a match when Nate just happens to be in a crucial spot to pass over info and the team just wants to double check, it's like, all right, you sure? What's Nate's gonna answer? What's Nate gonna say, right? Like, if he's 100% sure, like, like, will he say, yeah, I'm 100% sure again? Because last time he said that, it costed the team, right? So
that's another good point. That's another good point.
Huge effects in the team confidence, team synergy as an intense game. Looking maybe to get a little bit intense. I like this. This is beautiful to see because where both those teams are Extreme Slayers and Intense Game, they have a huge rotation priority, the both of them, to get into a good spot. So they didn't just stop and take shots. You know, there was no reason to. They will they would be better off, both of them, if they just kept rotating, and that's exactly what they decided both to do.
Very nice. Yeah. So beautiful rotations from them. You love to see that. And I kind of want to go back to what you were mentioning. You know, it's crazy how much of a factor that does have on a team, you know, where you have one player that does a miscomm, it could cause a lot of hesitation from the rest of the players going forward. Because at the end of the day, that's the right play, right? If your teammate says, hey, especially your IGL says, hey, that side's clear, then you just, you act like that side don't exist. Here we go. YKG versus Extreme Slayers. North America against North America. Brace down. Joey trying to get another nade off because this is a difficult push to make across this hill. You don't want to just run wide in the open, that's for sure. So they're looking to maybe get off another cheeky nade. Robert's gonna go for the run over. He gets one. He might get two. He got two. The double knock from Robert. What a turn of events from YKG. How did they not hear him coming?
I don't know, but Robert's about to get 3. Fierce driving around, trying to like cause some sort of distraction. YKG is not looking good here, 4v2. They are pretty central, though. They need to do this before another team comes in. I already see Carrillo close by, passing the info over to his team, like, hey, there's a fight going on here. We get third party. Carrillo does get one, actually. Carrillo gets Joey, and I think Remix just stole that one. So YKG down to 2 players. Extreme Slayers need to get that reset, but Intense Game and Alpha 7 are both close by. Extreme Slayer should disengage this.
Yeah, what a heads-up play from Robert right there to just see that wide open. It just looked too juicy. You know, they looked like he was the bowling ball and they were just pins, just stacked standing still. And he ran right over them. But a big heads-up play again from Carrillo to steal one of those eliminations away from Extreme Slayers, right? So you got to be able to finish those knocks. And I was surprised that the rest of Extreme Slayers weren't there to try and get those confirmations at least, but...
Yeah, I think Alpha 7 got the knock and Extreme Slayers actually stole it potentially, but
ooh, okay, all right. Yeah, it looked like he ran them both over, but maybe maybe they got shut up.
Oh no, you're right. Carrillo did get that one. My mistake. New circle shifts hard to the north. We've had one here before, so this is going to be a familiar area. All Glory Gaming in a great spot. I'd like to see some more faster rotations now coming out of a lot of teams because the scope of this battlefield just changed drastically. Alpha 7 looking like they're going to just keep taking their fights on the way in, though.
Oh, yeah. MEZEXIS is actually in a really bad spot here. This is not a great compound to hold. You could see Crow holding that angle right there behind that building. That's the best spot for him to really be. But he's got to be careful because Carrillo, believe it or not, he has the arm to hit these nades if he wants to. He has enough elevation. Nice little jump nade right here. Could definitely be dangerous. Baton is holding that front line, and he's just stuck. There's nothing he can do. He can't run back to his teammates, so MEZEXIS is going to have to stay right here. They need at least 1 knock, maybe even 2 if they want to make this push up the hill.
Yeah, Baton's in a great spot, actually. If Alpha 7 decides to just crash in, they'll drive right by him, and hopefully Baton will get 1 or 2. At least that's what Baton is hoping for. Alpha 7, I think, is going to look for 1 to 2 openings before they do that crash. And there's that one opening. Skyline is down. Revo finds it. What's Alpha 7 going to do now? They're definitely not going to give up this fight. They're going to look to make things happen.
Here they go. Senatexa with a run over. Oh, gets Baton. So that angle completely gone just like that. And you're right. It could have been a sneaky one, but what are you going to do when he just runs right over you as Crow goes down as well? And MEZEXIS is just about to get eaten alive by Alpha 7.
Oh, wait, hold that thought.
Confirmation. Confirmation. Wait, no confirmation? It's a 1v1.
No, Mafioso.
1v2, right?
MEZEXIS still has 2. Skyline. Just like that, Alpha 7 falling apart here. It's all down to the last player, Mafioso, and he goes down. That was, wow. Brilliant defense by MEZEXIS, but was it a great defense or poor offense from Alpha 7? That was surprising to see. In Hyper, they have a huge task ahead of them. They're in a decent spot right here. Let's see if they can make things happen. Intense Game will lose that 1 player for sure.
Well, man, I'll be looking forward to see what the desk has to say about that because that is crazy. A wild situation to happen. Meanwhile, Koi looking to pick up some points there. On to Intense Game. So, man, some monsters of Brazil getting taken out pretty early here. Off the rip. That's going to hurt. Let's see how the rest of the game does unfold as we take a look at this replay. And Robert, yeah, watch this. Look, ready? 1 and 2. Just like that. Unbelievable. And Remix getting that confirmation.
That was a bait and switch if I've ever seen one, because the rest of the team is driving away, and he just drives forward. So YKG definitely was not expecting that, just like how we both weren't expecting him to go forwards, right? The team was backing off. So, man, it worked. It worked. But I don't know if it would work a second time around. I think he got a little bit lucky with that.
Yeah, you got. I mean, that's one of those situations where you just take it when you see it, you know. And Robert got in that buggy, and they were just standing still. He's like, I can't resist. I got to go for it, you know. Yeah. High risk, high reward, and it worked out. It worked out for him.
Oh, they're center zone too. Extreme Slayers.
Wow. Okay.
All right. Okay. Eat my words. Maybe if NA does pop off today, it will be Extreme Slayers. Let's see how they hold that spot down there. But look at the east and south side, Jukes. So much fights about to happen out there.
It's going to be absolutely brutal, especially down the south side. A shift like this can definitely make things interesting. I want to see more teams make that wraparound. We're seeing a lot of that happen on the east side, but not enough on the west. So it's only MEZEXIS really that's going to have that side of the map to themselves. Meanwhile, you can see Jaguar trying to get away from this. There's too much congestion over here. They're most likely going to send it straight to Zaverny. There's also that little dip right there, right where you see, yeah, right here. This is a really good spot, and I think that's exactly where they're going to take for now.
And Hyper taking a fight out here against QUESO. 2 of Hyper go down just like that. Team QUESO getting the better end of this, and I think actually Hyper is getting third party from the backside. Potentially QUESO looking to get their confirmations. Kindness also goes down. It's just down to GK first, and Hyper just looking like a ghost of their former selves, just not being able to do anything anymore.
Yeah, and you know what? It makes sense because, I talked to GK first, and I talked to him about, playing so split up in the Americas Championship as opposed to NA, and he even said that we're going to have to play closer together because we have a feeling it's just not going to work out as well. And that time we saw them rock a split. And I think it would have worked in previous lobbies. But here, it's just too congested. These guys make shots from 300 meters away like it's nothing. So if you're too spread out, you have to make sure every angle is covered. Otherwise, you're going to get, completely shot from behind. One player goes down, 2, and then it's just all over. And we just saw that happen right there.
Not only that, but remember how Hyper were so hard to take down? Like one of them would get knocked, and then they have time to readjust their position to hold a defense 3v4. Not in this lobby, right? One of you get knocked, the opposing team that was under pressure, they will flip that switch right back and know how to push and execute. So Hypers no longer has the leeway of readjusting, of getting their revives back up like we saw in NA so many times.
Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. You're right. I mean, it's definitely a lot harder to move at all here. And one thing you notice is like even that 4-man split that they were rocking, they were so far away that they weren't able to get picked back up at all, right? They weren't even in a position to throw smokes on each other. So I wonder if that's something that they have just been doing here. Maybe they were getting away with it in NA, but it's just not working out here in America. So they definitely need to adapt. Next zone is about to head on over. And it goes a little bit to the south side here. Okay, and Extreme Slayers, dead center once again.
Yeah, are they going to hold that 2-2? We'll see. That is, we might see a full-on crash at this point. PASSIONFRUIT still up with 4 out here. You were talking about them earlier at the start of the match, how, their mental's not at the best. Nate goes down. Zuko goes down as well. Juancho flips over, gets 1, but gets knocked out. It's all down to BULUC. BULUC CHABTAN looking to finish this fight out.
BULUC needs to push up. He needs to try to save as much teammates as possible. Zuko's getting shot. Zuko's getting like crazy. And ran over by Rise. Yeah, he's done for. BULUC's in big trouble as well, especially if Rise decides to make this push.
It looks like Rise is a little bit more focused on PASSIONFRUIT. Luckily for BULUC CHABTAN.
Alex on the run. Look at that. See ya.
Yep.
Out of here.
All those nades coming in. And BULUC. I think he was actually just trying to cause some pressure by distracting and getting some info for the rest of the team because they still need to get reset. That's actually very smart, right? In a 2v4 situation, if you hold back, the other team's going to push into you. So he just drove up, caused some distraction, caused some pressure, and drove away. That bought enough time for a full reset BULUC CHABTAN.
You know what I've noticed is especially here in America's Championship, like all the top teams literally try to avoid fights until like late Circle 5, Circle 6. Because if you end up getting into a fight here, you're going to get third-partied almost 100% of the time. It happened to Hyper, it happened to PASSIONFRUIT, BULUC CHABTAN as well. And you just get picked apart little by little. So I think in this situations, if you can afford it, right, you're trying to avoid fights at all costs.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least trying to avoid being the first to engage, right? If you can third party and take it, you obviously do. But yeah, if you're the first to engage at this time and with the circle this small and this many teams up, yeah, you're gonna get third partied. Oh, little boy! Take it down, Mercy. Yeah, Jaguar so split up.
That was not the place to be. Mercy maybe thought it was clear. Influence Rage maybe playing that position very quietly.
No. It was the other way around. I think Jaguar was already there, and they were not going to split.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Oh, BULUC. Now getting into a fight with QUESO here. Yeah, this edge of the map is just a cluster right now. So many teams taking fights down here, trying to claim the southwest side, and it is just bullets going back and forth. BULUC still alive right now after they've taken fights with Rise, with PASSIONFRUIT, and now QUESO.
Doing a great job of staying up here. That's tough. It is tough to keep 3 people up, let alone, well, it looks like actually it's going to end up being 2. That's a tough situation, but losses they have to cut. They're going to go ahead and try to send it on over, see if they can catch. I think they were hunting down BULUC. Yep, they found BULUC, but little did they know they're driving right past V2 and getting busted up in the process.
Whoa.
Wow, they actually escaped that. Turn around.
Alive.
Goodness gracious. BULUC chopped out with the run over. What's happening?
I mean, when things go into a panic, things really go in panic. Influence Rage actually pushing into Severny to try and finish off Jaguar. Vikendi, though, says otherwise. He gets 2 of them, 1v2. They're both 1 HP. One of them gets the first aid off. Is he going to get the 1v4? Is this all 4 for him? Potentially. He's got the nade. It's a fake. Here's that DPS. The pump fake, and he gets Influence Rage. Influence Rage really high up in the leaderboards. That might have gave them a little bit too much confidence and got overzealous there. Vikendi clutching that out.
Wow, Vikendi with that fake pin pull was disgusting. He pulled that pin to give that other player an audio cue. He thought that he was going to be holding a grenade in his hand. Nope, It was the DBS. Took him out instantly. Beautifully done. Excellent mechanics from Vikendi, especially to do a 1v3 against Influence Rage.
Yeah, I mean, Influence Rage was rushing them down. They already got 1, right? So they probably got another opening. So it might have been a 4v2, and they still won that. So great job to Jaguar to hold that down. And honestly, Influence Rage, I'm not against that at all. When you have that big of a lead, you keep that lead going. You keep pedal to the metal. If they won that fight, they get like pretty much the whole northwestern side all to themselves.
Yeah, beautifully done right there from Vikendi to be able to hold that down all by his lonesome. And Influence Rage, got to give him a heads up for making that push, right? Trying to get aggressive, but just not working out. INCO looking to jump up top of Loops here. Let's see if Beckerson can shoot this drive-by nade. Oh, a little off the mark here. That's a hard one to toss.
Yeah.
Imagine him threading it through the window. That's play of the game right there if he can. Oh, yeah, a little off the mark.
I've never seen this before.
I've never seen this as well.
This is
Ollie? Oh,
maybe that's why, but he still gets 2. He still gets 2. Beckerson goes down. Nanabete stops the car. More nades coming in, and they've got Loops on the ropes right now. Loops just down to the singular player, and they go in for the finish, and they get it. They do lose Beckerson in process. I think that was a little bit too fancy, honestly, because the main nades that did it in came from the players up on the hill. So unnecessary, and a pre-nade. Great defense out of Extreme Slayers.
Wow, those pre-nades working so well against Intense Game, one of the roughest teams in this lobby. Hatred actually makes the lead through the window. You don't see players do that very often. Usually you get knocked the second you do, but it's just him by himself. He's separated. Cielo, misses, I think, a nade. But Adrian shutting down Remix by himself. Adrian making it happen. Can Extreme Slayers bounce back? They get the confirmation. Now it's just Frady, and I believe Robert. Oh, but Frady said, nah, not. Actually, no, it's Yellow.
Whoa.
Both.
1v2 right there, looking for that 1v3. The other player never crossed over, though. Oh, man, Extreme Slayers maybe just not realizing the opposition's prowess right there. That was an Intense Game with 3, I believe, because earlier on we saw, and yeah, as we made that prediction before
I meant All Glory Gaming.
Yeah. Wow.
Whoops.
You meant All Glory Gaming.
Yeah, XS, AGG, kind of the same letters. It was a mistake. It was a typo. My bad.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking at my at my keypad. Yeah, the letters are really close by. You're absolutely right. I'll give you that one. Yeah, but All Glory Gaming.
It's that T9. It'll get you.
All Glory Gaming in a great spot now because they're the only team with 4 up. The only other team with, considerable strength is INCO with 3, and they do get the zone on that south side, and that's a good little split they're holding on the south. So INCO still have a chance at taking this chicken dinner away from All Glory Gaming.
Inco Terrinco, they'll jump and they will get it done if you are not careful. But that warehouse where All Glory Gaming is such a strong position. They're going to have a lot of sightlines coming down that hill. Now, it's a lot of open fields coming down that hill, but I believe there is that shack right below them that could prove fruitful. Let's see if it ends up working out for them. But actually, no, it's going to be a little bit just off the mark. So now they're going to have to go ahead and send down through the trees.
Yeah, coming down the hill is actually really tough, especially in a zone like this. Sometimes in most situations, you're coming down the hill and everyone's looking uphill at you, right? Because there's just so much open terrain and no real hard cover to get behind that teams might decide to, you know, stop fighting and just look at the teams rotating in as V2 tries to go in. They're right next to Bray. Both of them 1 HP. They should have some first aids, yeah. And Bray's just playing this really quiet as he should, down to just himself, a solo player. And nades are still being thrown. They know. They either don't know, but they're just making sure. Or they know.
Bray should change his name to Stay. I mean, he ain't moving a muscle right there.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to sit right there, just wait it out, try to get as many placement points for his team. It's already a top 6 situation, so that'll be at least a couple of placement points. It's only going to go up from there, but placement points just not as fruitful as eliminations here.
Oh, he's out.
Oh, Dior's takes him out, so that's going to be a top 5 situation here. Intense game, Jaguar with only a single player up. All Glory Gaming, the only team with all 4.
I wonder if V2 saw him, like just like a pixel of him as they drove in, or if they're really just that aware, because I'm sure Bray did not make a single noise. Maybe Bray ran away from the house, right, as he was getting crashed, so they just saw him. But either way, V2 doing a great job of securing that eastern half of the compound. Intense game still alive with Cielo. He's going to have to do a 1v2 cross, and it's possible. He could take down both of V2 crossing over because it is intense game after all. And besides that, it's just Jaguar that, oh, he just moved into the zone. I think everyone's in the zone now, and here's that clutch by Vikendi.
Just waiting it out. ADS, the DBS, boom. I mean, just perfectly timed. And then Lil Boy not even standing a chance. What a play there. This goes to show, right, you can't underestimate any team, right?
No.
At all. 3v1, you know, Influence Rage versus Vikendi. I think the over and under that's going to be pretty high. But Vikendi, heck, he caught the opportunity, the right situation, took them all out.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, the gun prowess of the LATAM teams, like the mechanical skills, it's on par, like individually with the Brazilian teams. The synergy obviously a bit off, the macro a little bit, you know, falling behind, but their individual skill is still good as All Glory Gaming does finish out the last of Jaguar, and now All Glory Gaming with 4, getting much more control of this hilltop side, but they lose the zone once again. This one's going to be tough. This one, they might have to decide to crash the compound now because they'll be in the open sightlines of almost everybody if they just play on the hills still.
Let's see what is going to happen here. Is Rojas looking to press up. They are outside of that circle, yeah, so they're trying to push up in little by little and just trying to get some information here on this side. What do you think that's going through their mind? Trying to go and crash that building?
Probably so. I mean, they could count up the numbers, right? 10 remaining. They have 4. There's 6 enemies left alive. They've heard multiple shots from INCO, right? Down on the southern side, because INCO have so much control there. They're free to pop off fire as they please. So they could probably put everything together and realize, like, okay, this is not a 4-man team. This at most is a 3-man team we're crashing. So that is exactly what they're going to do. They're crashing into the compound, but they slow things down. This is scary because when you crash the compound and don't move immediately, nades might come in at you, but they get a better one onto V2. V2 down to just 1 player now.
Strap holding it down inside the building, just trying to make sure no one's going to cross from across the back. But meanwhile, they did confirm onto the building. Here they go to take out Dior's. Oh, he's going to caught with the nade in his hand. Doesn't stand a chance. So All Glory Gaming now in a dominant position, being able to secure these buildings. It's only Cielo there. That nade could be good. Wow, very risky jumping on out. But it gets the confirmation. So now, here we go. It's All Glory Gaming versus INCO.
4v3 situation. INCO have a slightly better spread, but just as I say that, All Glory Gaming realized time to readjust, time to fan out a little bit, get more angles, and one player swings off. This pretty much puts All Glory Gaming into a huge advantage, in my opinion. Vitaly needs to find that opening onto Rojas before Rojas gets too much zone control. We still have Circle 8. This is not the last zone, not just yet. So it might still favor INCO. It might still just hard favor All Glory Gaming.
And here we go. You can see All Glory Gaming trying to find some other angles. Era goes to that rock right there. It's not looking too healthy though. Let's see where this next circle's gonna go. He gets knocked. That's tough. Yeah, that's what happens when you try to go on that off angle. Him getting taken out is going to be a tough situation. The next circle actually goes down south. So Rojas and Strap's angle are completely taken away. Vitaly's going to have to move down. Nenebete, I think, is one of the only people in this circle that's still up. So it's anyone's game. It's going to come down to the final seconds here.
Yeah, 3v3 situation. All Glory Gaming forced to make the move because INCO is in zone. They do stick it. Nades being thrown. I think he has 8 nades to throw. He might have the arm with the elevation on that hill. Nenebete throws a nade. It does some damage. No knock, though. Just a little bit too far.
Strap.
If he could get a good jump throw in, it might knock Strap. Nenebete actually gets naded instead. Strap from the lower ground, looking for the second, goes down, but they have the advantage 3v2 now in favor of All Glory Gaming.
David needs to not get knocked. He's going to go down and jump wide into the open.
Oh, he didn't. He ran out bullets.
What happened? Oh, you
got one bullet left.
So rough. Vitaly's just stuck.
It's done.
It's all done. Just like that. All Glory Gaming win the first game today because INCO just did not have the ammunition left in the bag. Wow, what a way to start.
That was a great game for All Glory Gaming. They had a great zone. You know, they got the favorable zones. They took the favorable position, but they executed, you know, the push onto the compounds well, and the follow-ups were done just as well. All Glory Gaming with a huge win. INCO, you know, they did some good work themselves as well.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely held it down for sure, but All Glory Gaming with all 4 up, you know, getting that favorable position, holding that warehouse down. And that circle, I'm telling you, that warehouse is just unmatched. But it still takes a lot to be able to crash that compound and win that fight. They were able to get it done, and they did it in very nice fashion. But it's going to be squashed with the most eliminations and highest damage. Wow, 758 damage, only 3 eliminations right there. That last end game got pretty intense.
Oh, yeah, it definitely did. I feel like INCO maybe had a missed opportunity when the All Glory Gaming team did crash. They left the hilltop. Maybe one of them could have gone more up the hill and got an angle in. But then again, we talked about it earlier, the hillside doesn't afford that much hard cover, so maybe that was the most he could do. Either way, what a great first game to start off the day. Great to see Extreme Slayers. You know, I was already just really thinking NA probably does not have a chance in this, but I think Extreme Slayers did well enough to hang in there. They still got 5 more games to go.
What do you think? Let's go ahead and bring it on over to the desk. What do you guys think? Extreme Slayers going to get it done today?
Get it done how?
I'm 7, go ahead.
Get it done how? Like maintain themselves within the first page, or like?
No, I think it's a fair question because Extreme Slayers had such a good position, but for a team that was excelling off of playing more defensively, excelling off of focusing on survival and picking up eliminations here and there, especially with a couple of elims onto YKG that we saw at the very beginning, I thought that it was very ambitious to try and hold that compound in the way that it was, especially towards like the late game. It was the only compound available. They were gonna get crashed.
And that's why we all picked AGG.
That's why we all picked AGG to win. No, we all picked Extreme Slayers because the expectation was that they would be able to just hold it down and survive through, give away the west side, concentrate everyone on the east, but they decided to hold both. You can't hold both in that situation unless you are guns blazing like Influence Rage. And so on one hand, I kind of admire Extreme Slayers thinking that they can hold both halves, but clearly I think it was very risky.
That's kind of when we see the difference, right? Going to what you were talking about at the beginning of the show too with Influence Rage, how they are so proactive and how we were physically able to see it, how they just push out teams and they go for it even if they do have a good compound. that's something that Extreme Slayers, hopefully they're going to be able to look back on this or realize it and be a little bit more proactive, because I did feel like they were just being too passive. And the fact that they even let IG get that close actually crashed on them, and obviously IG ends up winning that fight. I don't think they're going to have what it takes to maintain themselves there within the first page.
I mean, what's a shame as well is that they start off that fight so strong because they got a nade knock, they got to confirm on that, and then just one player ruined it for them.
Yeah, okay, to be fair, it was actually very close for Extreme Slayers, as you say, Jason, but I disagree with the inherent decision to hold that to begin with. Even if they did win, I don't know if I would have agreed with that position. It is unfortunate that it worked out the way that it was, but towards the end, here we can see the final 4v4 between AGG and INCO, neither of which had a lot of eliminations to this point. I think because of the hardships that we saw towards the late game, pulling a lot of the eliminations everywhere else. I don't think we've seen anyone win with fewer points than 6 so far.
I think you're right. Yeah, I can't think of any more with less than 6 elements. By the way, going back to INCO, something that you were just talking to us about it is, and going back to seeing how they were actually playing throughout the match, they were just so passive. They weren't really willing to be able to make a push, right? And we were talking about, okay, this team, if they're able to set themselves up, they're able to defend it really well. Yeah. There towards the end of the game, we're talking about, hey, can they finally get a win today? They had a chance here, but they seem a little bit too passive.
Well, look, hey, I'm going to switch things up here and see if production can keep up with this. Seven, you say they didn't get aggressive, didn't pressure teams. Can we roll that clip of INCO against Loops where they're driving in circles around them in that shot? Can we just keep that up and then come back to rankings? Is that possible? Because we were watching that, and I swear I heard like the Benny Hill music in my ear, just you can see it right here, just driving around and around.
I'm so glad that you're tone deaf, or else we'd be copyright struck.
That's why I'm trying to be tone deaf. I have the best singing voice.
At this point, we're like, no, wait for it. Okay, they're gonna go one pass. And they're like, all right, cool, maybe they just got it. But no, they go back straight to it. And they end up just losing one player from it. Like, okay, are you going to keep on trying?
I think you guys trying to break this clip down is more ambitious than Extreme Slayers holding both sides of that compound. Because I still don't really know what was.
No, but even breaking it down.
The distraction. The other guys were all lobbing grenades, and it's just incredibly hard to land grenades through those small windows with the smokes covering the field. Perhaps they could have done it a little cleaner of a fashion. But the one thing that is always noted about that part of the map is just how open it is. So maybe they just felt the pressure of needing to get that job done, and then towards the end against AGG, as they weren't able to get so aggressive just because of how open it was, and they knew the threats were coming from a couple of different angles. I do wish INCO could have closed that one out, though. I mean, good. I'm happy for AGG, who were sitting in 16th place on the overall leaderboard, getting a win under their belt. But for the team that has oftentimes seen in a top position, have yet to get the win, this was one of the ones that I'm now starting to question, can they push it over the line?
By the way, talking about teams that needed a win or needed at least a confidence boost here so they don't feel like such an embarrassment tournament for them, MEZEXIS actually had a great play against Alpha 7. MEZEXIS was able to beat Alpha 7 when Alpha 7 was being proactive on hunting them down, chasing them down, and they were able to hold on to their own. I mean, at one point we even heard Hot Jukes, and I was expecting it too. I was like, okay, Alpha 7's about to just absolutely destroy MEZEXIS. MEZEXIS was like, no, we're here for a reason too. Give it a second. And they ended up with 8 elims. They were placement points, but you know what? It is what it is.
Okay, well, another team I want to mention here, Jaguar. Got to give them credit. You obviously see 4 eliminations. They went into Severny very early on because of the hardships north, so they knew not going to be any teams to contend with north. There was just YKG there, which I think was just Joey. But then Victex, off from Jaguar. If we can load that up here in test production one more time. His 1v4 was pretty damn good.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
we might not get it.
No, we're going to get it. I mean, our production's been on point here, and they know exactly the clip I'm talking about. And it's going to come up here any second now. See, I told you. I have to request
Let's go,
it.
Diabolic. That's what I'm talking about. This was actually great. This shot here
was
he timed that so well right there. Oh, man, that pre-fire was beautiful.
Yeah.
And right there, I thought he actually baited even me watching that because I thought he was going to be throwing a nade, and he switched it off so smooth that he was able to switch that up, which is nice because we usually see a lot of players hold on to the nade a little bit too long, and kind of allows the
well, he only had smokes left. He had 7 smokes. He had no nades in that position. So if he did have a nade, maybe he would have gone with that.
They do bait sometimes.
Yeah.
Trick the other teams.
True. I mean, because that would have been a really good time to use the grenade, right? Into that room. So it's a weird almost like cat and mouse game of like for that final influence player of like, do I stay in here or do I have to rush out? And I mean, it's definitely a good decision to rush out, but then when it's a faked grenade, I
would have went out the window. I'm out. 7 and I played a game earlier today, and he took me to the airlift lab, and that didn't work out well for us.
Let's talk about that one.
Let's talk about that. We did make it top 30 though.
We got some nice headshots of people just driving around.
Top 30?
Hey, that's better than some NA teams.
A top 30 of duos is half the is like. Actually, wait, no, I'm still thinking 64. Oh, not 100. Still,
hey, I'll take it. All right, that's better than what I normally get. Okay, but a team who also had a phenomenal match here, V2, like version 2,
yes.
able to get 10 eliminations. We're gonna take a look at their player stats here to give you an idea who was really stepping up for them. And Dior's getting himself 3 eliminations, but the fact is, equal effort across the team.
And that's what we want to see, right? Especially the storyline with this team, too. It was their first PMPL, the first time they're able to make it here to Americas, too. And, I mean, at this point, let's be honest here. I was not expecting this team to get anywhere near the top 5, anywhere near the first page. But if they, for some reason, they do end up making it to the first page, even if it's in an 8th place, that's going to be such a confidence boost and so much experience that they're going to be able to gather from this event. And for these players, too, to get a little bit more confident, being able to win those elements, being able to clutch up those fights against some of these big teams.
Yeah, and the best way to gain confidence is through experience. So by being here and getting any points on the board is only going to make them have such a higher chance of success going on in the future. So the fact that they have even 1 round with 14 eliminations plus placement points is really, really good. And the hope is that they have a good support behind the players, whether it's support in the team or support from their own personal relationships to like keep that confidence building and keep them motivated to continue to climb the ladder that is PMPL.
I mean, they're on a good trajectory, right?
Yeah.
Get into PMPL in spring for the first time, get into regionals for the first time in fall, spring next year. Who knows? We're going to find out. But IG, intense game, man. We kind of start off the day talking about, McGrell and Diego. Those are the 2 heavy fraggers for the team. And wanted to check in after that last match. And funny enough, well, we didn't see it here, Seven. I know you wanted to take a look at this in particular.
We didn't see it, but I'm actually happy seeing this because, I mean, we were expecting McGrell and Diego to be that duo, right? And I was wondering, when are the other players from this team going to be able to step up? And guess what? This is exactly what I want to see. When McGrell and Diego aren't able to get those ilms, whether they get eliminated early or whatever the case might be, I want to see Cielo and Adrian being able to step up and get those 2 ilms.
I'm not quite so hot on this, though, because at the same time, you want Adrian and Cello to be able to perform well.
Well, yeah,
they are most successful when Diego and Maggie are the ones in the front line, the ones getting all the numbers. So, like, if they're not doing it, who is? It's a similar conversation of, like, with N-Hyper and Kindness is missing. Well, they're just not putting numbers up at all. 4 elims in 1 match is okay, but, like, that's not punching at the top of the weight where they want to be to
But it's a good start.
Rage.
That's the main thing,
being in first place after day 1 was a good start.
Nah, because it was still a big question mark of what happens if Diego and McGrell don't end up.
They get 4 points in 1 match. It's not going to win a tournament.
It'll keep them within top 4, though. We'll see. We'll see. Because if
Well, you know
Diego
what?
and McGrell don't wake up.
If you're thinking about top 4s, what about top 2s? Because the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship is back here for the fall season. If you were top 2 in this, you get to skip PMCO and go straight into the pro season qualifiers. It's open to all students attending college university in US and Canada. There's $15,000 in scholarship prizing. All you need to do, join the NACE Star League Discord and find out all the information there. But the information I'm going to give you is that we're heading to our second match. Hot Jukes and Zoo taking it. We're bringing us Miramar. Things are going to be heating up here at PMPL America Regionals.
He's so smooth.
Darn right, they're heating up, baby. Here we go to the second half of the tournament. We're seeing some signs of life for some squads. All Glory Gaming get a chicken dinner here. The plot is thickening day by day, Zute. We're about to head into Miramar, right? How do you feel about Miramar?
I don't care what map we're on. I think everyone is really bringing the heat. I love seeing all the action that's coming out. Huge potential for the leaderboard to still change up. Influence Rage, they could have even spread their lead way bigger, but we saw Victex shut that down. So Influence Rage, they're not unstoppable. Like a 20 plus gap though between first and second. That is a huge tough task for anyone to take over their first place spot. But hey, shut them down 1 or 2 more times, and who knows who could be first at the very end of the day.
I mean, just to give you guys an example, All Glory Gaming, right? They win that game there. They get a ton of points, right? Look at the live rankings right now. They've rocket launched themselves up to 12th, okay? They were really down in the depths of it. Another chicken dinner right here. We could see them in the top 7, you know what I'm saying? Situation. And who knows where they can go from there. So, I mean, it is not over yet. That's for sure. Yeah. Pretty much for almost any of these teams. Even YKG did Hyper, but then we have to see a Christmas miracle for them, you know? But it's crazy, you know, to see Team QUESO is moved up 3 NA teams. Literally 16th, 15th, and 14th. Did you expect N-Hyper? Where did you put N-Hyper in your prediction rankings, by the way, Zoo?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, I'm just going to say it like, I didn't think they were going to get first. But if they did, I could have huge bragging rights. But that's why I put them first. What's your guys' excuse? You guys put them in 2nd and 3rd, if I'm not mistaken. What are you guys thinking there, huh?
I wasn't. Look at the circle here as we look at this on over to the east. Nice junkyard circle, and Hyper's dead center, so that's nice. Looking real good. Meanwhile, you got YKG on the south side, and Influence Rage in El Azahar. Looks very nice. Yeah, this is a great circle for N-Hyper. We had a very similar one, almost exact same one, I think, on day 1, and then there was a second circle hard shift, right? And N-Hyper really trying to get into that hard shift because I think they realized, you know, they are not able to do what they did in NA, like fighting their way in and playing their spreads. They just desperately need that central position now, and they went for that hard rotation on the hard shift, got caught. All 4 of them went out. So I think N-Hyper, as far as their mental goes, they don't know what to do. I think they're just, you know, they might come in today with a game plan, but just one little slip up, and then they're just like, okay, no, we can't do this. What do we do? What do we do? Right? So yeah. I think N-Hyper, even though they're in a great spot in the first circle, I expect them to not really do anything this game either. It's just that team's mental is... not to sound mean, but I feel like it's more fragile than some of these other teams, right? Like Influence Rage, for example, day 1, games 1 through 5, they were in 15th place after 5 games. I don't think, you know, you can find an NA team that goes from 15th place out of the first 5 games to just dominating 7 matches in a row, pretty much, into first place. I think that type of, you know, mental resolve you can only really find in regions like Brazil and maybe LATAM, but out of North America, I don't think I've seen any team pull off something like that. Yeah, neither have I. And it's going to take a lot to see that, especially the way they've been playing, right? That's the hard part. Is like it's not like they've been caught in like certain situations that you could just be like, oh, that's just unlucky. So, I mean, every now and then we've seen some of these teams deal with that. But, I mean, we've seen N-Hyper lose games that we kind of expected them to win, right? One thing in particular, the game in particular that really just made me just say, what is going on? When we saw N-Hyper push YKG. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I mean, especially after getting one of the thirsts, they knew it was YKG of all teams. So to see them hesitate so hard on just full sending it into the building, it really hurt to watch. And I think that's why we're seeing them 2nd to last place. Their morale definitely has to be at an all-time low. But in my opinion, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay,
I was about to say,
yeah,
the only way,
you first.
Yeah, the only way that it could happen is if they get lucky, I think, at this point. Like, they need to get zone locked and have nobody to their back in a position that's just too good to be true. And if they get a chicken dinner there, then we can finally start seeing them maybe get that morale up. But other than that, it's going to be hard to see happening.
Yeah, it's the thing with N-Hyper before, you know, we really beat them down and we're done with it, in my opinion, is we have visibly seen them try different things and get shut down at every point. Day 1, they came out a little more aggressive. I even pointed out, I'm like, oh, I'm so happy to see them try and be aggressive like they were in an A. That got, you know, shut down 2 to 3 games, and then they stopped doing that. And then yesterday, they went aggressive, and then they stopped because they were trying to do another thing, because it's like, hey, every time we went aggressive, it failed completely, so let's go aggressive, and if we don't win in the first 2 seconds, let's back off. And then that failed miserably. And we've seen them do hard rotations. That's failed. So, yeah, N-Hyper's mental must just really be down in the dumps. The only NA team we should really be focused on now, in my opinion, is Extreme Slayers. That last game, was their game to win. Because from the position that they were in, that was the game-winning position, right? All Glory Gaming won from the position that Extreme Slayers was holding down. Now, it wasn't a bad game out of Extreme Slayers, and Cameron mentioned it. You know, Cameron didn't know if he should whether be like, you know, happy that Extreme Slayers was, you know, trying to hold a 2-2 split still in a dangerous situation like that, because it shows confidence, or if he should have been, or if he felt like, you know, disappointed because that's just way too hard to hold. My takeaway is, first game coming in today, if they're willing to risk a 2-2 split, it's overzealous, it's a little over ambitious, but in the first game of the day, that shows confidence. So I think mentally, they're in the right mindset. They're not just instantly, you know, thinking, okay, let's not make any mistakes. We're so close. We can't, you know, we can't overextend. We can't do whatever it is. They're holding a 2-2 split in a dangerous circle. And so I think that's great. In the first game, you know, test it, push it a little bit. If it slips up, you can adjust a little bit more. You have 5 more games to go. So I think Extreme Slayer's mental state, without, you know, being able to talk to them or anything, is in a great spot for today to possibly get something, you know, really done in for them before the last and final day.
I gotta agree with you 100%. I mean, if I were in their shoes, I think first game, that's the time to do it, right? Because you're the second half of the tournament, right? There's still enough matches to where you could definitely mix some things up. So I think we had one. You had one to kind of like say, all right, let's just play the way we think we should, right?
Yes.
And then maybe we could start adjusting and being a little bit more conservative afterwards. I mean, they're in 5th place right now, so it's not like they're in a terrible spot.
They're in a great spot. Great spot.
Yeah, exactly. So they have a little bit of room to play with. I will definitely punch that card for that game. You know what I'm saying? We're getting close to where it's crunch time. You know what I'm saying? And maybe it's time to play a little bit more conservative and focus on putting as much points on the board as possible, because in certain situations, you know what it's like. You make a decision to where you're trying to win the game, and then there's a certain point in the game where you realize, we're not going to win this, right? Okay, we're not going to win this game. Let's try to make a decision to get us the most points on the board, right? Or maybe even try to go for second. And if they mess up, and if they give us a chance, then we try to steal first, right?
Exactly.
Because at this level, it's so high. If you have a team that's just up on a hill, has all the cover, and you have to run in the open, the chances of you winning are almost 0, right? You have to hope they make a mistake or your teammate hits a clutch shot and gives you a chance, right? So, yeah, that mentality could definitely differ. And you could tell the way that Extreme Slayers were playing for that last game, they were going for the win, right? And we'll see. We'll see if it kind of varies here as time goes on. Next zone's about to pop. We're going to get a crazy shift. Let's go to the water. Let's go. Yes. Oh, baby. All right, one more shift, and we're going to an island. Let's go.
Okay, well, I mean, it could happen. We'll see. We'll see. But that is one gigantic hard shift if I've ever seen one. Passionfruit, you know, just looting up in Impala, all of a sudden it's like, oh, dang, okay, I guess we're not leaving. So let's see how this turns out, because this area of the map, right, the whole western half is like just strong compounds and open fields. So you have like maybe 3 viable positions, 4 at most. That's the whole western half of the map. You got 4 maybe good spots to play in. And that's like pushing it. So everyone else is going to be like playing really close together, finding whatever nook and crannies they can. As take a look at Rise's split. Mufasa, they just knew the zone was heading this way. Mufasa on top of the mountain right now, completely split off from the rest of the team.
Oh, 100%. And look at this. 1KG into another early engagement, and they're going up against INCO. Are they going to be able to finally win one of these fights? They've been losing them time and time again. Nana Bete with the S12. Catching Chico as well. Uh-oh, he does get knocked, but
Double knock.
A little too late.
Joey's got to go for this.
Yeah. Oh, the luck.
Passionfruit. Wait, Joey.
He doesn't know. I don't think he saw it. He
must have not saw it, yeah. But it was a 1v2. He got 2 knocks himself. I think old Joey goes for that, because you're a solo.
You have no chance either way. Yeah.
No. 16 teams left. What are you going to do as a solo? Snake to 8th place as a solo?
What I've been talking about. And even 8th place is what, 1 point? Or is it 0? Yeah, it's like one of the.
It might be 1.
Yeah, it might be 1. I know that's a cutoff. That's the cutoff is 8. Everything after that's 0, right? I mean, it's ridiculous to see how I don't get it. I just do not get it. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. I called it a little bit earlier too yesterday, where we saw one of the players, I think it was N-Hyper, just drive off and try to survive in that situation. That was a little bit, you could kind of
that was a 1v4.
Yeah,
that was a 1v4.
You could kind of understand it, you know what I'm saying? But I think but he just still drove and got blown up anyway, right?
Yeah.
And in this stage. So at certain times, I want to see players just realize, like, hey, what are the odds that I'm going to be able to get up even 1 placement point, right? Let's just full send it, try to make a hero play. And if they do, it's 4 points rather than 0, right?
I mean, he could have maybe ran in there.
Maybe
and
get 1.
got a thirst.
Yeah.
And then died, right? And that's 1 point for sure. If you're looking to get 2 placement points with 16 teams left, you're a solo. It's not just 16 teams left. Everybody has a full squad besides BULUC CHABTAN, who lost 2 players, right? So, yeah, it's the pressure. It's the pressure. I mean, we're seeing it on N-Hyper as well. N-Hyper's playing nothing like they should be. Alpha 7, oh, double knock loops. Will they push this? Potentially so, because Alpha 7 is further in the zone. Loops is out of the zone. It's going to be a hard push, though. This mountaintop is definitely difficult to breach. Mufasa, does he know that he has an opportunity to be had? More fighting, more crashes coming into Impala.
And here they go. And you can see BULUC CHABTAN, 2 down already. I mean, we're seeing battles off the rip here, like going crazy. People are definitely turning it up a notch.
Circle 2, by the way.
Yeah.
Yep. Circle 2. It's because, like I was saying, the west side has like 4 viable spots, and that's it.
Wow, and then plus, you know, teams really realize, like, hey, we need to put some major points on the board here, right? Because they're hunting down that slot. They want to make sure they go to the next stage, and if they don't put it up today, they're going to be in big trouble tomorrow. So I like to see a little bit of a uptick in aggression for sure. Cardoso trying to get some Molotovs on the Senate. I think he does. Yeah, he catches Senatex out there. Ooh. Beautiful, beautiful nades. Those are very hard to catch perfectly, and he really just lasered it.
Oh, actually, Cardoso mollied himself. We just caught on the elimination feed. It was his own molly, but the nade from Alpha 7 definitely, you know, is what did it in. So Loops, they went for the push, but yeah, this is a tough side to breach, and Loops ultimately will lose a couple of members there. Alpha 7 will stay alive. I wonder what Mufasa's doing up there. You know, like I think if he peeks over hard enough, he can see them. He does know that if he gets knocked, there is no chance of being revived. So I think he might be. Oh, you know what it is? I think he's up here to cover for a team that crashes his team. He just gets to take shots now. I guess, you know, he's more safe now that they're in cars. He's not going to get knocked. But yeah, I think he's mainly playing for the angle of this exact situation. That's why he wasn't peeking over.
Oh. Look at that. Getting some nice shots there onto V2, and Melgar's in big trouble. He actually gets caught by Rise. Dudu getting those confirmations. Much needed, by the way. And they're going to go right back into the building. Next zone's about to pop. Where are we going to go? No more island finish, RIP. But maybe we get a nice little urban circle. Maybe it's towards Impala. Let's see.
Yeah. I really like the discipline out of Mufasa, right? He had 4 players underneath him of Alpha 7. He didn't risk it. He didn't try to go for a knock and a thirst. He knew what his purpose up here. His purpose was to defend a crash from any other squads that crashes the rest of his team. So he just played it very careful, only took shots at, you know, cars driving away from him, and he got his opportunity and helped out when that team crashed the rest of his squad. And Hyper out here with 4 up on the northern side. They look like they could do something. They just need to deal with the 1 player of Ayala, and that should be good.
Wow,
oh, wow.
Short. Oh. And that's wood floor, too. Molly spread a lot further if they hit that floor, so if it even touches it, it should be good to go. But a little off the mark. Mufasa trying to catch Koi here.
Yes.
By the way, I mean, this is so crazy. I mean, these are dots in the eyes of these players on their phones. And, oh my gosh.
There's one headshot. Oh, okay, yeah.
Unreal.
What I like with being prone up here, we usually say don't go prone because you're easily headshotted. He's peeking out just enough that if he does get hit, he doesn't even need to shift back. He just turns his character model and his head is like in cover at that point. So that one head dink, and if the second one isn't dead on, he's safe. And he's got a buggy to leave. You know, the zone's about to close on him. That's why he is taking those riskier shots now, because he has to give up the position either way. And Hyper moving in ever so slowly on the northern edge. You know, things have slowed down a lot. All the teams have fought for what they wanted to, and we're going to head into the next circle shift. I don't even think it was on camera, but it did pull away from that eastern island. So we're going into the next circle after that.
And we're headed towards Impala, most likely. So let's get it going here. All Glory Gaming looking to have a back-to-back performance here. V2 Esports is eliminated just like that. And All Glory Gaming, it's very rare we see those back-to-back wins or top performances. And All Glory Gaming are looking to do that here. Rojas has won, and they're on this edge on the northwest side with a lot of room to breathe. So let's see where they end up at the end of the day here. Meanwhile, Cielo from Intense Game getting some nice shots with that mini. And this is still only stage 4. I mean, it's crazy to see how many teams have gone out already.
Yeah, it was so little real estate in stage 2. Yeah, everyone just took each other out that needed to take the fights. Things slowing down a little bit right now. Extreme Slayers is out, so that first game for Extreme Slayers could have been a win. Now they're coming into the second game and going out with 0 points. They're going to need to take this time to maybe recoup, you know, re-strategize, or maybe just have a little bit of a pep talk. There's still 4 more games to go. And Hyper getting cut down now by All Glory Gaming. All Glory Gaming, eyes on them right now to see if they can have a huge back-to-back finish. Because if they do, all of a sudden, you know, they're pretty much near the top 8. And they could still make it into, you know, a qualification spot if they play the rest of the day well.
100%. 100%, and that was what we were alluding to just a little bit earlier, right here. I mean, this system,
they were last place.
Over. Yeah, last place
at the start.
Rocket launched themselves out of that, and if one more chicken dinner happens, like you mentioned, they'll be in a very, very good position.
Oh, here comes a push.
Oh, here they go. Rojas. Yep. Gonna go ahead and get that confirmation. They need all the elimination points they're gonna get. They're gonna add another one to their list right there with Koi. Oh, and Hyper getting taken out. I mean, this is crazy to watch, right? And Hyper making these kind of full send rotations so late, just getting picked apart little by little.
Yeah, and Hyper's not used to having one of their members knocked and then the other team pushing them entirely. Speaking about pushing, Jaguar and Team QUESO, Jaguar get the revive, so QUESO had an opening, but they get knocked down. Now it's a 4v3, and QUESO is on the back foot in a terrible position now. Nades raining in. QUESO needs to throw back some nades right now. There's no point in them staying that close by, just running around. They are going to get taken down for sure, and that is exactly what happens.
Oh, and they're getting third party too by Intense Game, but it's going to be Victex that's going to go ahead and get that confirmation. Beautifully done, and that's what player you don't want to mess with right here, because he just got that crazy 1v3 against Influence Rage in the last game, so you know he is feeling himself. Rojas does get knocked. Strap gets knocked as well. He's in a really bad spot. Then It has a beautiful angle here on All Glory Gaming. They're in big trouble.
What a spot to be in for Nenebete. INCO's 4 up. What is the split they're doing? Nenebete's here by himself, and where's the rest of INCO? The other 3 all in the compound?
Yes, they're all in the compound. He is off on this crazy angle, and it's working perfectly.
That is a purposeful split, because Nenebete could easily drive to his team. Before All Glory Gaming got there, right? I think Nenebete could have easily grouped up. So I think this is a pre-strategized split. This is one I've never seen before, and, well, it is working really well.
Let's see who's going to end up winning this match right now. You guys put your predictions. I mean, it is a urban finish. At least that's what
anyone's game.
It's going to be. Yeah, it's literally anyone's game.
Ooh, I'm trying to... No idea. You know what? Just to toss it out there, Alpha 7. Why not?
Yep. Alpha 7, if I were to pick up a backup one, I think Intense Game wouldn't be a bad pick either.
Yes.
You know, they are on the other side of the map. The circle could still go any which direction. So
actually, you know what?
I mean, even
I'll go with Intense Game. I'll go with Intense Game.
Intense Game, a nice one. Oh, and as soon as you say that, look at that. Mafioso gets a nice knock onto Valak. Passion Fruit in big trouble. Nate gonna have to hold it down. What's he gonna do? He's got that DBS. He's gonna go for this res right here in this little crevice. That should make him safe. And Fioso, does he have any idea where they're at? I don't think he can jump shot. Nate, gonna have to go for some shots here.
Cover.
They're too far away. They're like way, they don't have near the elevation.
Angle's
to get
not
it done.
there. Yeah, the angle's not there. I thought the cover, Nate does go down too.
Joey.
Yeah, Alpha 7 making plays right now. PASSIONFRUIT not looking too hot here. Ren also looking really hot with the flames next to him, but not the hot he wants to be.
We're seeing players get elimination steals like crazy. It was actually YKG that got the knock onto Nate, and then INCO stole it. So INCO is soaking up eliminations like crazy. That's 7 on the board. Where's the zone going to go to? Let's see. If it heads on over to the west side, the intense game are going to be sitting really pretty. It could be anyone's game at this point. And let's see here. Next zone does pop. Centered. Literally dead center. All right. Look at Grellin on this crazy angle right now.
Yeah, an intense game. They have nothing to worry about on the western side, so they're going to have full control pushing in. They're going to have those silos that they can work with too. And Nenebete, look, he already moved from that spot. He knows he could take that spot when the zone's a little bit bigger, but now that the zone he knows is going to get smaller, more teams will push in, and he can't hold it solo. So nice readjustment out of Nenebete there. And Nenebete, one of the players have been putting in a lot of work for a long time. He was a player, I think he started his first year in comp when I was still playing. So shout out to Nenebete. He's been grinding it hard, and we love seeing him on these bigger and bigger stages.
Let's see what the play is going to be here. Yeah, Nenebete, he's been a long-standing name in here for sure. And always continuing to make a name for himself every single day he plays. We're going to see 7 actually catch Rin, and that's N-Hyper eliminated. Juancho gets one on the Kaofsky. Very nice. Trying to soak up some points for PASSIONFRUIT. Trying to put the backpack on here and get his team onto that next stage. Going to be hard, though. I mean, these teams are playing so well. YKG is still alive, but, man, they are just
Joey's in a
so down
1v1,
and out.
I think.
Oh, yeah, just Joey.
Yeah, no, Joey and a BULUC CHABTAN member right next to each other, and yeah, Joey's out. And yeah, I mean, there was a chance with how far Joey made it in, you know, like maybe getting 2 placement points, but did not work out that way.
0.
Tense game.
Should have made that push.
It's... Oh man, yeah, I have to say should have made it. It's so hard to say that now, you know, 2020 hindsight, but even not knowing this was going to be the outcome, I think should have made the push.
Yeah, let's see. I'll tell you what though, teams, these players, like Intense Game, INCO, they're not hesitating right now, right? They know when it's time to push and when it's time to not. And that's the tough part, is that every time you go to a bigger stage, right, sometimes you just lose that confidence and you just don't think like, oh man, you know what, it's a 1v3, I don't think I can do this. But in reality, right, I mean, I tell you, these NA players, they have that gun skill for sure. It's just that hesitation in their head, that little slight one that's just putting them in such a bad spot.
Yeah. Team QUESO's still alive. We saw earlier they made a very terrible push, lost all their players except for just the one, and they're about to lose all of them, and that is done. MEZEXIS still has 4 on the south side. It's going to be a tough push for them on the way in. Jaguar looking to gatekeep them out, but Jaguar only have 3. So there's a chance for MEZEXIS to get something done here. You know, another NA team. Hopefully they can do something. Crow takes some shots, gets shot up back instead. And yeah, this cross, it's going to be tough because they got Alpha 7 potentially looking down at them, and then Jaguar just right in front of them.
Well, let's see where this next circle is going to go. That's going to help out whoever's going to be in it. And it's about to pop on over. Who's going to get blessed here in the second game of Miramar? And it goes just a little off center towards the south side. And Jaguar are going to like that zone. Intense Game, got to get moving though. So does Rise and INCO. That's a really rough circle for them.
I think Intense Game's in a great spot, actually. Because Intense Game, they're in zone on this little ridge line. But everyone else that they have to fight against is in the city, and they all got to fight each other on their way in, and it's starting to happen now. Alpha 7 is going to stay on that mountaintop as long as they can and soak up these points, because everyone in the city's got to start making a move.
And look at that. You see Jaguar getting some shots on a Ninabete there. Very, very nice. And MEZEXIS are going to have to make that push on the Jaguar. Here they go. Simple's got that nade ready to kind of get a pre-nade going. And here comes the smoke wall from Baton, right? He's going to start getting that smoke wall going here because they're going to have to make that cross into that gas station. That gas station, I will admit, is very difficult to defend. There are so many open windows. It's so easy to throw utility inside of them. So let's see if Jaguar can mount that defense. The whole point about that is to not even let them get close in the first place. Here comes the blue zone, though, and this one's going to hurt. It is stage 7, so INCO doesn't even want to touch it. They're going to have to full send this and just make something happen.
Here comes the push, and here comes the spoilers. Yeah, some teams realize they're not making the push in, and they're going to stay in the blue and maybe shoot some players in the back, just like this. Nunez, right? From the backside, catches 2. And INCO go from a 3-man down to just the 1 and down to 0 as BULUC finished them off. And there's that push. The pre-nades are there. Instant nades coming in. Crow goes down to 1 HP. Inactive half. One of the players of MEZEXIS is knocked, and Crow, oh, he should go down right there. Vikendi should be able to spot that. Maybe not. Gets shot from behind, I think, from Alpha 7. Yeah, Alpha 7 is actually so close by. Look at where Alpha 7 is. They're right on their doorstep almost.
I don't know how that nade did not hit him. Somehow, MEZEXIS still alive in the situation. Jaguar doing a good job of trying to shut them down before they even got there, and they do. So they do mount up that defense, but it was a costly one. They lose almost everybody in the process. It's just Mercy up left for Jaguar.
Yeah, and PASSIONFRUIT's still up. Intense game, actually getting knocked by Alpha 7. This is my pick versus your pick, pretty much. Alpha 7 definitely in a huge advantage. Cielo's also down, and he's far in the back lines. There's a good chance he won't get revived. I don't even know if that player's going to get revived. Yeah, Revo already looking for an angle. And Zuko's here, pressuring Intense Game as well. Intense Game got a little bit overzealous, I think. Moved up a little bit too quick and put themselves in a terrible spot.
And Zuko gets the nade as well. Intense Game just completely pinched. One of the top teams in the lobby. Not much you can do against 2 squads. And even though they're both, you know, actually Alpha 7 is fully set up. Zuko and Juancho, last players up for PASSIONFRUIT as a duo. But man, they are becoming thorns in the side of everybody in their wake.
Yeah, this is definitely this game. Who's up?
Is that an Cielo.
Oh, an
With the AWM, baby.
I thought you said who's up. I was like, who's up? I'm looking at my mini map. Is there someone still up on the mountaintop? But yeah, Cielo, he's got the If there's any chance for a 2v4, it's going to come down to those headshots with the
Yes, I'll tell you what, that's the weapon to have in this particular situation, right? When you're completely on the edge and you're having to fully send it on in, having that bolt action, especially the AWM, is going to be the gun to help you get that additional knock to push. Let's see if he decides to use it, though. That's the issue.
This is the last circle.
PASSIONFRUIT get eliminated in 4th place. So, top 3 situation. Alpha 7 looking real good, though. Cielo not trusting the AWM. That's why. That's what's happening.
I should have stuck with the A7 pick. I should have stuck with the A7 pick. I only changed it because I saw the desk. You know, a lot of you guys picked A7, but for good reason. They are looking in dominant control right now. I'm surprised that nade didn't get a knock.
Cielo has the Cielo has the If he picks it up and puts it in his hands.
If you trust in the that much, Jukes, you want to switch predictions? I'll take A7. You take...
I will not trust it because he doesn't have it in his hand.
Alpha 7, they just don't want to lose the points now. They're hoping the points don't, you know, self-deny. So Alpha 7 getting really close now. This could be bad, though. Cielo with the nade. Oh, no, never mind. Okay.
Goodbye.
It's done. It is done. Jaguar will get that 2nd place finish. So great game for Jaguar and Alpha 7. Going forward, the last point, Mercy, yeah, he's going to run back and deny it. He realizes, oh, I'm in 2nd place. Yeah, no, I'm not going to realize anything.
Take it.
Great game. Great game for Alpha 7 there.
Alpha 7 chicken dinner starting to heat up with some solid elimination points as well. So the Brazilian Titans, right? We were worried about them for a little while. And then now you see Carrillo and squad stepping up right at the right time.
And I think with that, that chicken, I think the top of the leaderboards is all Brazil now.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
At the start of the day, Extreme Slayers was past Alpha 7, and that was it. Besides that, everyone else was, you know, Brazilian teams. So with that win, Alpha 7, it is quite literally the Brazil and Friends Americas Championship as of right now.
Oh yeah, there's still 4 more matches left to go, so we'll have to see what happens there. But right now, it's looking all Brazil. I mean, these guys are going crazy, and it's something that we all expected, right? For Brazil to really just shine bright. And now we were a little bit worried about Alpha 7, but now look at them go, right? Rebel with 6 eliminations. Woo-wee. Get it done. Once they had that high ground, I mean, it was just too easy.
Yeah, they play that high ground really well. The circle's definitely helping out, right? They had the whole eastern side cleared from using the high ground. So with the way the circle shifted, everyone on the west basically in Impala were free pickings for Alpha 7. Let's see if Alpha 7 could shoot up some more, because this is a team that we're expecting to qualify. I don't know if they're there just yet, but with so many games left to go, you know, it is still a long race to be had.
Well, it's a long race, but it ain't over yet, guys. We're going to be right back after this break.
Well, Alpha 7, I think they saw the PMPL updates meeting that was posted before, as they take themselves a chicken dinner. If you haven't seen it, go check them out, pmpl.updates, and it's hilarious. But they get themselves a chicken dinner and hopefully get themselves up the leaderboard as well, because they are one of the teams outside of top 4. 7, Cameron.
Yeah.
What's up?
Jason.
Alpha 7. I'm hoping, I mean, listen, I didn't have them on my top 3, but I'm still hoping this team makes it to PMGC.
I mean, they're popular and they're good. Like we've talked about already, how sort of historic and infamous and, like, you know, a scary way to the other teams, how iconic they are as a squad. And I really liked how they were able to manage this game, because maybe we'll see it in these highlights, but there was all that drama on the north side of them getting pushed on the hill by loops, and actually it was them rotating away to that hillside that they then took from PASSIONFRUIT. So really good macro moving from Alpha 7 to put themselves in a position to take this win that they did at the end. They really just avoided Impala, because getting involved in a city, I don't know about you guys, I think it is like you only go to a city when there is no other option, because getting out of it, as we all saw from this match, is impossible to do securely.
By the way, even rewinding it a little bit more, you were talking about when they engaged loops. That was a bit scary for them, because they did have 2 players not from far away. Loops ended up sending it, and I feel like they got lucky in a way that Mufasa, who was above them, decided not to do anything, and then on top of that, Cardozen ended up mauling himself, so they got super sloppy. I still feel like Alpha 7, we know that they can definitely frag out as they have showcase. They can definitely get chicken dinners as they have showcase, right? But there's still little things here and there are a bit sloppy for me. And I feel like they need to tighten that up with the way that some of the other teams are playing, consider that it's only just those 4 spots, and this team is not guaranteed a spot to PMGC.
I mean, I'm looking at this, I'm like, Jaguar, again, Big Tex, we saw him do the 1v4 in the last match, our first match of the day. They are continuing on their momentum here with 12 points in this match, but also, again, INCO They get into placements, 10 eliminations. They're not getting the wins, but they're being so consistent at picking up points every single match.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still concerned about them not being able to secure the last match's chicken dinner, but I mean, you can't lie. You can't deny the points are there every single round. I don't know if I would trust them to take it over the line to be able to win this entire tournament, disregarding the fact that Influence Rage, while not being on this first page, are still so far away of everyone else. But by the end of this weekend, INCO are probably going to be within the top 4 just because of how consistent they are. Every other team that we've talked about at the top, IG, Influence Rage, XS, they all have some level of irregularity to their scoring.
That'd be so impressive for INCO too if they are still able to maintain themselves in that top 4 at the end of tomorrow as well, with no chicken dinners. That's going to be impressive, but also a little bit like, okay, you guys need to be able to finish all those
please
games.
get the jump from 6 points to 10 points, from second to first in placement is such a big leap. No other action in the game is worth like that as much as that is.
Yep.
One thing you have to keep in mind though, right? INCO was start off the day in 4th place. Alpha 7 start off in 6th place. But there was only a 8-point difference. But look who's up here on this front page. You got Rise, who was in 3rd place at the start of the day. INCO, 4th place start of the day. Intense Game, 2nd place start of the day. The only team that isn't there is Influence Rage. So yes, Alpha 7 get a chicken dinner. The problem is that goalpost is still being kind of moved ahead of them because they have the other teams able to get points. If anything, they clawed back 7 points against these teams, but we can't forget they got a fat 0 in match 1. So able to keep themselves in the running for top 4, but they still have to continue to grind here. You cannot just settle on only having 1 good match today.
And with Influence Rage just not performing today, I mean, I think I got a chance to see other stats, and they only have 3 elims so far after 2 matches played, which is kind of crazy considering how the performance that we're seeing out of them yesterday. I think it was 9 elims per match that we're seeing, but we'll have to wait and see. By the way, a team that we're actually talking about a while back yesterday, PASSIONFRUIT Esports, we're talking if they were going to be able to get some placement points. Guess what? They are able to get placement points. I'm hoping this is a bit of a kickstart for this team. It might be a little bit late, but it would be nice to see PASSIONFRUIT finish there within the top, at least top 6.
That would honestly, that would be probably like one of the best results for them. I don't think any of us expect them to be top 4, but I didn't expect them to be performing this well so far compared to the rest of the NA team. So I'm hoping to continue to see this, Cameron. But we can see here, I mean, Extreme Slayer 0, Influence Rage 0, Loops 0. Like this is tough here.
I'm really curious what the overall leaderboard looks like now after these first 2 rounds. I'm not so worried about Influence Rage, though, just to go back to what Seven was saying about them. It has been 2 bad rounds in a row, but if there's any team that we've seen have terrible rounds and bounce back, it's Influence Rage. I would trust them more than anyone else. We saw it in spring. We saw it on Friday, or Thursday rather, and then yesterday. And then we even saw it in their own Brazilian finals where, sure, I think they got a win on their first day, but they had like 4 12th place finishes as well. If there's a team that I trust to perform poorly and know exactly how to adjust and come back and take the win, it's Influence Rage. So I'm not worried about them at all.
Yeah, I'm not worried. I'm just enjoying that they're like gonna make that leaderboard even closer.
I'm just saying, like, these are the moments for the other teams like IG to close that gap because you're not gonna have these opportunities for long.
I mean, the fact is, like, Influence Rage built up a 32-point buffer. They can have bad matches right now because they were able to put in the work yesterday, putting up 90 points. But another team we have to take a look at is Alpha 7 and the points they're able to put up here in terms of their player stats. Because 7, we've been talking, well, actually, all of us have been talking constantly about that player there with the most eliminations.
He's back, baby.
Finally.
Revo being able to put up 6 eliminations in 1 match, that's what we kind of want to see here. 906 damage too, but then this is kind of the trade-off, right? And this is now what we're starting to see with Alpha 7. If Revo performs, then what we expect to see at Carrillo, what we've seen in the past, at least the past 2 days, is we've been able to see Carrillo get those elims. If this team can just figure out their playing style, sometimes they either play too passive outside the zone, which it has actually worked out for them. I gotta go back to it. I feel like there's too many sloppy things happening when they're pushing teams. We saw it earlier in the first match when they decided to push on MEZEXIS. We've seen it in the past too when they decided to push on INCO and they weren't. And for Alpha 7, a team usually that is expected to win when they become the aggressor, now not being able to win those fights, it's a little bit scary for me. And that's why I'm not sure if they're gonna have what it takes to finish there within the top 4. But this is a great start. Being able to see Revo, one of their MVPs, currently putting up numbers.
As long as Revo performs, I think that they're going to be a threat now. And again, we'll see, because there was a lot of other really good teams at the top, and they are coming in from a little bit of a deficit. Not that much, but still, it's there. Everyone's punching up there. We still have IG scoring, still have INCO scoring, etc. So it's not going to be guaranteed, but if Revo's back, then I think we're going to see some better scoring rounds out of A7 going forward.
One thing I will say, by the way, that to go back to what you said really quick about Creo, no eliminations, but he still had 600 damage. He was the second highest damage dealer, so I at least want to give him that caveat, because I know we are extremely harsh on Creo, but because he's always been such a dominating player in every team he's been on.
The thing, though, is that is a player that can definitely get into his head, and that is a player that, if he doesn't get those elims, it might start messing with him, and he might start doing different things as we go through today and as we go into tomorrow, where it might end up hurting him. And we have seen that in the past out of Creo.
Just got to find ways to get out of that tilt, 7. But two teams, I'm sorry, Cameron, we only got like a minute and a half. We got to move on here to our two top leaders with Intense Game up against Influence Rage, and take a look at their stats against each other just today, because it's all about Intense Game trying to close that gap. And, well, as you talked about before, 3 eliminations for Influence Rage, or sorry, I don't know if it's Cameron or you. You both sound the same to me. But the damage difference is insanely different.
It is. For Intense Game, I think this is the response that we wanted to see out of them, right? And especially, you just mentioned it too, Cam. We want to see them being able to take advantage of Influence Range, not being able to put up those numbers. And the thing is, Intense Game, we're currently being able to see that they are getting those elims, but the one stat that we're not able to see here is that they are also getting those placement points.
Yeah, well, Influence Rage, it's the 3 elims or the 3 points that they have so far. So I'm curious, again, what the overall is going to look like, to see just how far that gap has closed. It's Influence Rage still going to be in the lead, I'm sure, because of the lead that they had already hasn't been closed just yet.
Well, you're asking for it. So
I'm asking for it. Let's go. Let's bring it up.
I'm the analyst now. He's the host. So let's switch things up here. Guys. Go ahead.
He's the dominant one now.
133 total points. Yeah, so still good for Influence Rage, but Intense Game over triple digits. INCO also over triple digits, coming back into 3rd place right now. Loops are out. PASSIONFRUIT are out. Jaguar is in the top 8 now.
I mean, Extreme Slayers is out. That's the main concern. We're talking about if they were going to have what it takes to finish off the day within this first stage, even within the top 4, with the way it's currently going. And this was always the big question mark. I don't think they have the aggressiveness. I don't think they have the proactiveness that some of the Brazilian teams have, like you were mentioning earlier with Influence Rage at the beginning of the day, to see them maintain themselves within the top 4, and we're seeing it right now.
Alpha 7, come on, 1 point out from Rise. I just had to bring that up really quickly. INCO, 3rd place with 0 chicken dinners. Every other team around them has chicken dinners. This is fantastic to see out of INCO to be able to maintain this kind of level of play. But of course, Alpha 7 looking to bounce back and finally strike themselves into top 4.
Just looking at the gaps that are developing there at the top, I am starting to go back to what I was saying, that this all tomorrow might just be like 6 teams fighting for 1 position in 4th place, because the top 3 would be too far ahead for anyone else to sort of overtake them.
I like
Hyper. It's 2nd to last place. Ahead of YKG by 2? What? This is our NA champion.
We're over them. We're over them. That's old news. That's old news. That's Friday's talking point.
I had him in my top 3, man. I feel bad about this. You know what? Let's actually see. Hot Jukes and Zute, where did you guys place in Hyper, and how much do you regret it?
I think Zute had him winning.
Last week's talking points. Gotta agree with Cameron right there. You know what I'm saying? I don't even remember, Zoo. I don't think you do either, right?
No, I have a point to make. I put them in first. 7 called me out. I heard it. I said it at the beginning of the last match. The only reason I put them in first is not because I thought they would take first, but it's because if they did, I would have a lot of bragging rights. Now, and maybe the dev's going to hear it. Hopefully they hear it this time. I don't know what you guys were thinking, putting them in 2nd and 3rd, because that is you guys making a realistic prediction of them getting 2nd or 3rd. I just put them in first just because if they got it, I could brag. But if they didn't, I have an excuse. You guys don't have excuses for 2nd and 3rd.
That's true. That is true. You hate to see it. Well, no bragging rights for Zute, okay? No bragging rights for Zute here today. Let's see who's going to have them at the end of the day, though, because, man, look at this live ranking, Zoo. Things are starting to get interesting. Look, Alpha 7 are 1 game away from being in 2nd place. That is wild, right? Especially after seeing what they did before. Extreme Slayers getting a little bit dangerous here, starting to slip. PASSIONFRUIT still a long way away. There's plenty of games left, though, right? I think it's chicken dinner time for a lot of these squads. So in my eyes, a lot of the storyline is going to be focused on that you know, 7th place, you know, even 6th, kind of on down, right? Because if they want to have a chance at coming back and being in this fight, they have to start right now.
Yeah, and you said Alpha 7's like 1 game away from second. I mean, more importantly, they're like 1 point away from qualification. Woo! It's the top 4, and they are 1 point off. Now, if they do tie, I'm not sure who has more chickens. I think it might be Alpha 7 for the tiebreaker, but that talk is way further away, right? We have so many more games to go. We don't even know if it's going to come down to a tiebreaker, but that top 4 is starting to heat up. Potentially, everyone might be fighting for that singular placement, though, to break it into the top 4, because that lead in first place might keep stretching away. Same with second. I think Cameron mentioned it. Between Intense Game and Influence Rage, man, both of those teams are not going to let up gaining points anytime soon.
No, they're not. Now, look at this first circle, Zoo. Will this be the game that we get our military zone? What do you think?
Ooh, maybe so. Maybe so. We always get at least one. And oh, yesterday we had a few remakes, right? I think on one of the remakes I did peep a military zone before the room got reset. So maybe we already lost our 1 military zone for the tournament. But this one, it could happen. It could definitely happen.
Well, let's see. Let's see if now's the time to shine. I know Loops will take it, that's for sure. Team Kessel holding that Ferry Pier split. YKG giving up that Primorsk area completely, heading up north here, just changing their entire play style. And honestly, that's what's going to take at this point. You have to know that everything that you're doing has not been working, right? So time to mix it up completely. So let's see how that works for them, because they're one of those teams that needs to have just an absolute dream team kind of run at this point if they even want to try to make it to the next stage.
My question is, Jukes, do you think YKG are going to stay together as a team?
Oh.
Like, no changes, all 4 of them.
Honestly, I'm going to say it depends on 2 things, okay?
Okay.
Based on their performance, I would say yes, right? Based on their performance, I would say they still need to stick together, because I think they need to use this as kind of like motivation, right? To just say, hey, we need to get in the lab, we need to practice even harder and put in that work. The only reason why I say that they would need a team swap is how the mentality of the squad reacts after a bad performance like this, right? If you have players that just give up, like right now, they just say, oh, it's over, we're not making it, then they need to be kicked off the team immediately, 100%. Like, they need to be fighting for their lives right now. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not over yet. It really is not over, you know? You have to really give it your all until it's just mathematically impossible. Like, even if you were 30 points away from on the last game of the day, right? Of the whole tournament, 30 points away from qualifying. I'm like, okay, how are we going to get 30 points, right? Let's hot drop, let's do something, whatever it takes to try and make something happen, because if you're trying to do something miraculous, you have to go for it. If you just give up and just say, hey, let's just play the game, we already lost, then it's over, right? And honestly, from my perspective, that's not the kind of teammates you want on, because that's just a loser mentality. You're not going to get that out. You know what I'm saying? So,
Right.
Yeah, if that's the case, then yeah, players need to get swapped. And if they're still dedicated, if they're still hungry, if they're still trying right here and right now, then yeah, you know what? Just whatever you did didn't work for whatever reason, put in that homework and just get it fixed.
Okay, that's fair enough. Another team that's really struggling in Hyper, and I only bring these points up because, like, as far as NA goes for our NA viewers, there's not much else to talk about besides Extreme Slayers. Our eyes are just waiting to see what happens with them, but our top, like, arguably top teams out of NA, you know, YKG, they are a dominant team, or were a dominant team until we got here. Same with Hyper. It's like, we know NA is known for roster changes, right? And we've always said these roster changes are not doing the region any help. So I would like to see them, you know, stick together as a team. And Hyper, I would too like to see them stick together as a team, because they really found something that was working in a easier region. Maybe they just need to clean whatever they were doing up a bit more to make it work in a tougher tournament like this. But in Hyper, they're really known for changing players in and out. Like, all the time. Like, at least one, right? They always switch out at least one player in and out. This time around, I would like to see them to keep the same 4, right? I think it's just the pressure, the mentality as a squad that's really hurting in Hyper. And you're not going to fix that by changing a player out or putting a player in.
Gotta agree. But you know what? Like, my concern, Zoo, is like we're talking about this, you know, this mentality, getting it shifted, right? Being able to put in that work. Oh, it's been, oh, look at this though. MEZEXIS getting into it with BULUC CHABTAN. Skyline. Misses the DBS shot.
I thought he had the second one.
It looked good.
It was looking clean. It looked like he was playing really composed. It does stall long enough for MEZEXIS to commit to this push though. So one is knocked for now. They have a slight advantage timing, but Baton not able to get a second pick real quick. Gets isolated, and this is when you kind of got to decide to commit. Commit or don't commit. 2v4 now.
The other team was just too late to help support Baton. Like, if they were able to get that other angle on the other side, we could have definitely seen something happen. Actually, Crow gets the knock here, and Active's gonna full send it on in. This knock, he gets another right there. That was a good bait play. Now they should be able to get a res off. Actually, no, they didn't. Baton got thirsted, so
it's still a 2v2. They don't need the res. They just need to win their ones. They are now. It's a 2v1.
Yeah, the reason why I said I was nervous is because even if they win this, right, they need some serious points. They'll take it, though. They'll take all they can get. Hey, Kardik says, hey, Madion, get out of here. That's what you get for getting knocked. And can he get this nade onto Inactive? He actually decides to hold it down. Inactive's nade looks good. Got him.
Wow. Okay. That was, I think if the rest of the team was there a little bit quicker, which is hard for them to do because I think the one solo player got caught out because the other teams were rotating in. They weren't expecting that. But if they were there faster, MEZEXIS, they can fight. They took out Alpha 7 earlier today too in the very first match. Remember, it was like a 2v4 maybe because, yeah, one of the players got opened up, making a 4v3, and then the other player, Baton, got ran over, but they won a 2v4 against Alpha 7. And that, just then right there, I think was another 2v4. So MEZEXIS, they could fight, but it's just the synergy is a little bit off. The timing, I don't want to say synergy, just the timing of things is a little off.
Yeah, for sure. The timing, is absolutely brutal. Because if they were able to tune it up just even a little bit,
military zone.
Forget that last what I just said. Military circle. Here we go. Things are about to get interesting.
Oh, that eastern bridge, INCO. Are they gonna camp it or are they gonna cross over into the main military side? Knowing INCO, actually, I don't know. It's hard to say. We haven't seen too much military zones. I don't know if they're gonna camp it or not. But as for everyone else, what are they going to do? We have yet to have the military circle in play in this tournament so far.
Yes, we have. All right. Well, let's see exactly how it's all going to turn out. Military circle is the place to be. Okay, now I think we're going to see a tense game. Go for a vehicle rotation here. I think that's definitely the play. So they're going to go for that boat-tate through Primorsk. And Hyper are right here on the ridge line. And okay, so they're gonna actually just go fishing right now. Catch somebody slipping. Let's see what this replay. Skyline with one.
Yeah, that first one looks so clean. I thought he had the second one for sure.
Yeah, if he would have hit that shot, it would have been a totally different story. But hey, you know what? It is what it is. At the end of the day, you focus on team play. Everyone misses shots every now and then.
Yeah, that molly toss was smooth, by the way. That went from a high toss to a low toss real quick, and he got confirmation. Unfortunate for BULUC, they're out, and that's big because they're one of the teams that was pretty far up there to make it into the top 4. Them going out this early on an aggressive play that they should have closed out might hurt their mental, like the damage might be to their mental more than, you know, how many points they get this game.
100%. Oof, well, let's see how much damage that did, because this is not the time where you want to
Extreme Slayer
second guess yourself. Not good at all. Yeah, look at how that vehicle is burning. Oh, it looks like PASSIONFRUIT decided to go for the swim. Kindness is going fishing. He's got the rod out right now. He's going to be able to... Look at this. Like, it's Valak going bobbing for apples right now. Got to be careful.
Yeah. Kindness.
Swimming sucks.
Really looking for whatever he can. No team's taking the bridge. And both bridges, or not both bridges, the east bridge is still clear. INCO did rotate in. They did not decide to camp that bridge. Alpha 7 is camping that eastern bridge side. Western bridge is somewhat camped by loops. They're holding the hilltops on the military island. It's still crossable though. It's not a, you know, dead set bridge camp. But everyone is just not wanting to take risks at all to cross that bridge. So many teams just going straight for the swim. And that's because they don't have prior info, right? This is the first military zone. They don't know how many teams are taking the bridges. They don't know how many teams are camping the bridge. So the swim play does seem safer in this instance.
Well, I'll tell you what, fortunate for All Glory Gaming, they're going to be able to go down the East Bridge for free because Alpha 7 decided not to camp it out. So they're going to take that zone priority, and that's definitely the play for sure. Let's see where the zone goes. Okay, center's up. That does leave quite a bit of water still in play here, but it looks like we're going to go down into that Sosnovka military base. And look at this, Erangel knocked in towards the water. That's tough.
Who knocked McGrellin all the way out there? Was it MEZEXIS? I think it was MEZEXIS. They were on a boat rotating over, and they somehow found a long-distance knock onto McGrellin. So MEZEXIS, they're down to 2, but they are still taking names up to 4 elimination points. I think after McGrellin dies, does MEZEXIS go up to 5? No. Not sure what happened to McGrellin then.
Ooh,
that is unfortunate. That is unfortunate to lose one of their top players. And this is a zone, you know, swimming onto military base, you definitely want 4 up for because you've got a lot of fighting ahead of you.
Yeah, that's for sure. And not to mention losing a player like that, like what you just mentioned, is just the worst situation possible. And it kind of reminds me of that game yesterday where they lost him in South George. Let's see what happens though. Let's
Extreme Slayers.
Real late.
That's not gonna work.
Real late.
Yep.
Yeah, on fire.
Oh no. Eject. Oh, okay. Man.
It's not looking good. Not looking good for Extreme Slayers.
This is going to be 2 bad games in a row, and after this game, okay, I don't want to say bad game yet. They could still pull something off, but if they don't manage to put up points here, that's 2 bad games in a row, and you're halfway done with the day already. And the teams ahead of you are only getting more and more points, and yeah, this is going to look to be a bad game indeed.
Yeah, real bad. So Extreme Slayers just not able to make it happen. Oh, inside of, oh wait, oh yeah, how you, just getting straight ran over. Rise just taking advantage of him big time.
Yeah. You know it's bad too when Nunes went for the thirst on that player, he was just absolutely still. I mean, at that point, there's nothing you can do. Like, your other teammate's down, the last player up is far away, but when a player just isn't even moving their character model anymore at all when they're knocked, you could kind of just feel like the defeat.
Yes.
In that like shot in that moment, right? So Extreme Slayers, they're feeling it. They're starting to feel the pressure, and they know they're slowly losing their chance at going to PMGC.
Yeah, you know, like when you don't see that player move at all, sometimes that means that phone is either on the floor, right, or on a desk.
Yeah, just on the desk already. Just like,
yeah, just on the desk, and the comms are extra spicy. You know what I'm saying? The comms are just like, what are we doing? Why did we?
Either that is dead silent.
Or right? Silence the worst, to be honest.
Yeah.
Out of everything, silence is the worst for sure. I'll never forget the time I got silent. It happened to be on top of Mount Everest against a little team called RRQ. Never forget.
Ooh. Oh, look at this circle shift. It goes towards the bridge.
Ooh, bridge finish? That'd be fun. Now, look at this. Alpha 7 are going to have to come in through that east side. They're going to have to do All Glory Gaming and Jaguar. Oh, wow. Look at this. Senatex with some nice little high ground, trying to catch teams on the way in. But they got to be careful here, because if they do wrap around, they're going to get gate-kept.
Man, Alpha 7, oh, one of them does go down, but Alpha 7, they're in a great spot. They have control of that mountaintop in front of them if they can clear it out. Jaguar taking shots at All Glory Gaming. All Glory Gaming getting cut down by Jaguar and Alpha 7 here. Just 2 squads you do not want to be in the sightlines of. The mountaintop's going to be a fight between Jaguar and Alpha 7 on that southeast side, and I think whichever team comes out on top with 4, if they do, are going to win the match. Carrillo trying to do a 1v2 against All Glory Gaming. His teammate's very close by, so he's just buying time right now. Good nade here. He's going to bounce it, bank it. Is it open? Oh, nice readjustment. And
on fire. That's not good. Oh, and that nade hurts as well, but he's gonna get that first aid off in time. Yeah, All Glory Gaming, they need to walk out. Yep, here they go. That was actually a really fortunate spray. I'm surprised he didn't get knocked. He has a nade in his hand. He's got to be careful, though, because that nade could be coming in his way. And he misses it. Now he's got the bank, and it is open. Nice bounce on the Carrillo. And here comes All Glory Gaming with the return. Oh, what a beam. An absolute heat-seeking missile from Mafia.
Rise is behind them. Rise is behind them. Is that going to be the third party? They're all in the open right now. Good thing they got smokes down before the third party happens. We'll see in the elimination feed if anything happens. Meanwhile, we got the two NA teams, PASSIONFRUIT and YKG, just, you know, hanging out with Loops looking at both of them. That's never a good feeling.
Never a good feeling indeed.
Oh, Zuko finds Chico.
Very nice. Okay, so Zuko will be able to get another point on the board, trying to hold that bridge side. But if the zone goes in any other direction, yeah, look at Beckersit falling. She just popped out of the vehicle just a little bit too fast, and that can be pretty tough because Influence Rage is very close to them. Here come the smokes out from Vitaly, trying to support his team. Mate, gonna throw a nade there just to try and buy some time. Get right behind this tree, and he should be able to get this res off if Influence doesn't push.
Oh man, I think Influence saw the player flying in the sky, so they know who got knocked when they saw somebody fell. But it looks like they're falling back, so a little bit of a reprieve to get this revive. And they're up. They're the last two for INCO, trying to do whatever they can to survive. Robert GG's in the grass, or in the water behind them, but they need to worry more about InHyper now, actually, as InHyper has beached the side of where INCO's playing out with 4 up. InHyper have 3 eliminations. They're actually looking good.
They cannot lose this, though. They got to see Vitaly. That bush is so dangerous. Here comes the shots, though. Where's the support fire? Not there. InHyper 1v3'd by Vitaly. And we talked about comms being silent, right? Can you hear the words from Zute? I was about to say, oh my goodness.
I'm silent. Jeez.
And Carrillo takes that point too.
You know it's bad when the commentator is silent.
Ooh.
Yikes.
Have you ever seen InHyper lose something like that? Like, because usually they're usually on point. Like,
the worst part for me was that the third player, right, wasn't even just spraying the grass. He was like waiting to get visual confirmation. No, at that point, your teammates should be pinging where they got shot from, and you just spray the grass, and you can easily get a hit marker and finish it off. It was like there was no. It was like they weren't calming. It was like they got knocked, and they were just like, "I got knocked." Like the third player, if just where you got knocked, you know what I'm saying, Jukes?
I do know.
If I got knocked by a snake, I'm instantly pinging. He's here, spray here. That third player was.
I'm just spraying though. I'm just spraying. I gotta know how you just don't spray in that situation.
Yeah, he wasn't shooting. He was just waiting because it looked like they weren't calming. That's what it was. It looked like they didn't say a word to each other. That was bad. That was really bad.
Oh man, let's see what's gonna happen here. It's so crazy to see InHyper make simple mistakes just like that. And now the question is, which team do you think is gonna win the match? You got Alpha 7 up on top of that high ground, looking real good. Loops really spread out here in a very interesting position. That's the team I'm gonna pick here for this game. And at the same time, you don't count out Influence Rage. Influence Rage is down there at the bottom, looking real good.
Yeah, we'll see what happens to Smash. Definitely a crazy one. And just as you say that, looking real good. Maybe not so much for Federal as he does get naded. Influence Rage down to 3. Alpha 7 did lose a member fighting their way in here, so that will hurt them a little bit. But they're in a great spot. 7 eliminations as well. So they really want that PMGC qualification spot. And I think they'll definitely get it by the time this match is over.
Yeah, let's go ahead and see if they are. I mean, they're looking real good right now, especially getting a fortunate position like this in this kind of circle. They're looking real good. They can still win this very easily. MEZEXIS getting eliminated. Jaguar looking to put some pressure onto Adrian. That nade does look good. Ooh, but he was in the building. But at the end of the day, Blue Zone should be able to put in the work here Yeah, Adrian's in big trouble.
Yeah,
And
and he
gonna go
should
down.
just deny the point.
Yep.
Yeah, just deny the point. Jaguar finishes that one up with 4. They have the most amount of players alive out of any of the teams. I think, no, Loops still has 4. So Loops, Jaguar, and Alpha 7. These are the 3 teams that are most likely to win the match. But which one is the circle going to favor? We'll find out any second now, Jukes.
Yeah, we're about to find out. Let's see what happens. And you saw PASSIONFRUIT go out. Got some nice elimination points, though, so that's good for them. I think they're going to still need a lot more, though, if they want to qualify. And meanwhile, let's say
wow.
the next circle. Yeah, okay, all right. Pretty central here. Loops is still in the zone. Alpha 7 should be still good, especially if they go meet up with Revel. And Jaguar, most likely going to get into a fight with Loops here in the next few seconds.
Yeah, or Loops could actually just hold that split still. Technically, all 3 teams could hold and share this circle, but Alpha 7's not going to have that much breathing room. So if anything, Loops has the advantage. Loops can wait to see if Alpha 7 and Jaguar engage, and they could just chill. Because I don't think anyone's pushing Loops. Because if you push Loops and you're Alpha 7, Jaguar shooting you in the back. If you're Jaguar and you push Loops, Alpha 7 shooting you in the back. So we might have a stalemate for this zone, actually.
Yeah, don't worry. You got to worry about Milova as well, over there in the back. He could definitely prove to be dangerous. The last remaining member of Team QUESO. Let's see what happens. Influence Rage are just completely bundled up, nice and cozy there in that shack. And I think that's where they're going to stay because look at that. Alpha 7's looking right down on them. Loops are right there waiting. Just so much pressure. Influence Rage is just in so much trouble. But hey, more points on the board for them, right? They're still getting some decent placement points, and they already have 4 eliminations, so not bad.
Definitely so. Loops, are they doing their due diligence and clearing everything out? Yep, they are. Very good for them. Driving all around, clearing out the edge sides, but hold on.
No way.
1v2.
No way.
Hey, y'all, get some really nice shots in on that free fire. And, that was a close one.
Oh, I want to see that get him in the vehicle. You know, knock player into the vehicle. That would have been sick to watch. But we're going to go back and watch Influence Rage just get taken out to the blue zone. Nothing they could do there. Kowski just going to deny the point. Very smart.
Yeah, they should, because Alpha 7...
Especially from Alpha 7.
Yeah, they want to take that first place entirely. You know, Alpha 7 doesn't just want the top 4. They want the top 1. So deny the points for sure. Getting some meds off. Maybe they'll get a placement more, but I don't think so. It's down to the top 3. Influence Rage is out in 4th. The stalemate is going to be a stalemate between these 3 Titans, and we still got 2 more circles, I think, left to go.
Yes, they do. Here we go. So we have Jaguar right on the hill next to Loops. This battle could happen, and Alpha 7 could come in third party and just absolutely wipe the floor with them. So let's see what happens here. As Mercy's trying to keep an eye on both sides. So he's the one that's going to be the teammate that be focusing on Alpha 7. The rest are going to be focusing on Loops here. So very smart. Hopefully they have some vehicles so wherever the fight does kick off, they'll be able to go ahead and head that way. But with this kind of circle, it's just time to just hurry up and wait. Just wait to see where the next zone goes and then make a decision from there.
Where is that circle going to go? That's going to be the big... If it goes dead center, Jaguar have the advantage, I think. But let's see. Where is it going to shift here? Alpha 7, in my opinion, has the worst spot out of all the positions. Plus, they only have 3, right? So they need the circle bless the most out of any of these 2 teams. And that one could work out for Alpha 7 because Loops might engage first. And then Alpha 7, you know, if they time it really well at the last moment, they get third party. But this could go anyone's way. And Alpha 7...
Mercy.
They got the spot. It worked. The pressure play got them in the zone. Now, I think both teams are just going to wait for Loops, potentially.
That could happen. That could happen. And Mercy is there still, that Bucky. I wonder if the rest of the Jaguar squad... Jaguar's going to be in trouble here because now they're splitting. They need to be focusing on one team at a time. But it's tough because both Loops and Alpha 7 are both starting to creep in at the same time.
Yep.
Simple, trying to make something happen. Loops don't realize that they're so split. So if they were going to push, now would be a good time. Well, let's see. Because if Loops and Alpha 7 push, then it's Jaguar that's going to be out first.
It looks like that's what's going to happen. Jaguar focusing on loops right now.
Uh-oh, run over.
Comes that push.
This is a dangerous
Drive right
push
by.
of Loops. Whoa. What a shot,
gets
though.
one.
And a run over. Loops going absolutely crazy here.
Alpha 7 win though, maybe. Alpha 7 should be springing into action right now. Loops has down to 2 members, and they still got Jaguar to work with. And look at that mini-map feed. Alpha 7 swinging in like hawks right now to pick up the points. Loops looking to confirm their points before it gets stolen. It is just Mythic. It is done. It is over.
It's over. Mythic has to make a crazy play here up on top of this hill. What can he do? Because it's going to be an Alpha 7 back-to-back chicken dinner. Revel has all the sightlines in the world. It's a good game. Nothing that they could do. Alpha 7 back-to-back chicken dinners with 12 eliminations. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed. Alpha 7 turning the heat up in a big, major way. I think with the way that zone ended, it was unlucky for Jaguar to get the zone pretty much, because they got the zone, which meant the other 2 teams didn't get the zone, which means they're both pushing into you at the same time. It's funny how it works out sometimes. Sometimes you don't want that circle. They got it, and when the other 2 teams know how to play it, hey, what can you do?
I mean, honestly, you just got to give that up to Loops with the crazy play, right? The full drive-in, knocking one of them outside of the car, and then driving another. I mean, what are you going to do if you're Jaguar in that situation? I mean, that's just a baller play in general. Mafioso with 5 eliminations, looking good. Ayala from Loops with the highest damage, 795. What a game, though. I'm telling you, like, these players are doing everything they can to just make something magical happen. And that play from Loops was just gorgeous.
Yeah, that was a beautiful play out of Loops. It's so like cool to see though that it was a 3-man team. It wasn't the 2 4-man teams that won the match. It was a 3-man team, and it was just that one decisive moment. Alpha 7 went in early to secure that spot, and that was just enough pressure for Jaguar to be like, okay, let's just focus on the other team, and that's exactly what Alpha 7 needed.
It was beautiful. It was beautiful. And Alpha 7, if they didn't have confidence before, right, if they were even lacking it in the slightest, I mean, it's crazy to even think, right? Alpha 7 lacking confidence, come on, right? But boom, I mean, they're back. They're back in full form. Alpha 7, back-to-back chicken dinners. How many are they going to get today? Jason, that's my question to you.
Okay, just making sure. He asked me the question.
I'm waiting for an answer.
Okay, I'm taking my time. Don't rush me.
I'm rushing you.
Gosh, I can do this.
It was beautiful.
Beautiful. Yeah. That's it, actually. I don't think there's any more chicken dinners on the day.
Okay.
So 2.
That's fair.
2's a lot.
It is.
Back-to-back's also great. What, 7? Bro, this team, top 4 now. This team was looking pretty crappy on day 1.
This team has momentum.
Oh, don't even start. Get out of here, man.
Yeah, but you know what's here to stop that momentum? Sanhok, baby.
No or.
Sanhok stops everyone's momentum, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that later. But no,
then, okay, are you willing to wager all your prediction points on that?
All my prediction points at A7.
Half.
Wait. That Alpha 7 do not win Sanhok?
Not do well. You said that momentum is top.
What's well? How do you define well?
Can we see our prediction score so far, please, real quick?
Well, does that include people
Just to
changing
see what's
their
at stake?
predictions after we
No one changed predictions.
There's definitely at least one talent who did.
No one changed predictions.
We're not saying names.
Yeah. Wait, we're not saying it's you.
Yeah.
I know. I know. Jukes did not change his prediction.
I didn't say it was Jukes either.
I think Alpha 7 do well in Sanhok. I feel like they can actually get another win today.
The fact is, they're riding a momentum high. They were able to break into top 4 after really struggling to get there. They didn't qualify for PMGC based off points. Yep. They didn't even qualify for this event technically. They were here because they had an invitation because they were the winners of spring. This team has a lot to prove to not only themselves, but to the Brazil as a region, one of the most dominated region, the most dominated region we have in Americas. We're taking a look here at some of our highlights, and I don't know, man. When we get to actually seeing Alpha 7's player sets as well, I know we had Mafioso having a...
Oh, please don't show this again. Please don't show
Well, we have to, because in Hyper...
No, we really don't.
By the way, this was what
in Hyper, the
was
first
talking
team
about.
to play without looking at their device.
I agree, by the way, with what Sute was saying, that their players should at least be doing something, being a little bit more proactive than just laying in the grass waiting to see him. I'm pretty sure his teammates were just calling him out and also pinging him on the map, just saying, right there, right there. And he waited way too long.
Yeah.
That was just,
Who was that fourth player? Was it Koi or Rin? Someone who was in the back.
I feel like that's just a summary of what Americas has been for in Hyper, though.
Yeah, something's going. I'm now actively worried about that roster. I feel like they perhaps were. It was so easy for them in North America that now they're up against a challenge. They don't know how to adjust to like. But anyway, that's a separate point, side point.
You saying and Hyper got over hype?
No, it's not even over hype. It's just it's a skill set to know how to react to teams that are stronger and have the mental strength for it. And I'm worried that they actively don't. But Alpha 7, let's focus on the good. Alpha 7, 22 points, really strong performance, but Loops as well, 10 elimination points too. Like,
Jaguar.
A lot of points were soaked up by just 2 teams here at the top.
And PASSIONFRUIT too, even though, once again, they go back to just getting, hey, you know what, I'll take the ball placement point PASSIONFRUIT. I'll take it. 6.
And you saw how it happened for them as well, dealing with the bridge and having to jump into the water. Like, that is the fact that they got any elimination points at all. Like, that was a really good salvage for them, I imagine.
By the way, going back with the Alpha 7 of why I think they might actually get another win is I've been kind of being a little bit nitpicky with them of how sloppy certain things have been for them. And something that you kind of pointed out to me as we were watching the end of that match too is when Loops decided to do that rotation, Alpha 7 reacted so well to it. They didn't wait for it, and I feel like that's I'm seeing the Alpha 7 that I'm used to seeing, being able to quick to react whenever they do see an opening. And that's why I think if they continue to play like this, they could end up getting one more chicken dinner today.
Are you want to wager half your prediction points on them getting another chicken dinner today?
No.
Okay. Well, you know, nice to see Loops here as well, getting 16 points based off the fact that we had a very similar zone initially. Obviously not exactly the same, where they had to wait towards bridge. Then we obviously criticized them yesterday at the start of the day about how they could have potentially like rotated around to the eastern bridge, or they just had to just settle there and hope the circle came their way. But as we see, 60 points, at least able to take something out of the position they had, since they do drop military, get 10 eliminations on board, and again showing why they are the team qualified for PMGC.
It's always weird and rough being the team that drops in military base, because having to cross over those bridges virtually every single Erangel match, you have to imagine that you want at least one zone to go to the military base, so you have some advantage there, but then when that happens, you have to do well. So really good for Loops to be able to perform on the one zone that they actually have an advantage in, be able to get that compound as early on as they did. But here's the second half, again, because so many teams did so well at the top, very few points here on the bottom 8.
I'm actually looking at the teams that are here on this second page, which is Rise Esports, INCO Gaming, and Intense Game. Earlier, we were talking about how some of those teams in the previous matches, they were kind of taking advantage, right? That Influence Rage wasn't being able to get that many points. Now it's a little bit of reverse, and I'm a little bit excited too, because with Loops being able to put up a good performance, we might end up seeing them again on that first page. In Alpha 7, if I'm not mistaken, they might actually be in a top 4 situation now.
Oh, they are, for sure. They were only 1 point behind Rise, and they won the game. It's a question of if they've been able to approach the 3rd place team and potentially close the gap against Intense Game too.
The reason why I wouldn't be worried, and I'm not, neither of you said this, so I'm not trying to respond to you directly, but the reason why I'm not worried after seeing INCO and IG on that second page is because before Sanhok, military circles were the original Sanhok in terms of like, well, all expectations, all sort of like patterns go out the window. It's just pure chaos. So yes, I do think Alpha 7, really good for them to get to probably 4th place right now, but I wouldn't take this leaderboard as any sort of sign that like the status quo is changing in terms of everyone else who's up there at the top of the overall.
Okay, well, why don't we actually take a look here at Alpha 7's player stats in this last match, because we've been keeping a heavy and close eye. I don't know why eyes are heavy. On obviously certain players, saying we are going to see Mafioso, 5 eliminations. Rebel gets himself on 3. Carrillo even gets himself on 3 too. So this is where Alpha 7 gets extremely scary.
This is what we want to see out of Alpha 7, right? We don't want to just see them relying on Rebel, and Carrillo, or Mafioso, whichever one might be, take your pick. I want to see all of them being able to perform well, especially with the way Mafioso has been able to play. I felt like they have continued to transition on something that actually started working out towards the last couple days at PMWI, and starting to see how Mafioso can be strong with it, whether with this is that anchor role or playing a little bit separate from his teams. It's good to see Mafioso being able to get those elims. It's good to see now Carrillo, right? Even though he didn't get elims in the last match, We know that he can get elims in the previous 2 days.
About 600 damage.
Yeah, and the damage.
It's good to see that momentum, right, from Alpha 7 and for everybody to currently be performing.
Yeah, and the thing is, I feel like when we get to regionals, we don't really see them become the beast that we know they can be. I think we're starting to see a little bit glimpse of it today. We'll see if they can continue the pace and potentially screw over Cameron's prediction points by losing half of them.
I'm just going to start predicting them from here on out.
I mean, I actually thought we were kind of screwed when we predicted them because the second we did, they lost a player and we're like,
every time my prediction, I'm still in the lead. Let's go.
23?
Yeah.
not on
Hold on, take that off. I'm not.
Well, no, we're not done with the day. You get 4 more points by the end of the day.
So you're willing to risk 13 points that Alpha 7 does not win this net, Sanhok?
The statistics are so heavily in my favor. Well, what happens if they don't win? Do I get anything in return?
If they do win, you get 13 points. If they don't win, you lose 13 points.
No.
No.
Other way.
No. I'm not gonna bet that they're gonna win because it's Sanhok.
Scared.
And there's 16 teams.
That's fine. You don't have
So
to.
if they don't win, you lose 13 points, and if they do win, you lose 13 points. That's solid.
So he loses 13 points?
Yep.
Anyways, let's take a look here at...
You're just jealous and trying to bring me down. You're just jealous that I'm good at the predictions.
Oh, there's so many things I could say about that, but I want to keep my job. It's not related to you. Let's take a look actually at Jaguar. I think that's something we wanted to touch on because they have been having a very good day, breaking into our top 8. Obviously, the team coming from Latin America. We don't get to really talk about too many of the teams because it's just been BULUC CHABTAN, and they haven't really been too effective today. But this is our stats on the day, and Victex, obviously, the 1v4, he had against Influence Raid, getting him up to 7 eliminations here. But Simple, he was one of our top fraggers yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was our 5th highest fragger.
Yeah.
On the 5th match, I believe they ended up getting that 2nd place with 8 elims. So it's good to see them being able to actually start performing well here. And I think that's 3 games in a row where we do end up seeing them within the top 5 of points alone. Might not be top 5 placement, but just points alone. It's good to see that out of them. And you mentioned it too. Yeah, Sample was able to perform really, really well yesterday, but it's good to see here that it's not just Sample, right? So also Vitex, kind of like what we talk about with other teams. We never just want to see one player being able to be the shining star just for that team.
Yeah, I mean, that 400 damage for Victex to get that 1v4 is certainly going to bump those numbers up in one individual situation, but it's still solid. Yeah, that's Alpha 7 in 3rd. But good for Jaguar. We'll see if they can't put it up. But let's look at
they are to that 2nd place, just 1 point.
18, 19. Wow.
Wait,
and now that
were top 4 already.
Yeah, hold on. Shut it again. Wow. What's crazy too is that their elims is lower than Intense, and usually Alpha 7, when you think of Alpha 7, they're known for the elimination points, and the fact that they currently have 3 chicken dinners tying Influence Rage with chicken dinners, that's impressive, honestly.
Well, but remember, Alpha 7 started off slow. Intense Games started off with wins and high elims from the very beginning, so it actually makes sense that it's only through the placement points so far that has allowed Alpha 7 to catch up, but they have been fragging out all day today. In Intense Game, they've been doing pretty good, but it hasn't been nearly as hot as their day 1. So if you're just looking at trajectory alone, even by the end of today, you know, much less tomorrow, Alpha 7 are going to have overtaken Intense Game through eliminations predominantly.
I'm starting to get sad here, boys. Top 6.
You seeing that? Yeah.
All Brazilian teams. And Jaguar actually able to move up to 7th. Extreme Slayers are NA Hope down to 8th place with 2 chicken dinners. It's unfortunate, but Jaguar and INCO in the front page without a single win is extremely impressive. And honestly, I'm really happy to see Jaguar do this too because we haven't been able to touch on them too much. We know they're an extremely strong team. I mean, Squash is an extremely strong player. He's basically the star of the team here, but we'll quickly look at the 2nd page because I believe our Sanhok is almost ready to go. I want to see where it is. 81, 89, so it's an 8-point difference. Passionfruit there in 10th place.
God, that gap between 11 and 12.
Hyper, dude.
It's Hyper and YKG at the bottom.
The 2 teams that were expected to do the best out of NA coming into Americas are at the bottom. That is so disappointing. That is awful.
Well, you know what? It is time to head over to Sanhok here. It is time to find out if Cameron Davis will indeed lose half of his points. We're going to find out here with Hot Jukes and Zute.
Get sabotaged, Cameron Davis. You know what I'm saying? Let's go, baby. Here we go into Sanhok, which is the sabotage map. You know what I'm saying? It's so bad for some teams, but it can be also so fruitful for others, right? I mean, I think this is the map that is the big chance for those squads hunting down big points, right? If you get that fortunate circle, if you're able to just hold it down, you can end with a 20 elimination chicken dinner very easily.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough because what I've been seeing so far is that everyone is stepping up their game. Primarily Alpha 7. They are coming in here swinging. And with the back-to-back chicken, like Cameron's saying, Sanhok is the map to stop all momentum, right? If you have a back-to-back chicken, that's a whole lot of momentum to be stopped. I don't even know if Sanhok can slow down Alpha 7 here. So we'll see how good of a game Alpha 7 gets. Just a quick recap, if you guys didn't see the live rankings, first place is still Influence, right? Sitting at 141, and you might actually see it on the left side in a little bit. But Intense Game and Alpha 7 are now neck and neck, 119 and 118. Then it goes down to 108 and 100. Those are the top 5 points as of right now.
Oh boy, here we go. Team starting to fly on out. You got Influence Rage, dead center, right there in boot camp. Passionfruit going to Paradise like we've seen them do before, giving up that north. Oh wait, YKG going to Hot 10. Okay, all right. That's gonna make.
They don't want to contest Jaguar anymore.
Yeah, they're done.
Lost that hot drop last time.
Yeah, you're right. Oh boy. Well, let's see how things are gonna turn out here and where this first zone's gonna go to.
Oh man, the first zone, we've seen almost everything besides that Northwest Island. So maybe Northwest Island. Boot camp finish. We haven't seen a boot camp finish in a long time, or a Painon finish, but we are getting this southern circle. Pretty standard, honestly. Everyone should know how to work a zone like this. Happens quite often. And one thing I'm looking at in particular is Extreme Slayers. Extreme Slayers, this is a great zone for them.
Yeah.
This is also Sanhok, where you want that first circle more than any other map. Extreme Slayers, if they don't get decent points here, how do you feel about them, Jukes? And when I ask how do you feel about them, I mean, like, how do you think their mental is? Is it going to be strong enough to still fight for a PMGC spot if they don't do well here in this game?
Ooh, I don't know. I think this is the one. I think I'm going to have to agree with you. I think this is the one for them to put on a show because it's go time. It is go time right here. You got to be able to put up some major points because they've already been losing players early on and been dealing with some pretty tough situations. And I think if you can get a good, solid performance here on Sanhok, that can really just reinvigorate them and make them pop off like never before and get them in that situation because you see Alpha 7 starting to really pop off. Other squads are going to start getting that confidence too. So I think it is do or die if you are Extreme Slayers. But man, starting off right here, you know, this circle could tend to make things a little bit interesting. We've seen this one before here, Zoo, right? So I kind of want you to deep dive a little bit on, you know, what you feel about this zone and how teams are going to rotate.
Okay, this zone in particular, everyone knows is extremely tough to break into on the third circle because those bridges start getting camped. Crossing over to that southwest gets extra difficult. But teams, then again, you know, they have to wait for the second circle to see if there's a potential chance it shifts to the eastern side, you know, the main Sanhok Island. So it does definitely get tricky. But the big thing for me is the points. The leaderboard points and how it interacts with Sanhok in particular. We mentioned it in another map where it's like there comes a point in the game where it's like you realize we're not getting top 3. Heck, we're not even getting top 5. We need as many points as we can get. And that situation tends to happen earlier in Sanhok with the way the map is. And if you know your points on the rankings and you know what you're aiming for, we might see a lot more, you know, do or die moments earlier on where teams just start taking fights earlier on, just like this one, All Glory Gaming peeping a look over at the Passionfruit. Passionfruit going up here thinking it's clear. They have no idea. Nate driving up. No shots being made. Nate actually gets away, and I don't know if Nate's just... Oh, Nate's actually driving away to pick up Valak. So he's going to swing back through this area and drive right through All Glory Gaming again, potentially, because he didn't get shot at. Here it comes. Let's see what happens. All Glory Gaming getting closer. And Nate, Valak's standing on the top of the car. Oh, it's because they already have a passenger. This is the only way for them to do it. Oh, Valak. Oh, this is not good for Valak. He gets ripped off the top of the car. And another player gets taken geez. Zuko gets a knock, though. And Zuko's about to get a second one. Oh, he has to go for that reload. PASSIONFRUIT down to just one.
Nate!
Oh,
just thirsted. Wow, just like that. And now All Glory Gaming getting caught by MEZEXIS. This is Sanhok for you, just third-party central.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy.
That was, oh, that's how it feels to be NA right now, kind of.
Wow, I mean, just NA just getting punished like crazy.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. You can't even blame anyone on PASSIONFRUIT there because Nate drove, oh, actually, in a way, if you did your homework, you know that hilltop is probably not clear. Nate drove past it the first time, didn't get shot at as he went to go pick up his teammates. But surely enough, right, there's someone camping that hilltop. You just can't, you know, trust on the first go through, but it's tough. It is tough.
So tough. That's just gotta hurt right there. Oh, man. I don't know what's going to happen here because, I mean, we're seeing these NA squads just get picked apart early on. They can't even make it to endgame. They can't even get themselves set up because when they do get set up, we see them really fight it out, right? And we see them getting pretty decent, you know. Sometimes they lose, sometimes they win, but, you know, when you get caught out of vehicles like that, there's just not much you can do. Now let's see what Robert's going to make happen against Ayala here. Ayala sees him. Oh, the trigger discipline from Brazil is just insane.
Mm-hmm. It takes like kind of like a higher IQ to know when to trigger discipline and when to shoot. In this case, Nenebete, oh, that's an easy shot to make. A knock and a confirmation, and you're still in a great spot. Yeah, but oh, Team QUESO, one of them swam across and got a nade. It's all down to Becker's then because the other two members are way too far away. Can QUESO clutch this one up? It is just him. The rest of QUESO are still on that northwestern island side, so he's by himself for quite a bit.
Here we go. Yeah, Team QUESO just having a rough go at it here. Trying to get a nice little pre-fire.
Through the smoke.
Wow, caught him. He heard those steps. He heard those steps and took advantage. Beautifully done there from Arthur.
Yeah, oh man, INCO getting picked apart now. They had a good split, but that one player doing the 1v2 breaks everything open. Squash pulled out the nade first. He's going to get to throw it first, and he gets it. Good job from Squash to nail that nade in.
Milova going down there, that's going to hurt. And Potro, it's just him and Arthur left up. Arthur with 2 eliminations. He's actually going to cross this bridge. That is so risky. But hey, not much choice he has as he's trying to get into this next circle. Potro, you can see him just crouching, trying to find a way on in. Maybe he can catch him slipping, but I guarantee you, INCO has to have this bridge locked down.
I mean, INCO only has 2 right now, and this is one of those zones as it just shifted where it's like you have a good rotation into center. It's Sanhok, you know, where it's hard to rotate center. Do you just take the opportunity now, or do you commit to this 2v2 fight? I think INCO is instead going to prioritize this nice circle shift as we are going to head into the southwestern island, more than likely.
Oh, boy. All right. Well, about to go into the southwestern island. You got an intense game there on the south side there, and Hyper looking to maybe even camp out Alpha 7 across the way. As Alpha 7 are trying to creep into this next zone. Look at this. Baton and Influence Rage just getting pieced up. Zuko does get a knock onto All Glory Gaming. So you can still see PASSIONFRUIT trying to put some points on the board desperately. But man, this lobby just seems to be getting harder and harder today, Zute.
I didn't like what I saw earlier. Just in that split frame, I don't know if you caught it, but as we look at a quick replay, Robert goes down. Okay, never mind. I didn't realize Extreme Slayer was down to 3. I thought they still had 4, but we saw, I think it was one of the players of Extreme Slayer shoot away the INCO player, and I thought they had 4 up at a compound. And I was going to say they should have let that one player crash in, because more than likely, if it was a full team crashing, it'd be a split crash, and that's a good chance for them to get points. But down to 3, I get it. They're a little bit scared. They don't want any challenges right now. But at the same time, Jukes, on the leaderboards, Extreme Slayer is in a spot where they need elimination points. And we've seen what the teams that are passing them up doing, right? They're all getting elimination points, not just placement points. They're taking the fights. They're baiting teams in to take the fights. And Extreme Slayers at some point need to be able to do that as well as get the placement points.
Yeah, they need to desperately. Look at that. Losing a player early on, especially in a map like Sanhok, isn't going to help. Meanwhile, you got other teams just kind of slowly snaking their way into this next zone. You could see Jaguar, just like Jaguars in the jungle, just stalking some prey in those vehicles, moving ever so carefully, just trying to get some information, anything at all. This is right by boot camp as well. Let's see. Actually, yeah, they're just on the south side of boot camp, so they're still in that mainland. They're going to have to cross most likely, and they're going to have to deal with YKG, Influence Rage, so many teams. So they're just playing this very, very slow.
Slow indeed. Everyone that needed to get to that southwestern island that had a good rotation pretty much has already done it. Everyone else just taking their time, getting all the info they can on the eastern island. Circle is about to shift once again. You see Alpha 7 here on that southeast side. They had the back-to-back chicken dinner.
Oh, man.
There was a zone.
Points.
Yeah, if there was a zone to slow down Alpha 7, it would be this one. Alpha 7, they know something's up. I don't think N-Hyper, oh, Koi just went down. Oh, Koi, N-Hyper only have 2 now, so I think Alpha 7 actually got the first opening. No, Alpha 7 has 0 points. I don't know what it is, but Alpha 7 just kind of know that there's a team in front of them, because they are sitting in that blue very patiently, getting as much info as they can before rotating. And now with that new circle shift, we're going straight into the ruins.
Uh-oh. Ruins is going to get interesting. And there we go, and we see Cave. One day we will see a Cave finish in a professional match. The dream still goes on here, but we did get a glimpse of it, so we will take that all day long as we see Alpha 7 having to make the very difficult rotation into this next circle. Revel looking to make some top shots there at V2, hopefully trying to steal an elimination point. Fran gonna barely get on in here. He has to watch out. Yeah, look at that Carrillo. Popping him out the vehicle, so now Fran is stuck there. The other 2 members of Alpha 7 are going to be creeping right behind him, so he's in big trouble. Or are they like, they passed him up. They said, hey, you know what? You have to handle him yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's it looks like they're circling back now, and it's dealt with. Now they're going to keep continuing. I like how they actually created a little bit more space by continuing more, because if they immediately stopped, they don't know if there's a team right at the other end, right, that shoots them at their back. So they're going to move a little bit past the bridge to make sure they can make a safe stop. So good job for Alpha 7. They still got a long rotation to make. Same with these other teams like Rise and Jaguar. Neither of these 2 teams in the zone, and it looks like, they have to fight outside of the circle, which always leads to a lot of complications.
A lot of complications indeed. Mufasa with a beautiful knock there, and going to get that confirmation. He's trying to do it before Papa Blue does more damage here. Still zone 3. Rise getting knocked, and now Jaguar putting up a fight before they go out. Mercy's going to get that confirmation, and you can see the back and forth right now. Nunez, oh yeah, going to hit that lay down. Unfortunately, this is going to be a little bit too far away, but he's trying to play this as carefully as he can. There's still circle 3, so they can eat a little bit of blue zone. They can afford to. And I think they're just trying to hope that Jaguar gives up on this and try to focus on the next circle. So I think Nunez is just trying to buy some time right now.
Yeah, at the same time, though, it's like, you need to push them, because if you let them get away, they're just going to sit in zone and camp you at that point. Alpha 7 does run into N-Hyper here, and Hyper just down to 1, and just like that, Alpha 7 will get the full reset and continue on. Oh, wait, hold on. GK first with the nade. Oh, he has another one. He needs to go aggressive.
Yes,
it's a 1v2. They got 2 knocks, but he tried with the nades, didn't connect. Alpha 7 with the full reset, and Hyper down to 1, and I think that was just a finish. Yeah, and Hyper's still up with only just 1 here, and in the blue zone.
Brutal, brutal indeed. Well, let's see what's going to happen here. Yeah, and Hyper just stuck in the blue zone.
His teammates, like, don't even bother reviving me. Just take my first aid kit, man.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's like, don't even revive me.
It's over.
There's no point.
It's just over here. I mean, it's crazy. Yeah. And Hyper just can't get it going at all in the Americas Championships. It's so insane to just see them do this bad. You know what I'm saying? I don't think any of us expected it, but to each their own. We never know what's happening behind closed doors, folks. So let's move on over to the Rising Stars right now. It's Alpha 7, right? Back-to-back chicken dinners, trying to go for number 3 here. And let's see what happens. It's going to be tough. I mean, they're going in from the edge of the circle. Some would say it's almost impossible, right? Let's see what they can do, though.
We'll see. Loops in the zone with 4. The circle did shift into ruins. The only other good spot is where YKG's at, on the north side of the ruins. And for YKG, they have that whole northern half. There's no team looking to rotate behind them. All of the action is going to happen down on the ruins side.
All right, well, let's just see how it's about to get interesting in Ruins. I want to see a full-fledged Ruin circle here. That would be fun. You know what I'm saying? Just seeing some battles back and forth, using that elevation. Loops is holding it down right now as Alpha Set are making the most dangerous rotation, full setting it on in, and here they go. They happen to go into a spot where it's only Koski, but hey, only Koski, punishing them with a DBS.
Oh, Mafioso stopping on the other side. That's not a good spot either, because Intense Game has your back. And I think Alpha 7's gone. No, it's just Mafioso. He needs this nade. Has to run up into the open. Did he get the nade at least onto...
Nope.
Koski? No, he didn't. Influence, Rage, shutting Alpha 7 down just like that. You'd think Alpha 7 would make like a more just coordinated 4-man crash, especially into Ruins in that situation, but hey, they went a little over ambitious, didn't work. MEZEXIS versus Jaguar now here on the northeastern side.
Unreal. Well, Cameron Davis's points, RIP. Meanwhile, let's take a look here as Skyline is on the push. He's going to go ahead and get that res onto Inactive. Jaguar is eliminated. Influence Rage are dead center here, right? Just outside of Ruins, and they have quite a bit of control, and they did a great job of shutting down Alpha 7. That was one of those plays, folks, where Alpha 7 was trying to send it so hard that they weren't saying like, hey, let's just try to get placement, right? No. They were like, we're trying to win first place. Yep. Yeah. And if they did get that position, they could have definitely had it.
Yeah, so risk versus reward. They took the riskiest one, which could have been the biggest reward. Of course, you know, it just didn't work out that way. Do it like 10 times. Hey, it might work 4 out of 10 times, 3 out of 10 times. They went for it. They didn't get it, but I respect it. Here's a quick little replay of that crash. And yeah, that DBS shot just dead on. And he survived the nades, picked up the other players. Influence Rage holds it down, and they keep 4 up. And oh, new circle, by the way, Jukes. It does go more north. So everyone in Ruins is going to push into Influence Rage now, because Influence Rage still have the zone.
Oh boy, and look at that, MEZEXIS gets knocked. Nunez from the blue zone gets shut down by MEZEXIS. And let's see who's gonna win this game. Right now, Intense Game looking too good. I'm itching to pick YKG, the dream. I wanna see it happen so bad, but with how they play, it's too hard to not pick them. YKG, I'm going with them. Let's go. Let's go for the one time. I have to do it. I have to pick one ridiculous pick. That's mine for the day.
Okay, all right. I was just gonna say, I've been trying to do those hero picks. Never works out. Hasn't worked out once.
Not once, right?
Good luck to you, sir, because I think everyone else is going with Intense Game right here. Intense Game with 4 up, full control of the western side. YKG, in a sense, have full control of the northeastern side, right, with 4 players, but YKG is last place. Or it was in Hyper that was last place. It doesn't matter. They may as well both be last place with how they're both performing. So not a lot of confidence in YKG right now.
No, not at all. Let's see where the next zone's going to go, as it's about to pop on over, especially with teams like this. Oh boy, you got Intense Game there. You got Influence Rage right there on the south side, holding a great spot. Will Papa Blue decide to finally give some love to YKG? That's not bad. That is not bad at all. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, and this one's actually really tricky, because Influence is gonna, if they maintain the defense against Loops, one of their players did get knocked, but if Influence maintains that position, it's going to be a 4v4v4. Each quadrant of the zone will have a 4-man team alive. YKG going aggressive here, trying to finish out this fight now rather than later. And I think what they're really doing is trying to get the points before, you know, MEZEXIS denies it or MEZEXIS goes down to a different team. So I like that. YKG, they're still playing for as many points as they could get. As bad as they're doing, they're not just, you know, sitting back and being like, you know, let's just wait for the zone. We have the zone. Why take any risk whatsoever? So I like that. YKG is still fighting.
Here they go. They're putting up a fight for sure. And, I mean, heck, they need to fight a lot harder here because they have a lot of zone priority. They can't give it up to Intense Game for free, but Intense Game is focusing on loops right now, trying to soak up as many points as they can. Influence Rage is seeing their eyes onto Intense Game as well, as Cielo is going to try to throw a nade onto Kaiovsky. And meanwhile, Ayala has the angle on Federal, but Federal jumps into safety just on time.
Yeah, Ayala doing a lot of work. But it's just down to him. I think Ayala and Sheaf are still up. Oh, Influence Rage is down to just one player.
Oh, wow.
Was that all due to the side of Loops?
I think so. I think so. But Intense Game are soaking up points like crazy. Yeah, Ayala shuts him down, and then here he goes on to focusing towards Intense Game. It's really just him versus Adrian. Can he get this knock? Nope. Too good of effort from... Federal gets a knock on Adrian. Ayala's still up for... and down he goes. Yeah, where's YKG? Now's the time to start turning up.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Intense Game even got any of their players knocked, but okay, Loops is out. Influence Rage do maintain the defense, but they lose 2 of their players. Influence with 2, Intense Game with 4, YKG also with 4.
Here they go. YKG finally starting to turn up the aggression up a little bit when they have so much zone priority. I mean, you could just tell their confidence was just through the floor because normally we would see YKG just really starting to press, put that action on. But now, who knows? Maybe with this game, this fortunate circle, they could finally start behaving like themselves.
Yeah, I mean... They're taking up majority of the circle, like you mentioned now, off of that. We would have liked to see a third party, but hey, it was hard to predict that a fight like that would have happened, right? Even we were surprised that all 3 teams were taking casualties.
What a zone. Oh my gosh. What a fortunate zone for Intense Game here as it goes pretty much towards their direction.
Circle.
Yeah, this is the last circle. It's going to go down to nothing. YKG has the majority of it. It's time to just use those weapons and all that utility, but you got to watch out for Intense Game. These guys could definitely hit those shots.
Yeah, this is going to come down to the last circle. No one's going to make the first play here or the first move unless if there's some nade openings. YKG have to put themselves in a spot where they don't get pushed from both sides at the same time. But I think they're okay. Federal actually gets a knock and a nade.
Law.
Uh-oh.
That's 2 knocks. They're in trouble here.
I don't think they can, though, because YKG is going to shoot them on the road cross.
YKG, what are you going to do? This is your time to shine. Nice nade there towards Federal. Federal is pretty lit up. Full 4-man team. This circle's about to go into nothing. You can see Erangel in there trying to make something happen. Law does get picked back up right on time. And then now here comes Chico starting to get aggressive with that DBS. Oh, he has the angles. No utility, though. No nades.
Toes?
He's looking for toes. He's looking for him. He can't sneak it through. Shots coming back and forth. Erangel really putting the hurt onto Influence Rage. And they go down. Now here goes YKG versus Intense Game. Can they pull out the chicken dinner? YKG win it, baby. Here we go.
All right. Okay. Okay, you're more excited because you picked them, Jukes.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes you gotta put it out into the universe, and sometimes it pays off, baby. But I'll tell you what, that was the most hesitant win I have ever seen. I mean, YKG with that position, I will say, like, imagine if Alpha 7 or a team like that was in YKG's position. You're telling me they're not throwing every nade they have and just playing that zone so aggressive? I mean, you still had 24K with YKG all 4 up, majority of the zone, 24K snaking out the back. It literally, the game had to force them to say, hey guys, the game is yours to win. Like, just take it.
Okay, I agree with you to a certain degree. I'll say YKG didn't play that incorrectly. They played it. There's different ways to play things, right? And I think they played it correctly, just in a slower way, right? You could go fast or you could go slow, but either option that they did it in a way where they didn't make any mistakes. Because what do they have to lose by taking their time a little bit in a situation like that?
I'm gonna tell you right now, right? Qualifying to the next stage, because they need a lot.
I mean, that's not gonna happen, Jude.
Every elimination, you gotta still go for it, baby. You still gotta go for it. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Let's take it on over to a break.
A7, INF, Rise, Loops, and Intense Gaming. And the only way to prove them wrong is for us to outperform them and place higher than them in Americas.
1v2. He's got the nade. Can he hit it? He needs to. Keep his team alive. No way they lose this. Oh, he gets it!
I don't know if there's teams that underestimate us, because I know that there's people that we prove them wrong.
Very bold. Does go down, but what are you going to do?
NA is back. YKG are going to be top 4 by the end of this event. No, probably not. But credit to them to obviously keep things real, keep things trying, and able to get themselves a chicken dinner. Able to also propel themselves ahead of NHyper, who won the NA finals. Big job by them. Glad to see them close things out. And Hot Jukes, you know it. He picked YKG.
Yeah.
I'll do the bragging for him.
I mean, Hot Jukes was humble at the end. He admitted that YKG, it wasn't the hardest round for them to win. The shifts that continued to go towards the north of Ruins favored them. The reason why I imagine the rest of us favored IG was because IG had the water to their back, and so everyone who wouldn't go through Ruins would be wrapping up towards the east side, and YKG were pressured a little bit, but ultimately in the end it was that one road that sort of separates YKG's compound from Ruins.
Well, right, so if the zone doesn't go if the zone goes IG's way, IG wins. If the zone goes YKG's way, YKG wins.
Well, but even so, I think YKG were pressured from multiple more angles than IG were, even at zone 5.
By the way, this end from Alpha 7 was so crazy too. And I'm actually surprised, to give some props for Alpha 7, I know we were kind of talking about them earlier. I'm surprised they weren't even able to get 3 Illims when they ended up going up against NHyper, because they had a rough rotation in. And I think at that point, that's what we kind of saw that full send out of them. Yeah. Now, going back to what you were saying with IG, I completely agree. I feel like they ended up getting attacked from way too many angles. When they were trying to take onto a fight with Loops, they also ended up getting knocked by a player from Influence Rage. There was too much going on for them to handle, and YKG, meanwhile, was just... YKG played that so perfect, actually, because they just waited for everybody else to fight it out, set themselves up, and just win the game. I
mean, then you can have the conversation of balance, risk, reward. IG, it looked like they were trying to go for as many elimination points as possible, perhaps feeling a little overheating themselves in terms of like trying to go for too much, which is something that we've seen before from them, whereas YKG, they focused on keeping everyone alive. It doesn't matter if they go down with, look at the eliminations already on the board. IG have 9, YKG, they're getting their 3rd, 4th as we speak. So YKG are guaranteeing the placement points, and yeah, IG got the elimination points to still come out ahead. So it's the balance of I guess, focus and risk versus reward that these two teams took.
And we've been talking about how Brazil has been dominating and how some of these Brazilian teams are so aggressive, how they are so proactive, and this is a perfect example. Even when they don't end up getting that chicken dinner, they end up winning in regards to just total points, with IG being able to get 16 in comparison to YKG 15. By the way, Influence Rage, you could see them now back-to-back games where they've been able to do good, being able to get those 13 points there as well.
Yeah.
And if we keep going down this list, some surprises actually. MEZEXIS there being able to put up 8 points, and this is kind of what we end up seeing always when we come to Sanhok. Teams that just haven't been performing well, being able to take over the madness, being able to take advantage of it, like Team QUESO being able to at least put up 4 points.
Also, not to mention the fact that you see Rise in there with 4, you see INCO in there with 9, which means Alpha 7, who did take 3rd place, might be pushed out of 3rd place back to 4th potentially. But obviously keep an eye on that as we go throughout the day here. But let's maybe take a look here at the 2nd page as well, because teams we're not seeing, well, Alpha 7 and Hyper.
Yep.
Extreme Slayers for me, which is the big standout. Today has been abysmal for them, and we were obviously seeing yesterday like, yeah, they need to work on their placement points because they would get 0 placements and like 5, 6 eliminations. Well, today they've not really got much of anything.
As much as I hate to say this, I kind of expected it from Extreme Slayers because of what we saw in the first 2 days, right? Yeah. For them to be expecting to come into the 3rd day and finally find that happy marriage between the placement points, between when they need to become aggressive and get those eliminations, that's just not their playing style, and it wasn't really going to favor them with how aggressive some of these other teams are. They're not going to be able to be as proactive as IG is, as we were able to see there in that Sanhok. I always knew that they were going to be falling down, but at the end of the day, nobody expected them to be doing as well as they did here so far in Americas. Yeah. And I think it's going to be a great learning lesson for this team.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I know it's YKG behind us. Still want to celebrate the fact they were able to get that win, but ultimately they got to do a lot more than this to be a bigger part of the conversation, because they're still very far down the 2nd page. To continue on Extreme Slayers, a little bit more is that, actually no, let's stay with YKG for now to see who's really putting up the numbers, right? This is the whole tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe it is.
Yeah, so it's actually pretty even across the board. It's just Fears that's perhaps a little lagging behind on all the numbers, but damage from 24K, Joey, and Chico is looking really even, which is what you want to see for this team to perform. But they're still in like 15th place.
And with this, sorry, Jason, with this team, I wonder how much of a toll for their mental state and what they've been going through since NA finished, because of the roller coaster, on a downward roller coaster that they've been on, right? From losing, we mentioned this before, but we got to mention it again. They lost the PMGC slot to Hyper. On top of that, they end up not even getting a good placement when we do end up finishing the league stage. Then they go into finals. People expect them to bounce back. They don't end up bouncing back, and it's just a roller coaster of emotions going down. And I feel like this team honestly has not been able to recover from that.
I mean, there's a lot of similarities between like them and Alpha 7, where they kind of like lost the PMG slot. Except Alpha 7 came back into regionals prepared and ready to go. And Alpha 7 was 6th place in their own respective region, or PMPL region for Brazil. And they obviously got through via the invitation. But Alpha 7 are like, okay, well, we got to prove ourselves. And YKG, I don't want to talk too badly about them necessarily, but I expected more out of them than they're currently showing us, considering they lost the PMG slot, and this was the only chance they could make it in.
For a team that's was 16th place, is now, what, 15th, 14th perhaps after that win. Those numbers looked a little higher than I would have expected, and I'm thinking back now on the fact that it's really the placement points that have been avoiding them up until now. Their eliminations...
Yeah, you saw the average survival time was like 13, 14
Yeah, exactly, but like their damage numbers and elimination numbers, they're not great, but they are more than I would expect from a 16th place team just off of the law of averages, and you know, there are only so many eliminations to have in a round. I think it's the fact that their fragging isn't actually letting them down all too much. They just can't win the fights on a consistent basis to order to put themselves in the mid to late game. It's like they get caught up in the chaos earlier on way too often. They're losing people a little early on.
Sounds like Hyper.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost
just that too.
It's almost like it's not even form of player. It's chemistry of the team and game plan that's probably letting 24K down. YKG down the most.
But within Hyper, I feel like it's even worse, right? It's even more highlighted because Kindness just hasn't been able to frag out GK first.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw he was able to put up some numbers in day one, but not what we expect out of them. And now going back to what we're talking with YKG, with how much potential we saw to this team from an A, with how much hype, because there was a lot of hype behind this team. I feel regardless of what it is a bit of a letdown of their performance here in Americas, especially from the letdown that we already saw in NA, that a lot of people actually expected them to win.
Yeah, even Zute.
Yep.
No, just kidding. Zute said it multiple times now why you put them in first place. But let's actually talk about our first place team, Influence Rage, and take a look at their stats from yesterday compared to today. Now, obviously, very hard to replicate the performance yesterday considering they had 90 points on the day, but they kind of look like a shadow of themselves.
Yeah. I mean,
isn't that bad? I mean, they're still doing better on average today than most teams, but
only because of the last games, though. Erangel, Miramar, Erangel were not great at all. They got, what was that, third place with 8 eliminations on the last game. That's going to bump up these averages on the right side a lot more. And even then, it's a third of the eliminations close to than yesterday. Half the average damage from yesterday. So really, it's like not looking great. I know I said that's the team that I would trust to be able to bounce back the most, but I'm starting to worry that I'm the one that jinxed them.
When do you like start worrying even more to the point where like, okay, they might end up losing first place?
If they don't get another podium today.
Really?
If the highest placement they get on the next 2 matches is like 6, that's when I'm realizing there's a problem.
Okay. We'll be
and like low elims.
Even if they start, yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah, with low elims as well.
Okay.
If they have like a 10 elim 7th place, then I think we're good.
Because that's the main thing I feel like the difference has been between them today and yesterday has been those elims as we're able to see there. And I mean, yesterday we were talking about Law, we're talking about Federal, we're talking about some of the other players, Little Boy too. We just really haven't been able to see that. I mean, after 2 matches, I think we only saw what? They only had 3 elims?
Well, this is their player stats on the day here. You can kind of count the elims. I mean, Law, Little Boy able to replicate. We obviously talked about Little Boy being the 2nd highest fragger yesterday, and Law was the number 1. Federal was 3rd, if I remember correctly. But now 2 for him and 2 for Kayovsky.
And with 2 games left here, I mean, they're obviously we didn't. Let me speak for myself. I didn't expect them to come into today and do exactly what they did yesterday, especially when it came to elims. I at least expected them to be hitting a halfway point, and so far right now they just haven't even been hitting that, and especially with their placement points, it's been awful. And as you mentioned, they've been saved a little bit because of what has happened within the last 2 matches.
Listen, we just had Sanhok, right?
Yep.
Sanhok was there to cut off Alpha 7's momentum with after they got their 2 wins in a row, and we'll see if this Sanhok placement by Influence Rage is going to be the sort of soft serve that they need to get themselves back into the mix, because those numbers also didn't look that bad, and again, it's because of all the action that they were able to get to in that Ruins position.
Well, I'd say the best way to get momentum and even maintain your momentum is with Monster Energy Drink, official energy drink partner here at PMPL. Stop laughing, Seven.
That was good. That was a good one.
So good.
That was your best so far.
Best so far, bruh.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
It was good.
I'll make the last one of the whole show the best, where we put on top of Seven's head. But let's go on over to our casters, because our 5th match is ready to go. And I'm expecting Hot Jukes to have a giant smile on his face as he was correct in his prediction, the only one to do so. But I bet he can't do it twice.
Let's go, baby. YKG's time to shine, bro. Hey, they're getting first place in this tournament. You know what I'm saying? That's how you do it right there. 1 chicken dinner's all I needed to see. Here's the comeback now. I mean, still, a boy could dream, right? But it was good to see them to be able to get a win that, and honestly, in my eyes, right, was on a silver platter, right? You got to be able to at least take those. If they lost that, then I'm talking about all hope was gone.
Yeah, I mean, that's how much confidence we've lost in certain teams, right? Like the silver platter chicken dinner and the Brazilian team, you know, on the other side, I'll still go side with them instead, right? But hey, it's a good thing that they did win it, given that circle, because if they didn't, oh boy, I wouldn't even know what to say about that one. But that was last match. This is a new match. YKG winning that doesn't really change the story too much, right? We're still looking at, on the left side of your screen, Influence, Intense, Alpha 7, INCO in the top 4. 5th place is now 13 points away from 4th place. And NA, Jaguar, if you peeped it, or not Jaguar, Extreme Slayers, if you peeped it in time, they're sitting at 90 points. 4th place is 117. So they are 27 points away now. NA is 27 points away from making it into the PMGC. And besides that, we have Hyper, you know, who already punched their ticket, but I don't know how confident we're feeling in that team right now.
Oh boy, that's all I'm gonna say right now. Yeah, because that is a big gap. What's up?
You remember during PMPL NA, you're like, in Hyper PMGC Grand Finals. You heard it here first. Making that bold claim. Yeah, I don't think in Hyper is gonna make it into the Grand Finals right now.
Hey, there's a reason why it was a hot take. I will say this.
Okay.
Still believe. Fair. Okay, there's still a little bit of belief in there, right? Because I think they're so down right now. I don't see them. Here's the scary part, right? Is I don't see Hyper as that squad that has that mentality of like, let's do anything we can to still come out of this alive. You know what I'm saying? Okay. I think they're the kind of squad that is a much more like, I don't know, just collected in the sense that they're just like, hey, we're done for it. Let's just kind of practice for PMGC. You know what I'm saying? As much as it makes me sick to my stomach because I hate that mentality from squads, you know, I don't think it's a good one. But still, that's just how they do it, right? So come league stage, if they're able to finally get it going in PMGC, if they just start off strong, get a couple fortunate circles, then maybe, right? But other than that, it's just not looking good because we're seeing them lose situations that we've never seen them lose before. They just look like they're just kind of lost out there.
Yeah, I will throw this out into the universe as a potential thing like to consider. And honestly, I think it is a thing to think about, right? So Americas, right? You have a lot of Brazilian teams, and some of the teams out of LATAM are aggressive as well. Like we see Jaguar just, you know, putting the elimination points up there just like the Brazilian teams. So like maybe, right, come PMGC time, where, you know, the other regions, like, you know, the eastern regions, Asia, and etc., they're not as aggressive, right? So maybe in a lobby with less Brazilian teams and more Asian teams that aren't as aggressive, the lobby balances out in a sort of way that in Hyper's playstyle works a little bit better. They're a little bit more free to play the way that they usually play. That is something to think about, because one thing I've noticed is the teams that are dominating here are all of the aggressive teams. But when you get to the PMGC stage, there's only room for like maybe 1 to 2 aggressive teams to take those top 5 positions, right? And then you get those teams that aren't just straight up aggressive. They're really good at navigating and rotating. And maybe, you know, at the PMGC level, there's more space to do that because you have less teams just taking up all the points before it's like circle 4, circle 5. So that could be a thing, just throwing it out there.
Yeah, could be indeed. Watch this shot, though. Scorpion, wow. Almost catches him. Actually, I think they crowed it. Okay, all right. So there goes V2, losing a player early on. MEZEXIS taking that point to the bank. Bop, bop, bop. That's all it takes. Oh, goodness gracious, man. Things are starting to really ramp up here, guys. I mean, it's almost over. It's almost over, right? We're in match 5 here. One more to go after this, and then one more day, and that's it. We're going to find out who's going to move on and who isn't. And right now, it's looking like doomsday for North America.
It comes down to this this match, I feel like, for me to just count Extreme Slayers out or not. Oof. If they don't get it done this match, I think they are not going to make it. Even if they get a big win the next match, which is, you know, pretty good to lead into the next day, getting a win in the next match or big points in the next match just puts them in a spot where they're going to feel a whole lot of pressure. And I don't think NA in general, not even Extreme Slayers, just NA in general, can make that type of comeback.
I will say one team that looks like from North America that sees they can handle the pressure the most, it would be NA. Right, as we see Juancho getting a nice point onto BULUC CHABTAN. I think they have the most composure in those kind of situations, right? At the same time, tomorrow's going to be just such a clown fiesta, right? Of just teams desperately trying to get eliminations, squads at the bottom knowing that they have no more shot and giving up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And not to mention also squads at the bottom that know that they have nothing to lose start popping off like crazy. That's another situation as well. So
yep.
You definitely don't want to rely on tomorrow. So I could see why you're saying that you want to see a game right now from Extreme Slayers to put themselves in such a more confident area, right? At the same time, tomorrow's still 6 games, right? If they get some fortunate circles, it could definitely work out. But 100%, that's not something you want to depend on.
Yeah. We have NA versus NA action here. As Crow swings out, doesn't get the knock, gets some good damage in, but it's just him by himself right now. He gets one.
Crow.
And could have had the second. Where's the follow-up? Okay, the rest of the team is here. Things are heating up a lot. Is that the last player of Hyper? It is.
Wow.
And MEZEXIS will get a reset up to 3. Baton clutching it out and nobody nearby to third party. And yeah, that's Hyper changing things up, trying something different. At least they're still doing that. But you can see it's just being stuffed down. Like, no matter what they try to do, early fights against isolated duos, fast rotations, going aggressive and then slowing down. It's just, what's the interesting stat I want to know? What is Hyper's highest point game out of the entire final so far?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Like, what is their best game of the entire tournament so far? Because they've tried everything, and I don't think anything has worked for them.
And not to mention, let's be real, that was against MEZEXIS. You know, I love Baton.
I mean, MEZEXIS has proven themselves, Jukes. They've taken down Alpha 7 in a 2v4. They took down Intense Game as well, I think.
But here's what I'm trying to say. Like, I mean, Baton and the squad have proved themselves, right? But this is a team they're used to fighting against, right? In North America. It's not like it's a strange squad, somebody new who's a different type of playstyle, and they're still losing to that, right? In a lobby that they completely dominated. So when they try to play aggressive, they lose to MEZEXIS. It's just not looking good right now. I mean, it's just so crazy how much they're struggling from a team that we all predicted to do so well here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's tough. That's just the way it is. Yeah,
that's the way it is. Next zone, yeah. About to pop on over.
We could go on about it all day, but hey, it is what it is. As second circle pops up, yes, I've been wanting to see one of these zones in the Americas in particular. This 50-50, north of the river, south of the river, Rozhok the central focus point. These always make for some really fun, entertaining action.
Yeah, here we go. Let's go and see how this is going to end up, because this is a very, very tough circle to deal with, because you have to really bet, right? Is the zone going to go north, or is it going to go south, or is it going to stay in the middle? So you have to decide which island you decide to take, right? Or which side of the map of this river. Not necessarily an island, right? But yeah, I mean, this channel right through the middle definitely adds another layer of intensity here. So let's see what happens, because BULUC, CHABTAN are holding down on Rozhok. JAGUAR, INCO, Loops, YKG, all need to get on in here. Nice shot there from Team QUESO. Oh, they'll turn around. Instant smoke. Very nice mechanics.
Yeah, good trade. If he didn't get that knock, that player was getting thirsted. So recognizing he had to hit those shots, he goes for it. And I like this too. If he doesn't go down, this is good pressure. He just needs to stay alive and create presence. He does not need to find a knock or anything. So that was good to pressure the BULUC CHABTAN team to keep this fight going. But they need to be sure to watch out for third parties. This spot is going to be a magnet for teams. Everyone's going to want this position given the way the circle is. They don't have much time to take this fight, I would imagine.
Nope, not much time indeed. And here they go. Team QUESO is looking to try to get this done as fast as possible, because you're right, third-party action will be coming very shortly if they don't finish it quickly. So you can see them trying to throw some nades out here. They don't really have a straightforward path inwards. At least they think they don't. But man, BULUC CHABTAN is moving around quite a bit. They should be able to push up this relatively easily. Like, I'm not sure what Kartik is doing in holding that spot. He has no angles at all.
Just looking to, I don't know, space out from his teammates so they don't get double naded. If he's the one that's going to eat the nade instead. This fight's still continuing. This is a 4v3. I like to see QUESO get a little bit more aggressive. I'm surprised that none of the team hasn't, poke their heads around here and look to third party yet, because this fight is taking quite a long time, and I think QUESO realizes this, and they're gonna try to disengage, but BULUC gets a knock through the smoke. Is BULUC gonna take this fight now? 3v3, smoke in hand. This is a tough one. We're actually gonna go into the next circle, so no one's gonna look to contest this spot.
Very surprised, very surprised. I mean,
yeah,
next circle is about to pop. I think all the teams right now are just waiting to see where this next zone goes, because they don't want to necessarily commit to Rozhok, especially if that zone goes north. And it doesn't. Okay, so yeah, teams now going to have to rotate on over. This is a very tough spot. I mean, you're going to see some teams try to take underneath that bridge possibly, but that's not necessarily the best position in this next zone either. And that hill where All Glory Gaming and Alpha 7 is, it's a tough one to hold because it's just all sloping, no coverage.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for a lot of teams, really, to navigate. We might see some wrapping rotations out of zone to go into the blue to get to the north side, which is pretty much a really viable way, because no one's going to be camping the blue zone previous circle, so it should be clear. And we might just see a lot of teams elect to do that right now. Alpha 7 with that zone shift. I don't know if they're happy with that zone shift or not, because honestly, Alpha 7 seems to be more than happy just fighting their way in on every circle. Now they just got to sit still and wait for teams to come into them, which sometimes makes certain teams weaker, Jukes, in all honesty. Some teams perform worse when they get the zone.
That's for sure. That's for sure. It's all about timing too, right? Sometimes you get that zone, like we just saw in the last Erangel. What was it?
Yeah, at the game end.
Yeah.
Jaguar got the zone, and it screwed them over almost. Well, it did. They lost.
Yeah,
they got second place.
It's all about timing in that position too. Oh, speaking of Jaguar. Whoa, wow. Okay, all right.
Big time. It's that 1,000 points right there.
Yeah, you know what? He's going to have to make sure he ain't dizzy. So hit those shots a little bit on a little while. Let's see what happens, though. As nice shots there. Carrillo looking to dominate. Extreme Slayers.
Oh, out. What?
Oh,
what? On rotation?
Boy. That hurts. That's gotta hurt right there, because Extreme Slayers going out there, and you said it. You said that if they didn't do anything this game, it was over for them.
Yep. Yep. Extreme Slayers, we will... I know it's like we still got like 7 more games, but I think Hyper's going to be the only NA team in PMGC, and... Oh, whoa! That tree was almost the end of him, and I think he is out. Yep, there goes V2 as well. Trees, man. Gotta watch out for these trees in the Americas. Some of these teams' biggest enemies. Alpha 7 has had a great adjustment to this zone. They just played a little bit further back and actually picked up 2 points. And we're about to head to the next circle shift already.
Yes, we are. All right, here comes this circle shift right here, right now. All right, in the next 18 seconds, okay, as Loops Ayala looking to try and hold a little bit of this north side. You got intense game right there, pretty central. YKG creeping on up through that southwest side. And oh my gosh, look at that on the east side right now. Rise, MEZEXIS, and Influence Rage all starting to battle it out as the zone is about to pop. And oh boy, another hard shift. This circle is rough.
Yeah, I mean, we got some Titans on the west side, INCO and Alpha 7, that are gonna have to fight their way in. All Glory Gaming kind of just right up in that zone that's in the way. Alpha 7 might actually just loop to the north and loop on loop and take the northern side. We know how Alpha 7 likes to take the high ground and just fight their way in. They don't necessarily just prioritize compound fights either, and you see that already. Alpha 7 all in vehicles wrapping to the north side. The south side got YKG and INCO. YKG will get the better of that one, that exchange. So YKG down to, oh wait, never mind. They're down to 2. INCO still have 3 up, and here comes the rest of INCO on the back of a buggy. Chico goes down, 24K gets taken down, and that is YKG out of there. And PASSIONFRUIT actually picking up some points onto INCO.
Yeah, PASSIONFRUIT desperately needing those points right here. They need to finish strong. They have 4 eliminations so far, but not the best position. They have to take out INCO here. Here come the nades from Nate and Juancho.
Surely
and they hit him. Yeah, they have to win this. Okay, beautiful one from Nate. They got to watch out for the nades coming in return. Juancho does go down. Nate's in trouble. That nade could be good. He has to go off mark. He does. Nate trying to get a return. That nade looks good. Oh my gosh, he's down to 1 HP.
Oh.
God. Where's the rest of the team?
Where's the third player?
Team?
Why do they have 2 players on supporting sight lines? You just need 1. You just need 1 at most. Like, textbook, playbook-wise, you just need 1, not 2. You don't need 2 different angles, just 1 is fine. Oh.
Unreal, just unreal. These, it's just, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say at this point. This is just tough to watch. I mean, Juancho and Squad trying to make so many things happen, but you get to see the splits, just the synergy is just not there. The team just not committed to one task at a time.
They just, I think that was just, yeah, it might be a synergy thing. I think, I don't even know actually. It's just,
moving on.
In my opinion, it's a 3-1 push, in and out. Like no, just 3-1 push, 3 push close. Maybe the third player a little just further back, right, from Nate and them, but you're right there pretty much. And it's easy. It's an easy finish, but it is what it is. PASSIONFRUIT will have to eject out of that one. Zuko's last one up, and INCO will stay alive with 3. That was a big break for them.
Big break indeed. Oh boy. All right. Well, things just seem to be getting more intense by the second here. As you see Zuko about to full send it on over to his grave, and this seems to be a habit time and time again by some players, right? Just trying to full send it on in, nothing they could do. It doesn't work on this lobby, you know what I'm saying? Maybe way back in the day you could get away with it, but just not here at Americas.
Definitely not. We're down to 11 teams. We're about to head into the next circle as well. I think MEZEXIS is the last NA team up, and I'm gonna say this about MEZEXIS. I think they have been performing the best. I mean, obviously Extreme Slayers has been doing better points-wise, but consistency, I think MEZEXIS have been picking up elimination points almost like every game. They just haven't had a good game where, you know, they break a podium finish, but they've been doing what they can every match, and I gotta give them credit to that. Yeah, they're up to 7 elimination points.
Here they go. I mean, three players still up. This could be a good game for them here. They are just south of Influence Rage. That could make things a little bit dangerous. Yeah, they do. Intense Game is right next to BULUC CHABTAN, and Grelin up on the 3-stack. Gonna go ahead and get the confirmation on 1. Has to win this 1v1 here, or buy time. He's not able to do so. Wow. Headhead doing a great job of just shutting down Intense Game. There's 1, there's 2. And he has no first aids. He's trying to loot that box. Oh, actually, no, he does. He has 4. No grenades. I'm sorry about that. And let's see, as Adrian's going to go down and try to get that res, desperately so. Teammates are going to throw some Molotovs. It got him. It got him. He's burning. He's burning. And boosting up somehow survives the fire. Woo!
Here comes All Glory. All Glory Gaming now. Coming here to help out Jer. I think he's just going to be happy chilling upstairs while he hears all this fighting. Intense Game gets 1. Can they get a second one? If they get a second one, there could be a third-party opportunity for the upstairs to come down, and it is looking like it. Intense Game holding on with whatever they can. All Glory Gaming, where'd they go? All Glory Gaming down to 1 player now, I think?
Diego shutting them down with that DBS. And meanwhile, a player from BULUC CHABTAN still alive. Tries to hit a little cheeky little bounce nade. Actually, it's a smoke. Okay. Trying to buy him some time. Now he has 1 more nade left. Was that good? He gets him! Oh my gosh! Headed with 4 eliminations. Just being a problem in this 3-stack.
Wow. Just doing everything he can. Where's the... Wait... INCO, was INCO playing a 2-2 split the whole time?
I think so. And look at that. I mean, the other 2 are just still staying in this main compound. 3. Actually, there's a 3, yeah. They're back to all 3 up.
Was it a 3? Wait, what was the... Okay, maybe there was too many teams for me to keep track of, but...
Yeah, it was a tense game, I think.
Oh, intense. Oh, yeah, so there was a whole other team right next to them.
A whole other team. Yeah, it was a tense game there. Yeah.
So Intense Game in the tower, INCO in that compound, All Glory Gaming slammed in, and BULUC was also in that tower with 2 upstairs?
Correct.
That's unreal. 5 teams in that one little section then? Okay.
Oh boy. I mean,
yeah,
this is the place to be. Yeah, this is the place to be.
That is crazy.
An intense game ended with 5 eliminations. PASSIONFRUIT ended with 4. And we're seeing INCO still hold this down. So again, this is just a full-on stalemate until this next circle pops.
Yeah, okay. All right. Next circle about to pop out. Need some time to catch our breath after all that action. Team QUESO, they were holding down Rozhok, and it worked out for them because they get control of the whole south side, and they could pretty much swim up across to that main island. Let's see what they could do now. I don't think they have any vehicles. That's a great circle for them. They'll have that ridge line to work with, but then again, everyone else is still kind of going to be in cover with that new zone. The north side has to push in, so all eyes on Alpha 7 and Loops, I think, who are now a little bit out of zone.
Alrighty, well, let's see what happens here as things are going to start getting interesting. Alpha 7, yeah, going to have to push on down south. It's only Seba there they have to worry about, but Mythic getting that knock is going to make things problematic, especially with how much time is left going to be in this circle. So Carrillo's going to throw out some smokes pretty quickly here. They want to get that res up as fast as possible and start heading down south, but this is all open field. There's really nowhere they can go. They're going to have to set up a car wall most likely. So that knock was early enough for them to get that res and reset, but they're going to have to send it down here with vehicles, and they're going to be in big trouble trying to get down here.
Yeah, let's see what they do here. Both teams on the north side have 4, so they're both going to make a huge decisive play here as they come in, and it looks like they will take this one spot and get very close to the zone, so that car wall will come in handy on the edge of zone, but they have Influence Rage with 4 up looking this way. Alpha 7 down to 3. They did lose a player. And here comes the Loops 4-man rotation crashing in. And they're going to just go straight center into the radio tower.
Here they go. All right, so trying to go ahead and head central down. You have Ayala there, keeping an eye out towards Alpha 7. Playing this very carefully, so they're going to be in a very good spot. Loops, honestly, are a problem right here because this zone is most likely going to be in a position where they could stay in that exact location. And you can see Alpha 7 just throwing out the smokes, trying to survive. And INCO, wow, just all glory gaming. These single players and this 3-stack are just so problematic.
Yeah, they are. INCO had 3. This was a 3v1, I think. Maybe a 3v2 because you have BULUC on the upstairs who did get taken out. So maybe that's what led to INCO losing an extra player. INCO with the nade, though, should be good. Does do some damage. Rojas still alive, but here comes the follow-up. And
got him.
That's done. INCO down to 2, however. Oh, maybe make that 1. Becker's in. Ooh. Running over. We'll get revived.
On in. Barely. Just like that. Oh, man. Things are starting to heat up here like crazy. You could just see any movement at all. You're going to get knocked pretty much instantly. It is intense city right now. As we're going to see Mafioso trying to throw a Molotov. Wow. Thinking he's got that kind of arm. That's pretty wild. But, you know, just in case, you never know. Look at Influence Rage on the other side in one of the most dominant positions. That 3-stack over there is going to be huge. Ayala gets a knock through the smoke. Wow, what a shot. Double smoke. Incredible.
Yeah, I mean, if you could shoot through 1 smoke, it doesn't matter if there's 10 smokes ahead of you. The bullets are either hitting or they are not. No thirst, unfortunately, for them. And on the eastern side, looks like MEZEXIS is just biding their time. Same with Influence Rage. Both teams waiting for the next circle to see what's going to happen. And we are going to get that next circle right now. And, oh, I love that shift a lot. That is a huge, good circle for Team QUESO. They get to watch the players move in, and they get that ridge line to work with once again.
Ofsky gonna go ahead and throw some smokes out here. He should still have that little ridge line by that rock, so he just wants to make sure he can make that cross safely. So Influence Rage, their big problem team is gonna be MEZEXIS right here across the way. But they should be able to rotate away from them, no problem. Even though MEZEXIS has that ridge line, as long as they throw that smoke there and you're able to get that cross, they should be safe.
Yeah. Influence Rage needs to make the next big play pretty much here. Oh, and Alpha 7, but I'm pretty sure all their vehicles are done in for. They could try and smoke their way in, but Team QUESO knows Alpha 7 is here, so smoking their way in would be tough. Yeah, I think Alpha 7 is the next team on the chopping block pretty much.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there. It's not looking good, that's for sure. Well, let's see what the play is gonna be. And INCO! INCO trying to shut down Team QUESO. Gets one. Becker's in the back. Where is he at? Meanwhile, Milova, is he going to make the push? Nope, he decides to hold that angle.
Becker's in. 1v2, it's doable. I'm surprised QUESO played it like this. They didn't stack the west side, which was their side to get more likely to be pushed on. Instead, keeping 2 players on the east. Alpha 7, yeah, not much they could do. Their vehicles were disabled. Even with smokes, Influence Rage is watching them. One of Influence Rage is knocked. That could be a MEZEXIS' opportunity to strike. I don't know how confident the NA teams right now are going aggressive. And INCO, the 1v2.
Wow, Beckerson, and look at that, 12 eliminations for INCO. These 2 players cannot be stopped. They have been taking out squad after squad after squad. This is absolute insanity. INCO refusing to go down. You know, their confidence has to be at an all-time high. Cardozo trying to throw some nades, trying to disrupt Influence Rage just a little bit more. I think that was even a stun grenade.
Oh, yeah, where's MEZEXIS at? Where is MEZEXIS at? INF is hurt. Loops is also hurt, dealing with one another. MEZEXIS could do something here. They are taking shots, and they have a nice spot in the zone, so I can't blame them for not going overly aggressive. Yeah, good shots, and the thirst. That's big. 8 points for MEZEXIS so far.
Ooh, MEZEXIS starting to turn things up a little bit. Here they go. And, man, this is coming off that initial squad wipe on Hyper. And I'm telling you, these guys are feeling themselves right now. Here comes INF coming on down and looking to disrupt Rise. And they should be able to usurp them. It's just Nunez up. But you got to watch out for Chief on this off angle. You could just see him just absolutely hard scoping this, trying to be able to get a peek. But MEZEXIS is still up and running here. This is a very interesting circle. Honestly, I wouldn't even count out INCO because these guys have been on the rampage. And gets a nice knock.
INCO with 2. That's another big one. That Loops is looking like they're about to go out here. They're down to just the 1 player. They're getting a revive. Influence Rage keeps 3 up. They've been getting knocked over and over, but it's huge for them to have 3 coming into this end game. They just need to deal with Nunez, but Mythic is still going to cause a lot of trouble, and the Util is going to be good here.
Oh, and the Molotov, he's actually jumping on that little box there, and he does survive. So, and are they going to be able to get the res on Nikovsky? I think they're thinking it's too risky with those blown up vehicles. And Law gets caught from the back from Inactive. So Influence Rage are just getting absolutely picked apart because all eyes are on them. And that's it. Done. Gone.
Finish.
Oh, it's just Federal. Federal's still up.
Oh, still 1 more. Yeah, he got the confirmation.
And he's gone.
That's good. Oh, there it is.
And Nunez runs out
Down
into
to what?
Wow.
Yeah.
Unreal. Look at
2
this.
teams? 3 teams.
3 teams, and you got INCO still alive with their duo. Got to give it up to MEZEXIS with an absolute crazy run here. 12 eliminations, and you have INCO with the baker's dozen, 13 total. This is a crazy game for them, and they're going to already get some solid placement points, but getting that chicken dinner is going to be huge, because honestly, a team like MEZEXIS needs every single one they can get. Let's see what happens here as MEZEXIS just continues. Yeah, just keep on pushing. Baton looking to get this nade off. Can he do it? Vitaly trying to throw some Molotovs. And I'll tell you what, these guys are fight ready. But Baton with the MG3 gets the knock on the Beckerson. And down goes INCO. MEZEXIS with 14 eliminations. Eyes fully set on Loops, trying to get this clutch chicken dinner. But this zone is not a good one. They have a little bit of a ridge line. I don't think Loops has much either. So let's see who can hit those shots. That's what it comes down to here. Let's see.
Loops versus MEZEXIS. Loops depends on the util. No nades, no smokes, I think, for the MEZEXIS side. Loops, do they have anything to work with?
Oh, they have the trees, and that's all they need here. You can see some stun grenades coming out from MEZEXIS. They're going to have to run wide out in the open. Ayala with the shots peeking. Baton goes down, and down goes Inactive. Loops take the chicken dinner with the power of the trees. Beautifully done. Beautiful.
The trees working in favor for at least one of the teams right now, and it is going to be Loops. That's a team that needed the points too, so that was a huge game for them.
Yeah, huge game for them. Got to give props, though, to MEZEXIS to put up such a massive game, right? INCO as well. Goodness gracious, what a match. I'm telling you, these teams are starting to ramp things up here towards the end. We only got one more left to go, Zoo, and it's so crazy to see how many teams we really hope to put up a good performance go out early in that last one.
Is the last one. One more game, and then we got 1 day left.
Yeah, 1 day left, guys. Things are starting to ramp up little by little. So I hope you guys got your monster energies ready. I hope you guys are so stoked because we have seen a performance of a lifetime right here from a couple of squads. Let's go ahead and take it to a break. We'll be right back.
MEZEXIS were so close, but unfortunately too far away to close out that game for a chicken dinner, but Loop's able to steal it away. Either way, MEZEXIS still get a buttload of eliminations behind them. And speaking of butts, Seven, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Okay, I remember how I said you had those smooth transitions? I don't have a butt, so.
You don't have a butt?
I don't have a butt.
It's true. Well, I can't confirm it, actually. I can confirm the opposite of it, considering I've been spending a lot of time with you in the green room. Cameron can attest to it. Loops, though.
I don't know what any of this means.
It means he farts a lot.
Okay.
I do.
Yep.
Loops, congratulations, they won. PMPL.
They won the PMPL, wait.
No, we're here at the I'm trying to change, trying to redirect our attention
it's
back
3 a.m. for us, ladies and gentlemen, so we get a little bit wonky.
Oh, man. Anyway, this was exciting. This was chaotic. This whole southern ridge, or ridge on the south side, north of the river, was very interesting to see how a lot of these players played around it. But look, MEZEXIS coming out on top. And this isn't the first time that MEZEXIS actually got a good number of eliminations. They've slowly been like picking up steam over the course of today. Unfortunate for them that they couldn't finish out into the whole win. Loops did sort of break their hearts here at the end.
By the way, I actually thought Influence Rage was going to be able to challenge MEZEXIS way earlier, by the way. I'm talking about like not even this stage, way earlier before Influence Rage decided to just pretty much camp it within that 3 stack. I felt like they could have been able to get a rotation. They already had 2 players, not even on the 3 stack, that could have maybe started off the fight. And I felt like that's the difference, right, that we have seen within Influence Rage today. They weren't willing to take those fights like we saw yesterday. They were willing to take those fights whenever they actually had a compound. This time, they just didn't want to do that. By the way, MEZEXIS, though, 20 points. This is good, by the way. Yeah. This is good for NA in general. 2 teams now being able
6 points ahead of Latin America.
Yes.
Well, with Jaguar performing today, I still don't know if they're ahead anymore, to be honest.
I guess we'll have to go back tomorrow and look at it.
Yeah, wow. 2 teams are ahead of the team that won the chicken dinner based off of elimination points.
I mean, INCO, they fought what, All Glory Gaming, Intense Game. I think it was
BULUC.
one player off BULUC. They fought as well.
QUESO.
They had all these teams to deal with on that southwest side, whereas, and this goes back to your point 7 of Influence Rage, all they had to deal with was MEZEXIS. But because they didn't deal with MEZEXIS, they also got shot by MEZEXIS when they tried to get in, and they got shot by Loops at the same time. So INCO just put up numbers, no chicken dinner, but still, they're ever so consistent.
With INCO, they were still trying to worry too with Alpha 7 when Alpha 7 was still alive. They were trying to see if they can get some angles. So it might have been like they weren't really fighting for that win. They were just fighting to frag out, and it's something that I feel like we're starting to see more out of INCO here.
Yeah, it's exciting.
They're saving all their chicken dinners for PMGC.
Oh,
that's how it works.
Yeah, indeed. Going to PMGC?
I mean, if Jukes can say Hyper are going to get in the grand finals.
INCO have a, yeah. I mean, INCO already top 4. I think it's pretty fair to say that they have a high chance of qualifying. But here's the second page of this. A lot of low numbers once again.
Man, that's so sad. Seeing that. Yes, dude. I hate being right when it comes to stuff like this, but they're just proving me right today in regards to they just didn't have what it takes to maintain themselves there within the top. But
it's also not great that YKG couldn't follow up on their win with another.
Did we expect YKG being able to follow up on that win?
I'm just
kind of given to them.
I'm just trying to say it's not only Extreme Slayers that's disappointing, right?
It's more likely that 7 grows magically 2 feet overnight than YKG having a back to
hear me out. Berserker. Rage
surgeries. But yeah, you see Jaguar there as well. Unfortunately, after they've had a really good day so far, Alpha 7, they got 4 points. So again, that lead they had over some of these other teams in top 4 is slowly dwindling away. We're not going to check in just now with the overall standings. We'll do that at the end of the day. But I do kind of worry for Alpha 7. Because going to the last day, you never want to have to go into the last day and be like, okay, we have to have a big day. Because if you have emotional players like Carrillo, like we talked about, right? You have a bad match at the start of the day in a day that you need to perform to get into PMGC. That could be a downward spiral. However, at the same time, Alpha 7 to me always seems to be one of those teams who brings it back when they need to on the last day.
Yeah, that's the thing is that I feel like we had this conversation about Hyper specifically in spring about you always being it's easier to overcome being behind by at least a few points than it is try and hold on to a lead, because the idea of holding on to a lead really messes with your mental, whereas you're the one chasing, you get the confidence to just go send because you really want to try and reach for the heights of first place if you're not there already.
I think I know. I'm sorry, because he was looking at me and it wasn't the normal look he gives me. So that makes me think that we're thinking the same thing.
Are we?
Are we thinking that Influence Rage might drop on Alpha 7 to punish them to keep them out of top 4?
Ooh. I would if I'm Influence.
Is that what you were thinking?
I would. I would if I'm Loops. Are you kidding me? And not even, we're not even talking about the hot drop too. We're even going a little bit different style. Alpha 7 is so consistent in the rotations and where they usually land, especially when we're going to
predictable or consistent?
Predictable. Sorry. Thanks for correcting me on that one. But I feel like a lot of those teams, especially the Brazilian teams, they would not want Alpha 7 to be in that championship. And then it kind of comes down to what you were saying, the mental state of how the players are going to be. If they're going to be willing to overextend a little bit more too, you're not seeing Alpha 7 there anymore either. I don't know. It can be sketchy because Alpha 7 does tend to choke sometimes on the last day. If we go back to what we've seen before in PMWI.
This is getting me excited because we Influence Rage literally did this to Alpha 7 as they changed their drop location on Sanhok, where they normally would fight against the Loops, but they changed it to go fight against Alpha 7 to keep them out of top 5.
Tonight, I'm going to be running all the numbers on all the different possibilities, because there's this like political game that you have in a battle royale, because you're not facing off against just one opponent, you're facing off against all these people, and so you're making decisions. But not only how do we get as many points as possible, but also towards the end of an event, you start to look at things like, how do we keep other teams down below us? And then because this event is qualifying to a larger event, you have the decisions of like, how do we, like, once we're in a more secure position, how do we then keep them out? You see teams that are already qualified to like a Worlds event throw the entire tournament to get another team out of it. So
I feel like we need
to
Hyper a little bit. Yes.
Maybe some Team QUESO drop on them?
That's what I'm thinking. And Hyper already qualify, even as much as we've been kind of burying them with their performance here in America.
I mean, it's not. They've been burying themselves.
That too. And then Team QUESO really hasn't had like an amazing performance here. I could see some of those teams doing a little bit of BM, which I would be super down with.
The thing is, I don't...
Please do it.
Like, while you talk about this, let's actually check with our overalls really quick because we only have like a minute of time because I want to give us like kind of caught up where teams currently standing. But go ahead.
Which is like for Hyper though, I don't know if their focus is going to be on keeping other teams out. I feel like their idea should just be how do they perform the best and get themselves into it. I don't know if they're going to be as caught up with the like rivalry aspect of this, especially because they're like a newer team. In that sense.
There is a rivalry between those two teams. Remember Spring and how
sure,
that ended.
but like PMGC is kind of an entirely different beast.
But if you can keep one of the teams that you've seen over and over again in your region, you know.
Bro, Loops, drop it on Alpha 7, knock them out of top 5. I mean, the thing is, it has to be a team besides Loops.
Yes.
It can't be Loops to actually overtake them because Loops is already pre-qualified.
So if they're in 4th
Rise,
and A7 are in 5th, A7 will go anyway.
Yeah, so Rise has to step up. But one way to do that is to help them by eliminating Alpha 7.
Rise has been slipping. Talking about Rise needing to step up. They need to step up for their own selves though, because they're what like 3rd, almost 2nd place at one point. They haven't really had that consistent like 4 or 5 eliminations every round.
The thing is, if I'm Alpha 7, if I'm even possibly right now at this moment, INCO and then Rise Esports, right? Those are 3 teams that are fighting to be there in PMGC. I would have to be careful, not only with Loops, not only with the teams that are qualified, but just in general, because once we go to that second page, we've seen it in the past too. We've seen those hot drops. We've seen those teams wanting to get those highlight moments and be like, yeah, we're that team that stopped Alpha 7 to PMGC.
Yeah. MEZEXIS in 11th place. So they've closed the gap. They are now within a couple of points of the teams above them, so they're kind of in the mix for this middle section, which is definitely a good sign because they were, I think their lowest was like 15th at some point yesterday or perhaps the day before. So I don't know if there's going to be enough steam behind them, if the math is even there for a team like MEZEXIS on this trajectory to break into top 4. But even in terms of a good performance here, I'm curious to see if they can't continue to raise the stakes.
Well, you know what? Some of you out there might be looking at this and thinking, you know what? I could do better than Hyper. I could beat them. I could be better than 16th place. Well, you know what? You do have an opportunity by taking a look at the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. The fall season is kicked off, or will be kicking off, I should say, with $15,000 on line for scholarships. And also the top 2 teams will be skipping PMCO to go straight into the Pro Season qualifiers. All you need to do to be eligible is to be in a college university in the US or in Canada. So make sure you guys check that out if you have a chance to maybe prove what you've got. But speaking of what we've got, it's time to head into our final match. I can't believe we're already into the final match here of day 3. That means we only have 7 matches left in total. And we're going to find out what's going to happen and obviously which teams will stand where at the end of the day right after this.
And we're back. Gotta get that education, baby. You gotta get that education, man. I can't wait to see, you know, maybe see Seven, Jason go get their graduate's degree, you know, maybe get into it, see if they're better than Hyper. That'd be pretty badass to watch. What do you think about that, Zoo?
Hey, just because Hyper are doing bad doesn't mean Jason, Seven, or Cameron stands a chance at being better than them. I'm gonna throw that out there. But you and I, Jukes, hey, if we go back to school, we got the comp experience. We can maybe do better than Hyper. No, that's all jokes, though. Of course, in Hyper, they're obviously struggling, but that's not the big story here. The big story is that shift in the leaderboards we just saw. Not a huge one, but things get interesting.
That is true. It is starting to get interesting. But back to what you just said, Zoo, right? If you're going to go back to school, what are you going for?
What would I be going for? Culinary school. I need to learn how to cook.
Ooh, I like it. Let him cook.
Need to learn how to cook more than just instant ramen, you know?
Let him cook. That would be awesome to watch right there. You know what? I'll join you. I'll join you on your journey because, man, things are about to get cooking and get hot here in the desert of Miramar. Last match here of day number 3. This is going to set the pace for the final day. Where are teams going to end up on the leaderboards? Those teams, especially in that mid pack, this is almost do or die for them.
Yes. So right now, top 4 on your screen on the left side. If this was the last day, that's who's making it in. Of course, you got the PMGC already qualified teams with their qualification points that they've racked up throughout the years. That would be Loops and Hyper, and I believe that one other team. Trying to look down the list. What was that third team again? Oh, list is gone. Loops and Hyper, and oh man, I just had it on my head and it just disappeared right quick.
Rage, we have INCO in the mix of it. BULUC, CHABTAN, where you're LATAM champions, you know? It's so wild. You know what? I'm just telling you this. You want to make sure that you're in that top 4, you know? I don't think I wouldn't be... Of course, I would be feeling good if I made it and if it was like 5th or 6th place because of pre-qualified teams. But that's... I still wouldn't be happy with it. You know what I'm saying? It's not a position you want to be in because having that mentality... just, like all we got to do is get 6th place, I think is the worst. Because we see teams do that and then just get demolished in the, you know, league stages coming up.
Yeah, it's, you just want to do the best you can now, get all the practice, all the points you could get now, because you never know what's going to happen in the next stage. Case in point, in Hyper, right? But they did do just that. And then they got the most point they could. They did every style they could, and... Region diff? I don't know, man. It's just none of it. Yeah. None of it translated over.
Unreal. I'm so shocked. I am so shocked to see it not just not translate over, but translate over so terribly. You know what I'm saying? But who knows? Who knows what we could say? I mean, this creates a great storyline if they do have that crazy comeback. You know what I'm saying? But who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? Because right now, it's not looking too good. Not looking too good at all.
Okay, I got it, Jukes. It was, so it's Loops and Hyper, and guess who the 3rd team was that's already qualified?
Who?
You'll never remember. It was QUESO.
Oh, that's right!
Yeah, QUESO, the team that has just really not shown anything here. So, I mean, we're giving a lot of, you know, flack towards Hyper, but QUESO's another team where you really got to wonder, what are they going to do once they get into the PMGC? So... Ooh. Those are the 3 teams already in, and other than that, and it's the top 4. And that top 4, man, they have been fighting neck and neck, getting good games here. Then another team gets a good game, and it's just like they're not letting go of their top 4 spot. I'll tell you that much. And whoever's trying to get into that top 4, this is the game that they really need to show up. Or else, you know, go into the last day and you're trying to play catch-up still, those other teams are not going to give an easy time for you. And also, there's the potential, Jukes, where once you're in that top 4 to a certain point, right, you might just be like, hey, I don't need top 3. I don't need top 2. Maybe the points are too far away. I'm just going to drop on you guys to make sure you don't get enough points to pass me up and get into the top 4 yourself. So... yeah, this match, this last one for the day, is extremely important to set the tone for the next day.
Oh, yes, it is. And look what we have to deal with. A southern zone in Miramar. The worst that you can really get. So, but you know what? Not the worst for MEZEXIS, right? This is their kind of circle here, and they just come off a crazy game with a ton of points, so good for them. Who knows, right? I mean, enough chicken dinners at the end. Things could happen. Things could happen, especially if you're hitting double-digit eliminations. But they're going to need a whole bunch of them, right? A whole bunch of them indeed. But you know what? Hey, sometimes you never know. You never know until it happens. So let's see. As you got Alpha 7 way up in the north, so they're going to have a fun time heading on downwards. Yep. And this could be a good game for teams, especially considering that Alpha 7 has such a tough rotation. We may see them go out early.
If memory serves correctly, Jukes, and I'm willing to bet some UC on this.
Okay.
Someone in the chat, you could go back and rewind, you know, to the other days, but there was this South Circle just like this, and Alpha 7 actually won that match.
Oh.
If not, they did top 3. It was Alpha 7, MEZEXIS, and I think it was another Brazilian squad. I'm actually so curious about that. I might actually just pull up my the good old YouTubes and jump around to take a look, because I'm pretty sure, you know, this might seem like an impossible circle for Alpha 7, but they have experience in this zone for sure, and they might have even won that in this tournament alone. So I'm gonna go take a little look-see.
Let's take a gander and see if that's possible.
Yeah. I'll let you know in just a minute, Jukes.
Okay, go ahead and do that that deep dive. Let's take a look here at this little quick replay. Let's see what happens to Vitali. All right, doing a little bit of a run. Oh, okay, all right. 2 flips and 2.5. I'll give that one a 7 out of 10. Very, very nice. Didn't stick the landing, though, so that's tough. So, meanwhile, I will say this, right? For teams that are trying to make a miracle run, MEZEXIS just came off of the game of a lifetime for them, especially here in America's Championship, right? So when it comes to their attempt at trying to make it into the top 4, they're currently in 11th place with 84 points. Alpha 7 has 125, okay? That's a massive gap to cross, all right? That's what, 41 points? Yeah, 41 points total. It's chicken dinner time for MEZEXIS if they even want to stand a chance. Now, a lot of people will be like, why are you even talking about this? It's because, you know what? I think that you need to see a team do everything they can to try and make their dreams come true. And you know MEZEXIS wants it bad, especially after a game like that. Baton has the skills to pay the bills, that's for sure. So it's chicken dinner time for them. So I want to see how teams adjust their play style. Because honestly, Zute, I am so sick of seeing squads just play their usual game when they need to make changes at the last second.
Yeah, speaking about making changes, I don't know if this is a change from QUESO or not, but we already said they're already in, right? And I think they're just trying to redeem themselves at this point. So they're going for every point they can get, and it works out for them. And this might be what they needed, you know, to just, hey, you guys got nothing to lose. Just try and go out with a bang, and they're picking up the points. And Jason actually came in with the info on that play or that game I was alluding to. So Alpha 7 didn't win. They got third though with 5 elims, and it was actually an intense game that won that match with 14 eliminations plus the big chicken dinner. So Alpha 7, they could still get a really good game in. They finished third last time in a zone like this. Intense game. Where are they on the map? They're rotating into the zone on the northwest side. They could pretty much get central without too much opposition. So it's a good chance for Intense Game to rack up some points as well.
Yeah, let's see if they can here, because where's Intense Game sitting at right now? Intense Game is sitting in 2nd place with a total of 140 points. So Intense Game, you know, they want that first place. So they're hunting down Influence Rage. Definitely putting some points on the board. I'll tell you what, INCO after that last game though, oh wow. What a jump up. That is so crazy. They're in the mix as well. Another solid game here, and they are in it to win it. So let's see how this zone is going to treat these teams, right? Will we see another crazy hardship to Los Higos? That'd be fun. Never mind. Los Leones it is. Wow.
Wow.
Look at Alpha 7, right? Their bet it was going to go to this side did not pay off.
Last time it did. Last time it ended, I think, right where IG is, around that area. Maybe a little bit to the east, but not this time. All the way east. Okay, so this is different now for Alpha 7. This is very different because the west side of that circle pretty much gets cut off almost immediately as you enter in. Everything from that white circle edge point onwards is all leading uphill, meaning from west to east. It's going to get really hard to keep rotating in, and more than likely, you're going to have to rotate in a little bit further as the circle shrinks. I want to see if Alpha 7 wraps around back up north and comes in and swings in on the east side. That's one thing I'm curious about. But as for all these other teams, Jukes, it is a mad scramble on this hard shift to find real estate, and in Hyper, they found more than just real estate. They found Jaguar, and they're ready to find
the lobby. They're about to find the lobby right now because they have not won one of these fights, and it's not. It's crazy. I have zero faith in them when it comes to these early game fights. They're just losing every single one. It's unreal. Bop bop. Goodbye. Ouch. Yeah. PassionFruit and Hyper, 2 NA teams done. Off the
Oh, I didn't even... When did PassionFruit go out? Was that on camera?
Yes, it was. It was the first team out just a little bit earlier, yeah.
Okay, I was looking at my phone to try and get the info on Alpha 7. And, well, yeah, you look away for a second and another NA team just poof.
Ooh, as a matter of fact, I just got word from Juancho from PassionFruit right now, and he ain't happy. Let's put it that way. First words are, what the heck? Okay. Not a happy situation for PassionFruit. We'll see what happens. tomorrow as it's their final day, right? I mean, it's so crazy because you see them, and the frustration is warranted, especially after watching that last game, right? Where they were so pushed up on INCO, and they had the advantage, right? But Zuko and Valak were just so far away and couldn't join that fight, you know? So it's tough.
They had vehicles, too. They all had vehicles.
Yeah.
All it took was just hop in. One of you guys, you don't need two. Holding off.
Full send. Literally just drive in, jump out, and you're a problem, you know?
Yeah.
But, you know, it's things like that that are the most frustrating as a player at IGL, you know, any kind of role that you're playing, you know, especially when you know that you could win a fight, when you know you have it in the bag, and it's just the support, and you do everything you can, you get 2 knocks, but your team isn't there to finish it off.
Yeah, it's rough. You shouldn't see mistakes like that happening at all at this point. Those are like I called it out, textbook plays, right? You got 3 enemy players all bunched in one spot, cornered in. You have 4 up, 3-1, or full send with 4. Not a 2-2. It just doesn't make sense to ever 2-2 in that situation. Like, if you have the reason why you don't, I just want to elaborate real quick for the viewers that maybe not understand, right? The reason why you don't need 2 off angles is because that team is so hunkered in that they're not going to be running around peeking out and giving 2 different angles the opportunity to shoot in. At most, you know, they might mess up and have 1 angle exposed, but they're not moving anywhere. They are hunkered in. They are getting naded. They are not running out into the open to challenge back. They are going to be sitting there nading back. So you need more people on top of them to nade them and continue to take them out. So it's just like that. And the circle did shift. It wasn't a big shift. It did pull away from the east. It did pull away from the west. So it just centered up a little bit. Could potentially be a Los Leones ending if it goes hard north, as you see right there on the right side. But the big thing to take note is this is going to be a messy game. Extremely messy.
Yeah, messy game indeed. So let's see. Yeah, you can see Mafioso just trying to drive around and figure something out with those tires shot and trying to make it into the circle. I mean, this has been a very difficult rotation for Alpha 7. The zone could not have gone worse for them, but they're just trying to make do right here. And Baton needs to be careful to not make too much noise, because if Alpha 7 sniffs them out, they're coming for him hot.
Yep. Let's see what Baton could do here. He already got the pre-nade in hand. He knows if he has any chance at getting crashed and winning, it's definitely with an opening knock from the pre-nade. Carrillo driving around, getting some info. And so Alpha 7 did not loop the far way around. They just go head on straight to the challenge. And I think that's what they've been doing all tournament long, and it's been working. Extreme Slayers versus Alpha 7.
Mafioso almost getting naded, but he's going to go ahead and take off from that buggy. And you could see him tuck and tail for now. It does survive, so they do have 2 eliminations. This is a great thing to do, right? That's why you want to kind of play kind of peekaboo when it comes to fights like this, because even if it goes bad, you could just take off.
Carrillo with the return nade. Robert GG goes down. Might have been to a different team on the back angle. This is a very exposed spot that the Extreme Slayers are in. Remix should be getting that revive. MEZEXIS also very close by with their 2 players. Let's see if MEZEXIS decides to chime in at any point here. And we are going to go into the next zone shift. Alpha 7 might even just disengage this, because it will get messy depending on where the circle goes.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. Is you see Alpha 7 starting to make the push, playing together. This is what they do best, right? Here they go with a DBS. Carrillo gets the knock on the Hayuya, and Team Kessel takes down Bray. Extreme Slayers just getting picked apart. Rebel gonna go ahead and throw that nade towards Baton. Do they even realize that he's there? I think they do, yeah. But they're just heads are on a swivel right now. Meanwhile, yeah, Crow is just, yeah, look at this. They're just waiting for someone to even come close. Open that door. They're like, I dare ya. They better watch out for those nades, though.
Yeah, they just know. Alpha 7 just knows. Maybe that one nade gave him false safety, but I think MEZEXIS was just waiting for the elimination feed to light up with some Alpha 7 getting knocked, and with none of them getting knocked, they're not going to take that 2v4. They know it's way too risky and not in their favor. Zone is close by as it did shift up north, and there's the opening knock onto Alpha 7. The elimination feed is hidden, though, until someone gets absolutely eliminated. So they're going to go away and get that revive probably. More teams having to move in as circle is starting to close.
And here we go. It's starting to close and things are starting to ramp up. Are we going to get a northern shift to get an urban finish here at the end? That would be wild. And honestly, that would be the worst zone for Alpha 7 because there would be another hard shift completely away from them. Let's see what happens though. Oh, Rebel does go down. That's going to be a tough situation. Let's see if he can get picked back up. He's still outside of this circle. This is still pretty early, though, so they can eat a little bit of that blue zone. I think the whole goal right now is just try to get those res and get away. They do, I believe they get that res off. Oh, all are in, two of them are in a vehicle. That is tough. And here they go. Actually, they didn't get the res, so they are stuck as a 3-man, making a push onto Extreme Slayers.
Yeah, I think they actually had no
what a
intentions. Oh, what a great nade, yeah. I think they had no intentions of actually rotating into this zone. I think they knew this is one of those circles. Hey, everything's probably taken. We're not making it in. Let's try and take a fight and get some points.
Got him.
Baited out the shots from Extreme Slayers, but Extreme Slayers still won the fight overall. Good job for Extreme Slayers, but I don't know what they could do with only 2 members left.
Let's see what happens here on the rest of the match as Intense Game are still up on that northwestern side. Very, very spread out. So this could be a really good game for them now. Remind you folks, it is Intense Game in 2nd place. Influence Rage are in 1st. And Influence Rage are playing this very careful right now. They have a nice little compound there on that southwestern side with 0 eliminations, but they are very well set up. We'll see where this next zone goes, though. That's going to be a really huge factor here for the rest of the match.
Yeah, we'll see. We might get that Los Leones finish. Extreme Slayers, oh, Remix goes down. And this is probably exactly what was going to happen to Alpha 7 as well. Rotating in. So taking that fight was the right play. Remix is finished. Robert GG about to get shot in the back or the side. BULUC CHABTAN, they smell a free point. They have 4 up, 4v1. And down goes Robert. BULUC with 5. They need the points too.
Yeah, they definitely do. Let's see, where's BULUC at? BULUC, right now, we're in 10th place with 86 points. I mean, their dream is still alive. You know, it's not over yet for teams like this, but honestly, this is that game, especially for those teams in the kind of BULUC's area on the leaderboards. They need to end this game with not just a chicken dinner, but with elimination points as well. And BULUC already has 5, so they're off to a really good start.
Yeah, they need to close this one out, though. They need much more points if they want to have a comfortable start to the next day. Here comes Rise rotating in, pushing in just a little bit closer. The circle pretty much centered up, so it's not a hard shift further into the city. Doo-doo popping some shots long range. 4 up for a Rise, still looking like they're going to make decent headway. V2 close by, but only with a duo. One of them getting revived. And it looks like Rise is trying to sniff them out here. Looks like they got it. Here comes the finish. Can it be a clean one? It is. Only one of them gets knocked.
Wow, beautifully done here. And let's see here as Rise going to go ahead and throw those smokes. 7 is going to get that res off. And he's going to start focusing inwards because they got to find a way into this next zone as they are just outside of it. Meanwhile, you can see rotations coming out from all these squads. BULUC CHABTAN still in the mix, trying to put up some more points on the board that they desperately need. But let's see how they try to get in here. Meanwhile, Influence Rage, top team in the lobby, set up, looking pretty.
Yeah, they're in a good spot with 4 right now. Trying to hold this one down. The only issue is with this spot, if the zone shifts away from them, actually it's not too difficult. I've seen a lot of rotations being made out of here, but first they need to deal with BULUC, right? If they can't deal with BULUC, the second they move away, BULUC is on their heels shooting them in the back, so they're gonna need some counter aggression there to deal with the 4-man team of BULUC before the next zone shift. But that is if they lose zone. There's a chance that BULUC and INF could get the zone.
Yeah, let's see here if that does happen indeed. Meanwhile, Potro in a fight. DBS popping back and forth. DBS versus UMP, and Potro takes down Baton. So down goes MEZEXIS. It's a game that they desperately needed to win. They go out, so that could be the door shutting on them, or shut immediately. So let's see what happens in tomorrow as Doo-doo gets a nice shot here onto Potro.
Nice finish there. Rise with 4. We got a lot of 4-man teams left up in the lobby, so a lot can change here with the power of a 4-man team if things are done correctly. Influence Rage on the southwest, trying to deal with BULUC, who has 4, and soon they might even have to deal with Rise. Rise is coming in on the south side as well with 4 up, and the predictions are in. Most of us going with Intense Game on the northwest, full control of that northwestern quadrant, nothing that they need to contend with, and Jaguar from Cameron Davis and Hotchix, who are dead center. So with 4 up, can't blame those picks either.
Let's see what happens here. I think with Jaguar dead center, this next zone is going to be pretty heavily dependent on who's going to win. So let's see if they can at least get into top 3. If the zone goes north, they're going to be sitting pretty. But meanwhile, Influence Rage, they're into it. They're going to have to be able to get out of this with the weapons on their back, because look at that, they got BULUC, CHABTAN, Rise as well. And it looks like they're doing a great job. Next zone does come on up, and it goes dead center.
That's a good zone for Intense Game to rotate into. Same with INF, if INF can deal with this, but Intense Game, no! The MVP of the team, looking like he tried to bite off more than he could chew, gets knocked and finished, and just like that, my confidence pick in Intense Game drops by quite a bit.
Oof. So split up, but you know what? You're able to do that when you're feeling yourself. You know what I'm saying? When you're in the top 2, you can spread yourself out a little bit too thin. And I think that's exactly what happened. And if there's any player that's going to have that confidence to make a play like that, it's a Grelin. So sometimes you do bite off more than you can chew. Hopefully that's a lesson he learns and is ready to kind of calm himself down a little bit tomorrow. But we'll see what happens here. Is Dudu keeping an eye on the rest of the team. I believe, yeah, that's Influence Rage. So he's going to have to give this up. I don't even know why he's looking here. The zone's closing. He should be just wrapping right and trying to get into his next zone.
I think his other teammates pretty much got the call. Dudu maybe looking to pick up some scraps in the form of BULUC. If he looks over to his left now, yeah,
he does have that buggy.
BULUC, yeah, BULUC is safe. He might peek over. Nope. Looking, checking, double checking. I mean, the rest of his team is already on top of the rotation, right? So no need for 3 people to look at where to go. As Loops getting pressed now by Team QUESO. Team QUESO.
Wow.
A lot of signs alive. Yeah, it took some...
goodbye.
Just as I say that. Nope, never mind. Team QUESO down to 1.
Down to 1, but hey, 6 eliminations, right? Yeah. So something has changed, right? These guys are doing so good now.
That's actually better than what they've been doing on average, right?
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're hitting 7 shots. That's for sure. 7. Wow. So look at them go, little by little. Meanwhile, you got Loops. 2 players up, trying to catch that last player for Team QUESO, and it looks like he's gonna get away. No, shut down instantly, right out the Lambo.
Yeah, if you think about it, would you rather get 7 elimination points and no placement points every game, or try to make it into the top 5 each time?
Ooh.
Like, seeing how tough this lobby is, honestly, just take the fights early.
Yeah, honestly, if you can get 7 every game, that's solid. Yeah, 7's a lot, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can get that every game, you're going to be in the top 3 pretty much. But you still need at least 1 game where you get those zones. If you're able to put 7 up every game and you get 1 lucky zone, you're going to be the championship team, 100%.
Yeah, so I think QUESO's really realizing like what they need to do to change things up before they get into the PMGC. So it's good to see them doing it on the last match today. I want to see this tomorrow. Now, we're not talking about QUESO because they could break into the top 5 or anything, but in hopes of them being PMGC prepared, that's what they're going to need to do. They need to shift their mental focus. Same for the likes of Hyper.
All right, well, the next zone's about to close. 17 seconds left on the clock. This is that planning phase time. All these IGLs should be looking and predicting where the next zone's going to go, telling their team the pathing, everything. Because as soon as it pops, they have to move immediately. So let's see. Jaguar most likely going to just be big chilling, not have to move a muscle, pretty much no matter where the zone goes. And that's exactly what's going to happen. So Jaguar, big chilling dead center. Intense game up in the north. They're going to have full control over there. Another deadly squad. And Team Jaguar just have to worry about Influence Rage pushing up on them. But at the same time, Influence Rage have to worry about INCO down south. So I wonder, Zoo, do you think it's worth it for a team like Jaguar to try? No, they're not going to do it. They're going to stay exactly where they're at. I was about to say, you know, if they hear a fight going down there, do you think they try and peek out and try to get some shots? Nope. Yeah, it's too open.
I think if they have the smokes, you know, smoke off your sides so you don't get third party from distance from YKG or IG, and stir the pot a little bit, you know? Like, if you just press some pressure on, it might just be enough to make the other team, like INCO, feel confident in being like, oh, they're getting into fight. Let's third party. And overall, you know, you benefit the most. So Jaguar do have that in the playbook. But like you said, will they do it? That's to be seen. Jaguar has been a pretty confident team, I'd say, in deciding to take fights. So we may see that happen.
Yeah, let's see if that does happen indeed. Mythic does go down. YKG still up in the mix, but oh boy, goodness, they won one game that was hand served to them, and they've been not been able to really do much ever since. So let's see what happens. As Chief has one elimination. BULUC, CHABTAN get eliminated. That's going to be a tough one. 7 teams remaining, so all these squads going to get something when it comes to placement points. Chico with the nade. Is he going to get that perfect balance? This has to be the most perfect nade ever if he hits Chief. Oh, doesn't do it.
Nope. Yeah, that's a tough one to hit. Chief, this is going to be even a harder one to hit, in my opinion.
Imagine.
And oh, it's looking good.
Oh my gosh, it actually hit him. And he can even do this one more. Look at that arm he's got. Chief said, how much you want to bet I can throw a nade over the mountains? Almost hits him. And yeah, Chico said, you know what? I ain't going to risk it. I'm going to back off.
Yep. Chief, just the solo. Not too much of a threat, luckily, for YKG. But the next zone shift, will YKG get it on that side, or will they have to cross the road? If they need to cross the road, that is almost a death sentence. So let's see. No casualties.
Jaguar needs to be careful. Jaguar needs to be careful here because depending on where this next zone is going to go, and it does center on up, they may have to start focusing on one area at a time, right? So they have to kind of either focus on YKG, making sure they don't cross. That's honestly their biggest threat, right? Because there's no way Intense Game is going up the mountain. So they need to be all eyes in that direction.
Or at most 3, and then one to monitor, like for info elsewhere for the next play afterwards. But the push has to come out for INCO now with that circle, and they are feeling the law as Lunal gets a double nade and the swing out, the double P. Clean.
Influence Rage, wow. I mean, this talk about a stamp, right? Trying to make sure that you just tell the whole lobby, we're the big papas here, and we're going to take home this championship. We're going to be the best in the West. And so far, it's looking like it because these guys are almost unstoppable right now. 6 eliminations, the entire squad up, and they have the most points in this lobby with a nice, good cushion. So they're going to be sleeping tonight on their pillows, resting easy, Zute.
Yes, sir. It's the best feeling in the world probably to go into the last day. Well, second to actually winning the entire thing. But the best feeling after that is probably going into the last day with a big lead and a chicken dinner on the last match. But Jaguar Simple gets a knock onto Law with a nade. Intense Game trying to make a play now. I don't know. I don't think they're in zone here. So actually, Intense Game is going to have to go up that mountain after all. Let's see if they decide.
Nice nade.
Yeah, those are big. Those are bigger shots.
Oh, and look at this. Wow, Jaguar are doing a great job of just taking out every team even near them right now.
Yeah, talk about holding down the fort.
Oh, can he hit this onto Chico? That'd be crazy.
The bounce.
Got him! Goodbye. Wow, a huge threat completely taken out with those blind bounce nades. The bank is open, baby, for Jaguar.
So that was Jaguar taking, you know, nades at Intense Game, YKG, and it started with Simple getting a knock onto Influence, but Simple gets knocked, Influence clear up their sides, and this is the final zone, actually. How is this going to work out? All Glory Gaming still in the mix of things, too. Intense Game, trying to get some resets. Do they have any more util? Intense Game is out if there's more util to be thrown, but you got to be careful. Victex out in the open. He survives and gets the molly off.
Burn, baby, burn. Adrian's going down. Victex just like literally the lone survivor here.
No fear.
Just using these stairs. I mean, wow. Shut him down. Gets shot from the back. Oh, actually, that's Cielo. And here comes Intense Game. Where's the rest of Jaguar? They need to start focusing in there. They get one knock. That's huge.
Did they cross over with 3? No, they just crossed over with 1. Everyone's making a push now onto Jaguar.
You got to watch out for Influence Rage coming after the back, too. But you know what? I believe... No, yeah, Intense Game on this other side. Influence Rage are just chilling. I don't think they can come up this hill, though. No. So Jaguar needs to shut down Intense Game as fast as they possibly can. It's just Diego.
Yep.
Oh, David! Oh,
he got a finish.
You did. Wow. So got the confirmation on 1. Only 2 players up left for INF.
This is getting better and better for Jaguar. Center zone, they have to leave that compound. And here comes the push. They deal with it cleanly. Jaguar with 14 eliminations and 4 up. Can the duo of INF pull off some magic here?
Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens here. Jaguar, on fire. Mercy trying to get knocked. He can't do it. Where's the rest of the team? Simple goes down.
There's another one.
Influence.
B2.
Where are the reses? They're not going to be able to come out. Seba up on top. It's really Seba. Seba has the angles here. He just cannot lose. Federal has a Groza, though. That's dangerous. Oh, he goes out the blade. The nade! And Jaguar win the game! What a finish. And crazy elimination points.
Man, they might have gotten zone blessed, but you saw how they controlled every side with those nades. They hit all the util they needed, and that was a situation where they did potentially get pressed by 3 teams at once, and they held it off. So a zone blast, yes, but that was a very difficult zone blast to win, in my opinion, and they did it perfectly.
100%. I mean, there was teams coming from all sides, but they were able to take them out piece by piece. It looks like they were just like a step faster than all the rest of these teams. I mean, look at that. Blind nades to take out YKG. You have one player handling intense game. Yeah, all to himself. And shut them down, too. It was insanely executed. If you're Jaguar, you got to be so hyped going into tomorrow.
And there's a huge thing to take note from Vikendi in particular, man. He was the guy that handled intense game on the north, but yeah, it's Simple on the south side, handling by himself 4 players of Influence Rage. And the nice thing to take note is when you get the zone, right, you cannot just sit still and wait for the players to come to you, because then they will go at their pace that they like to and probably crush you in. Vikendi and Simple pushed out of the comfort of safety to apply enough pressure so that when the other teams did have to push, they ended up pushing in fragmented ways and not the way they would like to with their full squad. So beautifully done by Jaguar.
Oh, man, it was so huge. They got to be so pumped to put up a game like that. In general, that's a W, in my opinion, right? To put up 14 eliminations and get the chicken dinner is so hype. And again, taking out the top teams in the lobby, piece by piece. Jaguar with one of the most impressive wins we've seen so far. Jason and the desk, what do you think about that one?
I'm thinking I'm glad you're not an analyst right now saying them getting 14 limbs is a dub. They won the game. Of course it's a dub, my man, but I know what you meant because Jaguar have been on a tear today. They've been ripping into their prey and getting themselves up the leaderboard. I think there were 6 before this match, and with that match finishing, I wouldn't be surprised if they could potentially challenge to top 4.
Yeah, which would be really, really exciting. Because so far it's outside of Extreme Slayers, which at the moment looks to be more of a blip than anything else. Exactly. Like ninjas, they're fighting away and they're hiding away into the shadows, not to be seen on the leaderboard again. But for Jaguar, they're actually they're actually climbing up. They might actually start to really fight that top 4. It'll be really exciting to see because they've been on a tear today.
You know, okay, yeah, they have been on tear. I want to see the match rankings actually, because I normally we don't really look at too many things individually, but I think after the match rankings, I do want to see Jaguar's player stats of the day as well, because Vikendi, I mean, he had the 1v4 against Influence Rage, he had 7 eliminations there. I think he's on like 14 elims in the day. He's been having a phenomenal match, and the funny thing is, in that first match, we said that MVP power, like the morale booster for the team, Vikendi pulling off that 1v4, and Jaguar, since that match, have been rolling in the points.
It's true.
We got the Latin American Nate.
I knew that's what you were thinking. I was hoping that you would say, because that's exactly what it feels like right now. But I mean, yeah, Jaguar, great performance. The big question is going to be, can they actually continue that going into tomorrow? And if they do, it's going to be every single match. They can't afford to have a match off, especially with the other teams that are currently fighting for that top 4.
Yeah. So I was just giving the thumbs up to production that, yeah, man, I want to see these match rankings because this is going to be interesting to see all the points they got. Because, again, we have to keep in mind of the teams that are ahead of them, how well did they fare? Because that's what they're crawling up against. And actually, you're not even going to see the match rankings yet because we want to see the highlights. And it should almost all be Jaguar here. But we're seeing some come in from Influence Rage as well. And honestly, a very tough prediction out of all of us here to try to get.
Yeah, easy.
Did you pick Jaguar?
Yeah.
I think
he went back and changed it.
I didn't. Oh my! The accusations.
I think he needed to get at least one right for
the slander. Listen,
They did lose 13 points.
Even the best of the best can have an off day. My off day is better than half of your good days.
Production, can
Back off the king of
Can we get a head-to-head of Cameron's prediction?
Day 3 versus day 2 on my prediction game. Listen, it's not great, but hey, I finished off with a win here. But no, so Zute commented on the value of Jaguar's win, that they really were getting pushed by so many different angles at once. And there was a little bit in the back of my head of like, can they hold on to all of this, but then taking care of IG and then continuing to really abuse that high ground more than anything else against the firing Groza from Influence Rage. I believe it was Federal that had that weapon in his hand, but 16 elimination points. I believe that's the record so far of this event.
I believe it might actually be. The thing with this, I'm actually now going to be passing Jaguar. I kind of want to look at Influence Rage too, because 14 points, that's going to be good, right, going into tomorrow. Considering that you're not seeing, I mean, intense games, 5 points, that's good, but it's not to the point that we're used to seeing them, or intense game actually being able to outperform Influence Rage. It's good to see Influence Rage to finish off the day here on a good note with how their day started and how they were looking so much nothing like yesterday. And then with the other teams, right, Loops and then Rice, these are teams that are also going to be fighting for, and this is kind of what I was hinting at with Jaguar about how they're not going to be able to have a day off tomorrow, because these teams are going to be performing and they are going to be pretty much gunning for that 4th place.
Also bounce it back really quick at Influence Rage. The fact is, Intense Game only got 5 points and they got 14, so they got an extra 9 points ahead of them, which, I mean, 9 points, you might look at it and be like, that's not that much, but the fact is, that's basically kind of like one game they could underperform in our final day and still be successful and still have a somewhat lead over Intense Game. So very important for them to finish like this.
By the way, talking about Jaguar, I know we're talking about them today performing well, but I just decided to take a look back of how they finished the second half of yesterday. And for them, it was a 9th place finish, 6 elims, 2nd place finish, 8 elims, and then 7th place finish, 6 elims. So it's not just today that they've been able to put those elims. It's now a combination of 2 days, which actually, seeing that, makes me a little bit more hopeful for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been a consistent growth for these guys, which is, we've seen this historically, not just this season so far, looking at a couple of different teams, but also just across, like, from previous events over the history of PUBG Mobile, is that, like, teams that slowly ramp up are obviously a lot more consistent and secure when you hit the end versus the ones that, like, have high spikes and then just fall off.
I'm sorry, I was laughing because we were talking about YKG earlier and look at their player stats over the entire event. And you were like, oh yeah, 2,400 damage. That's, you know, not bad. Victex has that in one day. Like, not to bash on YKG. I just noticed the numbers and it kind of popped in my head.
Yeah.
But also to kind of bash him. I'm just kidding.
What do you mean not to bash him?
Yeah, I mean, the fact is Enhyper last place. Our champions of NA, already qualified to PMGC, the team who was the most consistent over the entire league stage. Not consistent here. Let's take a look at our daily winners. If you guys missed any of the match, to catch you up on who won what. We start things off with a new team coming in, All Glory Gaming, getting the initial match. But then, of course, that back-to-back at Alpha 7, which really sparked our conversation about them throughout the day.
It really was. And them being able to fix certain mistakes and certain sloppiness, too, especially during that last win in Erangel, I'm still a bit worried about Alpha 7 tomorrow. I know they are not currently qualified to PMGC through the PMGC points, so they are going to be a bit more of a drive, but if this team does not start hot tomorrow, it could be a spiral down for them.
Yeah, I mean, all these teams have 6 games left, so Alpha 7, Jaguar, I'm going to have to run some numbers on that bubble position of, like, the fight for 4th place, because I think at this point, it's fair to... Maybe not yet. We're going to have to see the overalls, if I can make this declaration. Influence Rage, 100%. We're going to be top 4 no matter what. I don't know. It would have to be a tragedy of points for them to fall out. The question is, how secure are IG, INCO, Alpha 7, points-wise? How far away? Exactly. How far away are the teams that are currently in 5th, 6th, 7th place? Remove Loops from the conversation.
It's Rise and Jaguar, right, are the ones. Let's actually take a look at our overalls, get an idea, because it should be Rise and Jaguar now. I don't know if Jaguar passed Rise, and they actually have in 5th place here, only 7 points behind Alpha 7 here for top 4.
That's doable, and to finally get that win that was eluding them. By the way, for Influence Rage, I think nobody's going to be able to challenge them tomorrow for 1st place. Yeah. Even today, after the performance that they have, for them to still being able to finish off the day good, maintain that 1st place, and on top of that, have a healthy lead, I don't see them anybody being able to catch up. And that kind of opens up the question to what we were hinting at earlier with which team is going to be hot dropping or possibly gatekeeping Alpha 7 and some of those other teams that are trying to be on that 4th place. Now things have been... now things have become so much more scary for Alpha 7 with them not being able to perform well in that last match.
Yeah, they're actually in a, as you say, they're in a really rough spot. Influence Rage are going to have to make the decision tonight. What's more important to them, keeping Alpha 7 out of PMGC or the $25,000 for first place?
And that's just one team, right? And then if you go down, sixth place, Loops Esports, already in PMGC, they're like, oh, hey, Alpha 7. So we might not want you to be at PMGC.
Well, go down one more team, and Rise isn't that much farther behind either. So there's 2 teams technically in striking range to knock Alpha 7 out of top 4.
Rise would be doing it by their own game. We're talking about like hot dropping onto them.
Yeah, no, I got you.
But yeah, no,
I'm just saying you hot drop on Alpha 7 as Loops, and then it makes it even more possible for teams like Rise and Jaguar to catch up because of how close they are.
Yeah. Alpha 7 are probably in the scariest position of this entire leaderboard right now because for a lot of, like for Jaguar and for Rise and even Extreme Slayers, they only have one goal and that's just to perform well. Alpha 7 have to perform well, but also be worried about the teams behind them overtaking them. Like it's a little bit of a different mindset. And then when you look at the point gaps that we're seeing here, Intense Game is mostly safe. INCO Gaming is pretty safe. The lack of chicken dinner, I think, is going to hurt them the most, but for it's like, I think I'm 50-50 on INCO. For Alpha 7, they're like 20% safe.
And I'm looking at which teams are going to be fighting here for the top 4 tomorrow. I don't think, in my head, I cannot include Extreme Slayers there.
Yeah, if they have like one bad match, I think 2 bad matches for sure, then I would count them out.
No, I'm talking about Extreme Slayers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. For Extreme Slayers, if they have like 2 bad matches,
I'm counting them out.
I'm counting them out right now.
2 good matches.
I think it's doable. We've seen Extreme Slayers be able to put up some really big numbers.
Yeah, but we got to see that happen first, though, before I can count them in, because it's been a slow sort of death for them.
With the way they have played this tournament so far and not really seeing any adaptation and them not being able to find that good middle ground that works out for them, that's where it becomes scary. And then, as we were talking about it earlier, Team QUESO there in 14th place and Hyper in 16th place. I think you were mentioning it too. And Hyper, I don't see Hyper wanting to hot drop any of the Brazilian teams. That's just very unlike Hyper. Team QUESO, though, I know my LATAM community. Yeah, they will definitely be probably trying that.
Okay, well, it's time to go take a look.
Mindset for some of those players, I would say.
Let's take a look at our MVP, though. I think it's got to be either someone from Alpha 7 because they had 2 chicken dinners, or it's got to be Victex from Jaguar.
Who would it be from Alpha 7?
Hold on, don't show it yet.
It would probably be either Mafioso or Revo.
But we're talking about like players too. INCO was putting up numbers in regards to eliminations.
I think this is probably the hardest one to call so far of the 3 days.
So no predictions on any of this?
I do not feel comfortable making a single prediction here.
Maybe somebody from INCO. I just can't decide who on INCO. You said the name earlier. Maybe Squash?
All right, let's take a look. We're wasting too much time now. Yeah. Let's just take a look. There you go.
Oh!
And with that, he gets 3. Wait, how many did he need?
Yeah, give me 2 more points, baby.
Prediction points out of his tally.
Make it 27.
A buzzer beater prediction here by 7. Great. But yeah, this, again, the fact, INCO, they're consistently in the mix. They're never winning, but they're always getting up there, and they're always getting the elimination points, and they're always getting the frags. It's kind of unfortunate that they aren't able to get the full wins, because that keeps us from really talking about them as much, because they don't have like the moments of greatness. It's just slow and steady wins the race for them.
I know. I've been saying about I wanted to see them get the chicken dinner. I've been saying that at the beginning of the day yesterday. Yeah. Now I'm starting to like back off a little bit, and I'm like, okay, INCO, I'm enjoying what you're doing right now. Keep on getting those LMs. Yeah. But I still want you to get the win.
Yeah, I mean, that first Erangel kind of should have gone their way, but...
Yeah. They just haven't been able... They continue to showcase over and over again that they can hold a spot, especially in the Erangel that we saw earlier when they were able to fight so many teams. Yeah. And then take the fight to the teams as well. But then when it becomes like at the end, a top 2, a top 3 situation, I feel like they just don't have what it takes yet to get.
Like they're able to thrive in the chaos of teams having to watch multiple directions, but the second that it's like a clear 1v1, everyone facing each other in a line, like old school Revolutionary War stuff, then it's a little bit different. And you know, it's definitely a skill set, it's a style to be the sort of like backstabby, like I'm in the middle of a crowd and they don't see me coming sort of.
Yeah.
It's dark.
Yeah. I cut myself off because I was like painting a picture that was a bit
I was getting a little scared for walking in my hotel room right now. Let's take a look at our prediction points here between all the talent and see who currently is a lead. It's going to be Cameron Davis. And tied with Hot Jukes.
Hot Jukes.
All right.
Hot
7,
Jukes
I'm disappointed.
Silent killer here.
No, I was supposed to get 2 extra points.
To be fair, if we look back at every prediction we've done, Hot Jukes has been the last one to enter it the most out of all of us.
Conspiracy? I think so.
Me too.
And then if we look back at who's changed their prediction the most, that would be Cameron Davis.
I've never changed a prediction. Never. Why are you putting the camera at me? I've never changed.
Are we gonna zoom in on his face?
Hand on my heart.
Zoom it in.
I have never changed a prediction ever in my life.
Now switch it to me.
this
Now switch
event.
it to me. Okay. Week 3. NA. He was changing in prediction.
No.
Every single time.
No, I did it twice, and it's because I made the prediction. The casters were
Did you hear
sitting
that?
on resting on their laurels. They hadn't predicted yet. My team died. So why do they get to predict with more information than me?
Did you hear what I just heard? He
Fair?
went from saying
Fair?
he hasn't
To
gotten
di-
he
No, no, no.
hasn't changed the
This event.
prediction.
This
you didn't
event.
say that earlier. I guess we're getting a rap from you.
I'm being
tomorrow.
attacked. I'm getting attacked.
I don't think we're getting a wrap. I think we're getting a little fight on air here. You know, with the like fake balloon boxing gloves.
Why fake?
I don't. We don't condone violence here at
Yes.
PMPL.
It's PUBG. Okay.
You know, we do condone
Monster Energy.
cracking open delicious monster energy. You guys can pick one up and unleash the beast. They're our official energy drink partner here at PMPL and the official energy drink sponsor of our Cameron Davis for 7 Worlds Gaming Fist Fight at the end of tomorrow. And that's going to do it, obviously, for today. We still have 1 day of action left. I might not be here tomorrow. I might get fired. Who knows? But what I do know is that you all will be tuning in because we're going to find out which teams will be representing our regions here in PMGC, and you're not going to want to miss it.